Hello, hello, and welcome back. We just gotta vibe on this magnificent music for a bit more, because it's just so nice. And we're gonna play some more Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. And we're gonna get into that second case, which is apparently called The Walking Dead. No copyright, please. I mean, how are they gonna copyright me for that, right? Anyway, yeah, I guess we're just gonna start, right? Bada boom. And I'm gonna move the mouse cursor away. Wallace Nightgrave, a student of 16, necromancer. Let me go. I'm not going anywhere until I see her. I'm sorry, Wallace, but she's already passed. There was nothing more they could have done. The headmaster. Unknown information. How? This academy teaches the best mages in the kingdom. Are you telling me that they couldn't do anything? Her condition was much worse than we thought. The kingdom's magic isn't advanced enough to treat something like this. Lucio Steelwind can rain meteors from the sky. William Frigga can teleport entire caravans across the continent. Wow. Are you telling me... Also, Steelwind obviously related to my wife. Are you telling me that your mages couldn't cure one illness? I'm sorry, I truly am. The headmaster's totally the criminal here, isn't he? Emily. Episode 2, The Walking Dead. I'm sorry, Celeste, but there's no way out of this. Celeste's attention is sharply focused on the chessboard between you two. You can see her eyes quickly dart from piece to piece. Just give me a second, I can still win this. Celeste, there's no way for you to avoid checkmate next turn. But then why isn't it checkmate already? Just surrender. She ignores you and continues staring at the pieces. There, what about that? Checkmate. Damn it. Would you two keep it down? We are in a library. Miss Timora glances at the chessboard. I hope you didn't spend the entire morning playing around. I've been working hard, Ruby. First name basis. I've already learned learned 2 new spell formulas since we got here. Oh. Well, at least there's that. What about you, Cuthbert? Well... Your flustered stammering tells her exactly how much progress you've made. That stare. I couldn't find any books about the subject we've been looking into. You've spent the entire day combing through the kingdom's imperial library, researching the Eye of Horus. During Celeste's trial, you awakened to a new ability that you never used before. Up until then, you thought that the Eye could only see surface-level thoughts. But during that moment with Garrett Pierce, the Eye of Horus was empowered, and you could see far more than usual. You told Miss Timora about what happened, and it made you both wonder what other hidden abilities the Eye might have. You both decided it's time to find out more about the Eye and its origins. This library supposedly had the kingdom's entire knowledge of magic and the arcane arts, but you couldn't find a single mention of any ability like the Eye. Does the kingdom seriously lack knowledge about it? Or do we need to look at somewhere else? Are you sure you can't tell me what you've been what you're researching? Also, I hope we talk about why, is Celeste part of the gang now? Like, how did that happen? I mean, obviously, after we helped her, she probably decided or something, but surely we're gonna get more details. I've traveled around the world. I might have seen something like it. You entertained the thought for a moment, but you haven't known her for very long. The Eye of Horus is a supernatural ability that can't be detected by a spell compendium. You've always been worried about what the kingdom might do to you if they ever found out about it. Sorry, that's not something I can really talk about. Fine. Pouting. If I had to guess, I would say that they are looking into supernatural phenomena.
Huh.
You and Celeste nearly jump out of your chairs. Oh, isn't that the... Maybe it's just because she has a similar hair, do, and color, but isn't that the one from that vision we had? Just without bandages. No, wait, she's got the bandaged hands. It's gotta be her. You look over to where the voice came from. She appears to be a student at the academy. How long was she there? You didn't notice her presence at all. You also feel that she looks oddly familiar.
I'm terribly sorry if I startled you, but I couldn't help but overhear your conversation.
As the girl approaches your table, you see another student frantically running after her.
Eris, you can't just... I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine, Wallace.
I'm sorry, but who are you two?
Sorry, that was incredibly rude of me. My name is Eris Elmatter.
A student. Wait, I didn't check the rest of her text box stuff. Okay, student 16. Wow, that's not what she looks like. Illusion art.
And this is Wallace Nightgrave. We're both students here. Hi. Not to be rude, but that was a private conversation. Just how much did you hear? I wonder. Reading about the supernatural is actually a hobby of mine. I might be able to help you with your research, Mr. Cuthbert.
And what makes you so sure that is what we're researching? By the way, for the recording of last night's or rather yesterday's session, I noticed that the volume was kind of high for the game, and I myself wasn't. Like, it was fine, I guess, but I was, you know, it was a little too loud, I'd say, the game. So I turned it down a bit. Maybe I'll turn it down one more notch. Hopefully that'll make it better. It's just impossible to tell. Like, for some reason the stream audio and what I'm hearing are rarely aligned.
But anyway, and what may I help? Mr. Cuthbert has a bad habit of muttering to himself when he thinks. I assume that his research had something to do with the supernatural.
You feel a piercing side glance from Mr. Morrow. Sorry, I guess I can't help myself. You avoid eye contact with her.
But anyways...
Oh wait, but anyways, do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Of course, I'd be happy to help.
Wait, okay. That's... okay, I see.
Fine, I suppose it won't hurt. Just remember to show some discretion, Tyrion.
Right. Well, that wasn't weird at all. It's a holy text of some sort. It must be related to the Church of Bahamut. The library is full of books for educational purposes. You've been combing through these books all morning. Oops, sorry. It's a globe of the world. It's amazing how many other nations there are aside from Worldguard.
I've been to most of these places. You should come with me next time, Tyrion.
That's a nice thought. Maybe you can travel with her when you're less busy. Maybe. I thought she wasn't that well traveled, but I guess she is. There's some sort of notice taped to one of the shelves. Due to constant misuse of the Arcane construct's voice systems, voice lines can now only be set by Headmaster Redmond. You wonder what it's referring to? Probably unimportant. It's a table for students to sit at. You've been sitting here with Celeste all morning. Alright. Eris and Wallace sitting on a tree. In a tree. On a tree? Whatever.
Yes, I'm currently...
Wait, fucking stupid auto fucking garbage. So you two are students at the Imperial Academy?
Yes, I'm currently studying illusion magic. Illusions? That's the kind of magic that lets you turn invisible, right? Technically, yes, but few mages have ever reached a level high enough for that. I'm a bit embarrassed to admit that I'm not able to cast invisibility. That's still pretty cool. What about you, Wallace? Wallace has his own unique field of study.
It's probably not your place to pry. Well,
the text box and tells me all I need to know. Everyone is talking about you two. Really? It's rare for the school to let any outsiders in. That makes sense. This library isn't exactly open to the public. You were only able to get access to it because of Mr. Mora's connections. We only ever get in occasional visits from the noble houses. So I was curious as to who was able to break this dull monotony. Well, I'm a mercenary, but now I work as Tyrion's bodyguard. I see. Mercenary? After a trial, it turned out that Celeste was more than capable of affording your services. However, Mr. Mora still proposed a different arrangement. After indicting Garrick Pierce, you painted a large target on your back. With Celeste being a mercenary, Mr. Mora decided to hire her as your bodyguard. She figured you would feel more comfortable around someone you were already friends with. Sounds good to me. Anyways, I'm a defense attorney. A defense attorney? Huh? My apologies, it's just not what I was expecting. What's that supposed to mean? That she's in love with us. I don't know. Supernatural phenomena? Sure, let's ask about that for some reason. Supernatural? Alright, I guess that's what we were... Stop! That's what we were researching. I don't know why it keeps going back to the fucking... auto skip thing. Jeez. Maybe I'm subconsciously hitting B to advance the text, but it doesn't do anything or something? I don't know. I wonder why you would be researching me such a thing. Yeah, I want to know too. I'm sorry, but I can't really say. Regardless, there are many spells in this world. So, why are you all so convinced that this phenomenon wasn't produced as that spell? What we're looking into doesn't seem to follow the classic rules of magic. Oh, how so? Please tell me. It was created by someone who's not a mage. Oh, really? So you're saying that this was something created by a person? I feel like we've given away a lot already. The words came out of your mouth before you realized it. You sent a small apologetic look at Mr. Mora. That does remind me of a story. A story? Mr. Cuthbert, do you know the legend about how the kingdom of Wurengard was created? You mean the story about the ancient dragons? The ancient what? Apparently she doesn't know. The ancient dragon. Does Wurengard have a story about ancient dragons? It's only about one ancient dragon. The Church of Bahamut refers to him as the Scale Lord. I'm sure you've even heard people mention him before. Legends say that the first mages were created centuries ago by him. At the time, our kingdom was caught in the middle of a brutal war. With no way to defend themselves, the kingdom was on the brink of destruction. Our people prayed to Bahamut, the god of dragons, for salvation. And almost as if to answer their prayers, Rathalion, the last Scaled Lord, appeared before them. The Scaled Lord bestowed the gift of magic on a band of heroes who were fighting on the front lines. With their magic, these heroes utterly overtook the kingdom's enemies and single-handedly won the war. It's said that these heroes went on to form the noble houses of today. What a load of nonsense. That story is meaningless. It's nothing but religious propaganda to prop up the noble houses. Ayo Fiber. This is a real game. I know the title also, like, just the name, Tyrion Cuthbert, like, what the fuck? Yeah, exactly. That was my thought as well. But it's a real game, and I played the first case yesterday, which was really good. So, yeah, it's real. And good. I mean, at least so far. Regardless, the significance of this legend is the Scaled Lord himself. Do you mean Rathalion? Rathalion bestowed the power to become a mage on several individuals, and to this day that power can only be passed down genetically. Can you think of an arcane spell that can produce something like that? No, I suppose not. No, I mean, the protagonist looks kind of like just a guy, I guess, yeah. But I think the character designs are fine. Good even. Rathalion must have had powers that were weren't bound by the rules of the arcane arts.
That makes sense, I guess.
In other words, he could create supernatural phenomena without following the rules of magic. Please, do you honestly expect us to believe a story like that? It's completely unrealistic.
Realistic based on what?
As unrealistic as a non-mage using supernatural powers.
Metaphor, yeah, totally. It's exactly the same game, basically. It's actually a mini-game in Metaphor. You got me. I just couldn't stop playing Metaphor, so I went back and found a mini-game in it. She has a point. It's a far-fetched theory, but it's honestly the closest thing you have to a lead right now. Of course, it would be you lot making all of this noise. Whoa. Hello there. Suddenly, a woman who appears to be an instructor approaches you. She looks upon each of you with an equal amount of disdain. Can I have the most disdain, though, just so I can have you look at me more?
Professor Bellwether!
Hello, Miss Bellwether, Catherine, Professor. She's also an illusion mage, age 34. That is Professor Bellwether to you. My repertoire of women voices is running low.
But didn't he just call you?
I knew letting you rabble into our walls would lead to nothing but trouble. You've even started associating with our malcontents.
Headmaster gave us express permission to be here. If you have an issue with that, take it up with him.
I'll have you know that I was on my way to do just that. Wallace?
Yes?
How am I supposed to understand you when you're stuttering?
Yes, Professor Bellwether.
Straighten out your uniform and fix that awful hair. You look like a street urchin. Some people are into street urchins, I guess, probably. But I suppose it's unreasonable to expect anything more. Damn. Also, his hair looks pretty straight to me. Oh, I'll be on my way. It happened again! It's like we're skipping an argument or something that led somewhere or something. Reality changed, I don't know.
What a bitch.
Wow.
Celeste! Oh, come on, we were all thinking it. Anyways, with that out of the way, shall we begin?
What? Why do you keep detecting fear from Celeste?
Wallace, you've finished this week's assignment, haven't you?
Well, Eris is rather special, isn't she? There's probably something about all of this with her.
Would you mind helping Celeste with her research?
I don't know.
Now that you mention it, I could really use some help finding a specific spell formula. You know your way around here, right, Wallace?
Okay. Damn, he's in love already. Don't worry, Mr. Morrow. I'll be more careful from now on.
Please do. I still have some business to take care of, so I leave you all to it.
You spent the next few hours searching through the library's books with Eris. You hadn't thought to look into the ancient dragons, and the library had books about them in abundance. There was one problem, though. There are a lot of myths and stories about the ancient dragons, and I'm going to drink some water. But it's pretty difficult to tell fact from fiction with these accounts.
It can't be helped. The Church of Bahamut is the dominant religion of our kingdom. We have the bones of dragons displayed in museums, but those bones are the only widely known evidence of the dragon's existence.
Except for Rathalion, possibly. I wonder if he's still alive, like you said.
I wouldn't be surprised. Despite everything, our kingdom's constitution still includes him in our government.
Wait, really?
As the savior of our kingdom, he and his kin were given an honorary position on our political hierarchy. I wonder if the dragon is just disguised as a person who's in power somewhere. The ancient dragon's authority technically rivals that of King Olivier. Wow, I had no idea. How have I never heard of this before? To be honest, that law is just a way to revere him and appease the church. Well, Rathalion couldn't possibly be any worse than the nobility. Boom. Ah! You're so stuck in your own thoughts that you accidentally bump into a bookshelf. Whoops. The shelf begins to tip over, oh no, and you are able to catch it before it fully falls over. Sheesh. But not before several books fall out from their shelves. They hit the ground with a cacophony of thuds. Some students glance in your direction. Shh! Be quiet! Sorry? Be quiet! Eris begins giggling. She seems amused by what's happening. Hey, are you okay? I heard us loud. Well. Celeste stares at the pile of fallen books. What did you do? Forget that. Just let me clean this up. There's no need for that. Construct require assistance.
Acknowledged.
What? Upon Eris' command, one of the nearby suits of armor suddenly springs to life and begins walking toward you. The voice coming out of it sounds human, but it lacks emotion. Why does it sound familiar? Wait, did you do that, Eris? Yes, this is an arcane construct. It's a suit of armor that's animated using artificery. They're designed to carry out various tasks for the students. Yeah, I was gonna think that's gonna be important. Arcane constructs are suits of armor that are animated using artificery. They can carry out simple tasks when ordered to. The ones in the Imperial Academy speak using the voice of Catherine Bellwether. These voice lines can only be changed or adjusted by the Academy Headmaster. Every command given to the construct is stored in its command log. However, this command log must be cleared regularly. So Catherine Bellwether's voice, but only the headmaster can change the commands. I sense a conspiracy, or some room for speculation, rather. Really? I didn't know anything like that existed. They're still experimental, so they aren't available to the public yet. With that being said, Construct, please place these books back where they belong.
Acknowledged.
On Eris' command, the construct begins quickly picking up the books. It moves with inhuman efficiency. After only a few seconds, all of the books are back on their shelves. Wow, so they do whatever you tell them to? Well, there are some limits too. Construct, tell me that I'm the fairest maiden you've ever seen.
Command rejected.
What? I guess they are not allowed to lie.
Hey!
You feel a sharp pain on your side, in your side as Celeste quickly jabs you. How could you, Tyrion? How could you? The construct's voice is just a series of pre-recorded messages. I'm not sure if you noticed, but it uses the voice of Professor Bellwether. Unfortunately, you can't make them say anything other than what's recorded. Only the headmaster can change those settings. Artificery that can record audio. I've never seen anything like it. But you just said they're experimental, right? Maybe if I keep asking it, it'll just give up and do it? I don't think you understand the problem here. I would advise against that. Even if the commands are rejected, they're still stored in the construct's command logs. Anyways, we should probably get back to work. Fine. You read more about the ancient dragons, but most of the stories read more like fables than actual historical accounts. I don't feel like I'm making any progress. Suddenly, you hear a thunderous, low-pitched sound blare across the room. It sounds like a high-pitched horn, but with its volume turned up to unnatural levels. What? Celeste, do you hear that? How can I not? What is that? You didn't touch anything you weren't supposed to, right? What? Of course not. It finally stopped. Wasn't that the lockdown system? Yes, I believe so. Lockdown system. The Academy is outfitted with a large artificery system. In a state of emergency, it will erect magical barriers throughout the building. State of emergency? Should we be worried? Don't worry, the lockdown is designed to keep everyone safe. We're safe as long as the barriers are up. But Miss Tamora, she said she was going to do something on campus.
I'm terribly sorry.
You suddenly hear a disembodied voice echo through the library. It sounds like it's being projected magically. It's the headmaster. He's using the intercom system.
Students and faculty, please remain calm. There's been a murder on the academy grounds.
What?
Please stay where you are and wait for law enforcement to arrive.
Damn it, we have to get out of here. I'm afraid that's not possible. The lockdown system protects and locks each room. We can't leave this room until it's deactivated. Well, we won't know until we try. You run to the entrance and begin frantically pulling on the door's handle. You try to put all your strength into prying it open, but it doesn't even budge. Tyrion, stop. Well, look at that face. Looks like an entirely different person. But, Miss Tamora, I know that you're worried about her, but there's already been a murder. We don't know where the attacker is, or if they're armed. Best thing we can do right now is stay here and wait. She's right. Damn it. Also, Ruby, aka Miss Tamora, is strong, right? She can probably handle herself. Right? Celeste's hand rests on her sword. Her eyes are carefully watching the entrance. Wow, we've been here for hours and she still hasn't stopped watching the door. She was also able to calm you down earlier. It's easy for her to forget sometimes, but she's always reliable when it really counts. What?
Students and faculty, thank you for your patience. Law enforcement has secured the building. The lockdown has been lifted. However, please remain in the building until...
The headmaster has barely finished with his message before you're out the door. Tyrion? Hey, don't go off on your own. You desperately run through the academy hallways. No. Mr. Mora, where are you? You have no idea where you're even going anymore. You can feel your fear and anxiety rise with every passing moment. Where's she? Cuthbert? What's wrong? Why are you shouting? Mr. Mora, calm down, you're hyperventilating. I heard there was a murder and I've been looking all over for you. And you were worried about me. You hug Mr. Mora tightly as you're overcome with emotion. Aww. She's usually not receptive to affection, but you don't care. You're just relieved that she's safe. Tyrion, there you are. And you're crying. Sorry, I didn't mean to worry you so much. We heard the announcement. Do you know what happened, Ruby? I do, but... You see Miss Tamora glance at Wallace for a brief moment. For now, I think we should head to the foyer. Wonder how they're gonna accuse that guy of a murder when he was locked away the entire time in a room with us. But I guess he knows necromancer, so, who knows what the limits of that are. You arrive at the foyer and see the room swarmed with a legion of familiar knights. Is that the Inquisition? Don't tell me. The headmaster mentioned that there was a murder on campus. Someone used magic.
Hey, you there.
As you enter the foyer, Commander White notices you and begins marching in your direction. He should be in love with me now, right? He should think of me as his dearest friend. I allowed him to put a noble mage behind bars. He should fucking revere me, right? He's gonna be my friend now. But his attention isn't focused on you. Okay, well, I guess he doesn't need to make me his sole focus in life, Just when he interacts with me, he should be nice now. Huh?
Are you Wallace Nightgrave?
Yes, but...
By the authority of the Warren-God Crown, I'm placing you under arrest.
Hey, what are you doing?
You three. The hell are you doing here?
You said he was under arrest? On what charges? This kid is charged with the murder of Catherine Bellwether. No, not Miss Bellwether. I only knew her for a minute and she was a jerk, but she was hot. What? Wasn't that the professor you met in the library earlier? Like hell you're arresting him. He was with us in the library for the entire morning. There's no way he could have murdered her. And besides, Celeste. But Miss Samora is right. If Wallace is a suspect, we can't stop the Inquisition from arresting him. No. Don't worry, Wallace. We'll get to the bottom of what happened. Without a word, Wallace allows the Inquisition to drag him away. My apologies. I'm going to go and check on him. This is terrible. I still don't understand. Oh wait, I still don't understand. Why would they suspect Wallace of all people? I'm not sure myself. Unlike most magical homicides, this school is filled with plenty of mages. There has to be a long list of suspects. Isn't there anything we can do? I'm going to go investigate what happened. Cuthbert? Yes? He hasn't accepted you as his attorney yet. You don't even know if you'll be working this case. But I know that he's innocent. I just can't sit here and do nothing. Well, I clearly can't stop you. But please remember that being an attorney is your job. It's not charity work. Don't come crying to me if you run out of gold. Right. Anyways, I still have some business to take care of in the city. Will you two be okay handling this? Yes, we'll take care of this. Good. I'll leave everything to you then. Oh. My attitude towards all of these crimes so far has been a little, like, aloof, I guess, a little removed from everything. Alright, let's go, Alright, let's go, Celeste. Right. Saving. It's been a few hours since Wallace was arrested. You and Celeste were with him during the lockdown, so the Inquisition had to take your statements. But the more they questioned you, the more you could tell they had doubts about your testimony. You will need to do more if you want to establish an alibi for Wallace. That took longer than I expected. We've already lost a lot of time talking to the Inquisition. But we should be free to roam around now. Where should we go first? The crime scene sounds like a good start. We still need to figure out what actually happened. Yeah, we know nothing. Ruby said that the body was found in Lecture Hall 2B. It's in the west wing of the school. Alright, that seems like a good place to start. After I drink some water and then investigate the place. It's a painting of a man with some sort of creature on his arm. There's some text under it. Dr. Delbit Teforos, mage, historian, archaeologist, anthropologist, and botanist. Best known for his work in studying the history of the ancient dragons. Through his work, great leaps were made in the study and development of the school of evocation. On his arm is one of the last pseudo-dragons, which have now gone extinct. I wonder if these paintings were like, since this game was crowdfunded, if maybe these paintings were also some kind of, backer thing. It's a painting of a professor because the art style seems inconsistent, maybe. It's a painting of a professor with some kind of magical tool. There's some text under it. Dr. Paul Warilla, also known as the archaeologist of the North. He spent many years studying and exploring the mountainous regions of Shadowland. And through his investigation, he came upon one of the many layers of the Scaled Lord. He was honored by both the Church and the Rorengard Historical Society for this impressive discovery. Uh-huh. It's a statue. There's something written on the platform it's on. Gillian Chemnitz, the inventor of early artificery. So this is the guy who invented it. Would have thought that we could use machines to harness magical energy. Artificery is truly a marvelous invention. With it, anyone can utilize the convenience of magic without having noble blood. Although the expenses of owning artificery presents their own barrier. But that expression on his statue, it kind of looks like he doesn't want to be there, here, even though his statue is huge. He does give off that attitude, doesn't he? Okay. Nothing else to investigate, it seems. I hope Wallace is okay. He looked really scared when Commander White arrested him. Fucking stop! Once again, this time I'm pretty fucking sure I didn't hit the B button. It still went into auto skip. Really don't like that. Don't worry, we'll find out what really happened. But first, you need to inspect the crime scene. Oops. Maybe because I hit B in a different menu, like just now I used it to back out, it still counts that. Let's see. Where should we go next? Yeah, apparently whenever you hit the fucking B button, it counts it as if you were trying to activate autoskip. That's pretty stupid. But okay. The first thing we need to do is find out exactly what happened. Miss Tamora said that the body was found in Lecture Hall 2B. We should start our investigation there. Check this out. What do you think about this, Celeste? Oh, sorry, Tyrion. I don't think I can help you with that. Alright, fine. Well, let's check out that classroom.
Hey, stop right there.
As you try to enter the classroom, you're stopped by one of the Inquisition Knights. I'm the defense attorney for the accused. We have a right to investigate the crime scene, except we haven't really gotten that position yet.
Yeah, from what I've heard, the kid doesn't have an attorney yet.
Right, you haven't been able to talk to Wallace about that yet. It's quite alright, let them in. It's my wife, Arya Steelwind.
Lady Steelwind?
Do not call me that. While you work under me, you will address me as Prosecutor Steelwind.
Yes, Prosecutor Steelwind.
She's the best. What's that smell? As you enter the classroom, you find yourself inhaling a sour and rancid odor. The stench is so overwhelming that your eyes begin to tear up or not. Don't worry, you eventually get used to the smell. What are you even doing here, Steelwind? I'm here to coordinate the investigation. You look around the crime scene. There isn't a single Inquisition Knight in the room. Isn't that the Inquisition's job? Due to the circumstances, I've decided to handle this case personally. Did you attend the school? Well, since we've got you here, could we ask you some questions about what happened? Can I assume that you're planning to defend this case? That would make you my opponent. What do I have to gain from helping you? Right. However, I would be willing to answer your questions, but only if you answer some of mine as well. Oh, okay. What could you possibly want to ask you? Maybe something about Ruby. Well, let's talk first, I guess. Miss McCoy, it's my understanding that you were adopted. Would you happen to know who your birth parents are? Hey, isn't that too personal of a question? You agreed to answer my questions, didn't you? But I didn't think you meant... it's fine, Tyrion. I'm fine with answering if it helps Wallace. Or are you really? I don't know who my birth parents are. I've never tried looking for them. I see. If I recall correctly, your spell compendium only contained one spell. Considering your upbringing, how did you learn Mage Blade in the first place? I bought a scroll from a merchant a few years ago. It had Mage Blade spell formula on it. But I know more than one spell now. I actually just learned a few new spells today. I'm sorry, spells, as in plural. How long did it take you to learn these spells? A few hours, I think. You learned multiple spell formulas within a few hours? I guess she isn't just fast at learning chess, but anything. What was that just now? I see. Well, I think that's all I need to ask for now. Okay. She's sharing information about the investigation for what, for that? Why is she so interested in Celeste all of a sudden? Well, her noble blood must come from somewhere, right? And there's probably something interesting going on around. Rancid smell. I can't take it anymore. That smell is driving me crazy. What is that? From what I understand, there was a bit of an accident a few days ago. It happened during one of the classes that the headmaster was teaching. He misread the instructions for an alchemy experiment, and as a result, he accidentally produced this rancid-smelling vapor. Vapor? It's not poisonous, is it? Of course not. I wouldn't be standing here if it were. It's a kind of dumb question. It's just extremely unpleasant to the to the senses. And that happened a couple of days ago? Man. Weeks ago, the headmaster performed an alchemy experiment incorrectly in lecture hall 2B. The resulting chemical reaction produced a rancid yet harmless vapor that still lingers in the room. The murder. Do you know what happened in here? What happened yesterday when? Well, it began when the City Watch received a call from the Academy. Supposedly, there was an attack on campus grounds that the entire building was put on lockdown. The City Watch set up a perimeter around the building while they waited for the system to deactivate. What? Couldn't the Academy have let them in once the scene was secure? I'm not sure about the specifics, but supposedly the lockdown can't be shut down manually. You'll have to ask one of the Academy's admins if you want to know more. Anyways, you two were also present during the lockdown, am I correct? Did either of you see anything suspicious? Well, we saw, Wallace, is that his name? In the room with us the entire time? No, but we actually met the professor that morning. She was still alive then. I see. That does match with the accounts from our other witnesses. Do you have any idea where she went after she left the library? The headmaster gave us express permission to be here. If you have an issue with that, then take it up with him. Yeah, I kind of skipped everything except that she's leaving, right? Right, to see the headmaster. She said she was going to meet with the headmaster. He also mentioned that when I questioned him. She attended the meeting as planned. If the headmaster met with Bellwether, we'd probably want to speak with him next. She must have found her way into this classroom afterward. Would you happen to have a map of the Academy? Wait, would you happen to have a map of the Academy? I do. I have extra copies if you'd like one. Yippee! Well, that's a place up, alright. What is it? There's only one direct path from the headmaster's office to the lecture hall, to this lecture hall. But I wonder if she took any detours. A map of the Imperial Academy displays a general area where Catherine Bellwether was seen that day. Why is Wallace a suspect? I've already told the Inquisition this, but Wallace was with us the entire time. He couldn't have committed the murder. Yeah, he has a perfect alibi. Strong, maybe, but his alibi is far from perfect. Miss McCoy herself told us that. There was a small time period where she wasn't with him. What? Right, it was when I came to check on you after you knocked over that shelf. I got a little lost on my way back to Wallace. But still, we only lost each other for a few minutes. That may be, but unless this alibi is airtight, the evidence in this room proves that it was him. What do you mean? It will be easier to explain once you examine it yourself. Alright, well. How was the body discovered? 2 members of the kitchen staff spotted her collapsed inside this classroom. They reported the situation to the campus admin while they attempted to save her life. But it was too late. The professor had already passed away by the time any healers arrived. Those 2 staff members, who were they? I believe their names were Valentina and Valerie Lannis. Or, I guess, Yanis. They're apparently sisters. Orim was the one who collected their statements. Did he notice anything off about their behavior? From what he said, they had a few quirks, but nothing too suspicious. Quirks? He told me that they were running and sprinting around him during questioning. Okay. What does that mean? I have no idea. Perhaps they were still on edge after finding their cohort murdered. Or they just like ballet dancing around people. You definitely want to speak with those staff members. The body was discovered in Lecture Hall 2B by Valentina and Valerie Yanis, 2 members of the kitchen staff. According to Commander Orm White, they were being hyperactive during questioning. Oh, Tyrion, I almost forgot. Since this is our first official case together, I wanted to show you something that I learned. Okay, what is it?
Reparium Arcanum!
Okay. What is that? That is the incantation for the Detect Magic spell. Hey, that's it. Detect Magic? Wait, does that mean... Yep, we can see magical traces while we're examining crime scenes now. Yippee! Detect Magic. Your bodyguard Celeste can now cast the Detect Magic spell. While examining a location, press the Detect Magic button to make magical traces visible. If there are any magical traces at your location, you'll see a colored overlay. Well, it's a painting of some sort of musician. There's some text written below it. Dr. Nicholas Gosu, or whatever. Inventor of the Arcane engine. His work revolutionized trade and travel across the seas. He was well known for not discriminating between the common folk and the nobility, judging his assistants based purely on their merit. When he wasn't conducting research within the Imperial Academy, he was known to compose symphonies for the king and in his free time. Looks like he was a man of many talents. Oh, they have books here too. They appear to be textbooks about alchemy. Aw, lame. Wow. Harsh. This must be where the students sit during lectures. Yeah, I can't imagine sitting in one place all day. Have you never attended a school before? Nope, we never had a proper school in Copenhagen. I mainly got my education from books that my parents bought from traveling merchants. What about you? I used to attend a public school in my hometown. But after Miss Timora adopted me, she handled my education personally. The lecture hall has a window with a view. I feel like I'd just stare outside all day if I had to attend class here. You're not much of a student, are you? Yeah, I just can't spend hours sitting in one place. I need to move around. She was pretty antsy while you were studying in the library earlier. How have you learned so many spells if you're so distracted? I don't know, I just learned the spell formula and cast stuff. I see. Is that not normal? Apparently not. Well, let's detect magic around here, huh?
Reparium Arcanum!
There's a trace of illusion magic next to the body. We believe that the suspect donned an illusory disguise immediately after murdering the victim. Using his disguise, he discreetly made his way back to the library unnoticed. Assuming that Wallace isn't the murderer, the real killer must have used a similar disguise. Which means that no one would have seen them leave this classroom. It'll be harder to find any witnesses that saw the perpetrator. What? What's wrong? There's a trace of necromancy on the body. Necromancy? Isn't necromancy the type of magic that creates undead? She's not just going to get up and walk away, right? I mean, not right now, that's not actually her body there. But maybe somewhere else. We're honestly not sure. That's part of the reason why I've abandoned, why I've stationed myself here. But what does that have to do with Wallace? Oh, you didn't know. Wallace Nightgrave is a necromancer. He's a what? We believe that he drained her life force completely using necromancy stuff. That's why there are no visible wounds. Here's the autopsy report. It will tell you everything that you need to know. Maybe. Died at 2:01 p.m. Body shows no signs of cuts or bruising. The alchemist report has verified that death was not caused by a poison or disease. Body shows traces of necromancy and illusion magic. Cause of death is not apparent, but very likely caused by necromancy magic. Only very likely, though. But in the modern day, even the Inquisition doesn't commonly deal with necromancy. They're all on edge because what other spells he might have used. So, I'm here to make sure that nothing unholy happens to the body. I guess maybe the body is actually supposed to be there, but they just don't draw it in the game because it might be too gruesome or something. I'm not sure, honestly. You can't believe it. You heard stories of necromancy before. But why would Wallace be studying something like that? But even if Wallace is a necromancer, aren't there plenty of other mages who can cast necromancy spells? This is an academy for mages, after all. No, there are no laws against it, but the knowledge required to learn necromancy is heavily controlled. No one in their right mind would dare teach necromancy beyond basic healing magic. Frankly, I'm surprised even one student to this school was allowed to learn it. I can see why. But because of this specific piece of evidence, we know that he's the murderer. But it's still too convenient. That's the first time you've seen thoughts from Steelwind. Seen a thought. Well, not really the first time, but sure. Normally you can only see thoughts from people who are stressed or excited. You doubt that Miss Steelwind is excited, so there's something causing her to be stressed. Is there something you're not telling us, Steelwind? Because something tells me that this case isn't as straightforward as you claim it is. If you truly believe that, then why don't you prove it? The eye can't see any more thoughts from her. She must be subconsciously guarding her mind now. But she's clearly hiding something. But turn off detect magic. Okay, apparently. I can't believe the professor is dead. We just saw her this morning. There's chalk outline. Okay, so it is just chalk. Where the body was. It appears that most of this blood came from her abdomen. Is that where the fatal wound was? But there was no wound, right? She was drained or something. There's a lot of blood in this puddle, but there's no trail leading to it. And there aren't any magical traces anywhere else in this room. I doubt the murderer used magic to clean it. Does that mean that the murderer attacked her in this room? Maybe, but it's too hard to say. It's hard to say for certain. Bloodstain on the body. There's a pool of blood where Catherine Bellwether's body was. The location implies that she bled from her abdominal area. Right? I mean, where was it? This body. Not caused by poison or disease, no signs of cuts or bruising, no traces of necromancy, shows traces of not apparent, but very likely cause. No. The blood there is very weird. Very, very weird. But we can't talk about it. I guess we can present stuff though. Hello. As a mage from a noble house, you must have... God damn it. You must have gone to school here. Did you know Catherine Bellwether while you were here? That's not where I was going with that question, but okay. Unfortunately, I did. I constantly clashed with her over her treatment of the students. One of my biggest regrets is failing to remove her from her position before I graduated. Wow. It sounds like many people didn't get along with the professor. I would say more, but it doesn't feel right to speak ill of the dead. Why would that come up when I present this? Oh well, let's try this instead. What do you think about this, Miss Steelwind? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't say much about that. What the hell? There's clearly a contradiction here. What the frick?
Repario Arcanum.
I mean, we could just go somewhere else and try something else, but I think it is just weird that we can't talk about that when it seems kind of important. Oops. How about this, huh? You sure you don't have anything to say about her? I guess not. Well, I guess I'm gonna move then, because you don't want to talk to me. The kitchen. The headmaster's office. Let's try the kitchen first, I guess. Hello? Is anybody here? Is anyone here? There? It looks like there's no one here right now. Maybe we should check somewhere else? But what about that potato? There's a large sack of produce in the corner. There's some wine too here too. That must be for the professors, or I'd say it's for cooking. They must serve the students meals on these plates. It's a shame that they had to close the kitchen due to the investigation. It's a set of pots for cooking soups and the like. There's a rack of cooking implements hanging from the wall. Valentina must use these for to cook for the students. I guess we're gonna get to know Valentina a bit more. Several commonly used ingredients are close to the cooking area. Oh, it's a plate of bread. They probably serve these as sides to the entrees. Don't get any ideas, Tyrion. What? Remember when we went to that fancy restaurant? You just kept ordering breadsticks and butter. The bread is free. I might as well take advantage of it. You know eating that many carbs isn't good for you. Yeah. Sheesh. There's a large cooking station here. Sorry, I had to yawn for some reason. They must prepare the meals in bulk here. It's a barrel full of some sort of drink. I wonder. It's probably not lotus juice, Cheesus. But we still could have checked at least. Alright. Hello, headmaster? Mr. Murderer, I mean, what? Fucking goddamn it. Follow the map that Steelwind gave you, and you arrive at the headmaster's office.
Oh, hello there. I wasn't expecting guests today.
Sorry for coming unannounced. You must be...
My name is Theodore Redmond. I'm the headmaster of the Word God Imperial Academy.
He's 88 and knows illusion magic. Lots of illusionists around here, huh? Theodore Redmond, the headmaster.
Judging from your appearance, you must be the protege of Ruby Tamora. To what do I owe the pleasure?
They must be here to investigate the murder. Hey, Eris. Pleasure to see you again. Wait, Eris? I thought you went to see Wallace. Unfortunately, the Inquisition is questioning him right now. They're underlying visitors. He must be so scared right now. I hope he's okay. Right, she had the same experience not too long ago.
If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. You can confess! Confess!
It's a painting of someone. He looks like some sort of professor.
That's Professor Lucas Gilbert. He was an instructor here many decades ago. He was well beloved by the students here, and he was quite the accomplished scholar. And this was all despite him lacking the ability to use magic.
He studied magic? He studied magic without being able to use it?
Yes, he was quite remarkable. Unfortunately, we lost him to illness very early in his life. I'm sure it was illness and not your first or maybe one of many murders. I'm just speculating. It's a painting of a mage, but he doesn't quite look like a noble. Oh, that's Jason Steelwind. Oh. One of the chosen mages of the Scaled Lord. Wait, Steelwind? As in... Yes, he's the earliest recorded ancestor of House Steelwind. Legends say that the Scaled Lord bestowed his power upon him and his allies to create the first mages.
Wow, it's hard to even tell that he and the prosecutor belong to the same bloodline.
As with all the noble houses, House Tyrion had quite humble beginnings.
If only they'd remembered where they came from. It's a small table for guests. Is that wine?
No, actually, it's just apple juice. Most of my guests are students, after all.
I don't think apple juice looks much like red wine, though. You know, could have at least said that it's like grape juice or something. Guess we're not prying further into that. Is that a still fire? There is a fireplace with some burning wood. I guess they just didn't choose to make the backgrounds animated. It looks pretty cozy.
Okay.
There's a window with a view of a garden. The headmaster has a nice view from up here.
Detect magic.
Arcanum.
Alright. Hey, Mr. Murderer.
This is terrible. To think that one of my prized students would be accused of murder. When it was I who committed it. What, did I just say that out loud? Sorry, I'll have to kill you now too.
We heard your voice on the intercom when the lockdown happened. Are you the one who triggered it?
Yes, I activated it when I received a call from one of the staff. They reported that Professor Bellwether had been attacked.
The headmaster activated the Academy's lockdown system in response to receiving a call from security. This call reported that Catherine Bellwether had been fatally wounded. How does the lockdown system work?
It's an artificery network that covers the entire Academy. In the event of an emergency, I can activate it using this stone.
The headmaster pulls out a glowing stone from his desk. You can hear the hum of magical energy emanating from it.
Once activated, the system creates magical barriers throughout the building. It's designed to contain and protect each room in the building.
Could a powerful mage breach any of these barriers?
I doubt it. The barriers can withstand a great amount of force. They even block mages from teleporting through them. Oh. And once activated, even I can't turn it off for an hour.
The Academy's lockdown is a system of artificery that covers the entire Academy building. Once activated, it creates magical barriers that isolate and protect each room in the building. These barriers can't be breached with physical or magical force. They can also block mages from teleporting through them. What can you tell me about Wallace? Earlier you said that he was one of your prized students. Sadness. I just need to understand. But he's not sad that he's dead. He said that some scum like that was a student to begin with, which is why he's pinning the crime on him. Yeah.
Maybe.
Why did the prosecutor say that he was a necromancer?
Because technically he is one.
What? But why would he study something like that?
Necromancy is probably one of the most dangerous and most scrutinized schools of magic. Its image has been long tainted by stories of dark wizards raising armies of the undead. However, it doesn't just control the forces of death, it also controls the forces of life.
Forces of life?
The truth is that healing magic is also classified as necromancy. Most healers don't care to admit it because of the stigma it has. But that's why Wallace is studying it. He wants to become a doctor.
But there are plenty of mages who know healing magic. Why is Wallace being singled out?
For years, he's been studying necromancy beyond basic healing magic. He believes that high-level necromancy could revolutionize modern medicine. Unfortunately, many among the faculty don't see it that way. Wallace doesn't hail from a noble house, no. He's a mage that was born among the common folk, but he must have noble blood.
He's like me.
Many of the faculty fear that he'll use his knowledge to raise armies of undead, just like the necromancers of old.
Yeah, like the story.
The Imperial Academy isn't even permitted to teach it to students beyond basic healing magic.
Then why did you allow him to study it?
After everything that has happened to him, I made an exception. everything that has happened to him. I'm not at liberty to say more. You'll have to ask him if you wish to know more.
If you plan on defending Wallace, you'll need his spell compendium, am I correct? Yes, having a client's compendium is instrumental to acquitting them. You may find that a bit difficult. You see, after a certain incident, he destroyed his compendium. You can do that. What? Why would you do that? Doesn't he need that to use magic? A spell compendium is a device mages use to keep track of what spells they can cast. It's really convenient for remembering the formulas and incantations of your spells. But it's not actually required to use magic.
So then why would any criminal keep theirs around? If it might just incriminate them.
I thought of destroying mine a long time ago, but they're really expensive. Luckily, I have an unattuned spell compendium right here. I'd be more than happy to give it to you if it helps Wallace.
Oh, thanks.
Wallace just needs to maintain physical contact with it for 10 minutes. After that, the compendium will attune to his magic. Just make sure that you don't let another mage cast or like Celeste hold it. Once it attunes to a mage, no one else can use it.
Very well prepared, thanks. An unattuned spell compendium. If a mage keeps this on their person for 10 minutes, it will attune to their magic and display what spells they can cast. Once it attunes to a person, it can't attune to anyone else. Wait, wonderful. What, can I see what that actually said before? No? Damn. I just hope you can persuade Wallace to attune to it. Very normal, everything that's happening here. Catherine Bellwether. What can you tell me about Catherine Bellwether? Oh, lots of negative emotions. Wow, that was a whole mess of emotions. She was rather unpleasant to work with. Well, nobody likes her. Can you think of any enemies she might have had?
You might as well list everyone who attended the school.
Eris.
It's best to be blunt with these sorts of things. As you saw this morning, she had a pretty abrasive attitude towards the students. Many people in the school did not care for her. Maybe she wasn't the nicest person. But would that really be enough to motivate someone to murder her? She'd often target and harass students,
Oh no.
Especially those who were from the common folk. She even made a habit of expelling those students for minor infractions. For commoners, magic can be our ticket to out of poverty. I can't imagine how it'd feel to have that opportunity unfairly taken from you. She put so much pressure on those students. Some of them even left the academy of their own volition. They couldn't handle her constant verbal abuse. Even then, would that really be enough to motivate, enough motive to commit a murder?
I mean, sure.
The human psyche is a fragile thing. It's astounding what someone might do when pushed far enough.
What about her relationship with the faculty? In some cases, it was worse than it was with the students. She'd often treat the staff like her personal servants. I've received many complaints from them about her behavior.
Sorry if this sounds rude, but why didn't you just fire her if she was such a big problem?
She's used her position to curry favor with the noble houses over the years. As you can imagine, the Academy's board is controlled by the nobility. If I ever tried to remove her, they would probably support her over me. Catherine Bellwether has had a tense relation with just about everyone in the Academy. She had a history of bullying students from the common folk and mistreating the Academy staff. For several years, she used her position to curry favor with the noble houses. Yikes, bro! The meeting. I heard that you had a meeting scheduled with Professor Bellwether this morning. What time was this, and when did the meeting end? Our meeting was scheduled for noon. She arrived on time, and our meeting lasted until 1 p.m. Did anything seem out of order, off about her to you? No, she seemed to be her usual self. Did she now? You detect a trace of fear, or is it nervousness? If you don't mind me asking, what was the purpose of your meeting? We met to discuss routine administrative matters. Despite our personal disagreements, we knew to stay civil when discussing professional affairs. Sure. But to be perfectly honest, it did always feel like I was treading on eggshells when speaking with her. But you were her superior, weren't you? Didn't she respect your authority? We had many arguments about how I was managing the academy, and she was very vocal about her distaste for the common folk students. She was difficult, to say the least. You know anything about the bloodstain? It's a terrible thing that happened. To think that someone would commit murder within the academy. Using necromancy, no less. Yes, it's all a lot to take in. Too late to take in. Know anything about that? Sylvan told us that you had a bit of a mishap in Lecture Hall 2B. Ah, yes. I was filling in for the alchemy instructor when I accidentally misread the instructions she left. I'm quite embarrassed to admit that my old age is catching up with me. What can you tell me about this, Mr. Redmond? Ah, my apologies. I've learned a lot in my years, but I can't say much about that. About those people? What can you tell me? Tell me about her. Did you know Eris is one of our top students in the study of illusion magic? I didn't think you would actually tell us something about her, but hey, cool.
Thank you, Headmaster. I appreciate your praise.
Why do you still study illusion magic, Eris?
Oh, no particular reason. I just happen to have an affinity for it. It's also quite enjoyable to use my magic to deceive people.
Cool. Very nice. Know anything about her? Mr. Mora mentioned that you gave us special permission to use the library. I can't thank you enough for that. We learned a lot. Of course, I'm always willing to aid the younger generation in the pursuit of knowledge. How do you know Mr. Mora, anyway? Ah, that's... Oh, did she defend him in a court case? From his reaction, it must have been a hard time in his life. It'd be best to not to pry further. Sure. What can you know about Wallace? Earlier you said that he was one of your prized students. But we already went through this, didn't we? I just need to understand when... Okay. Okay. I thought maybe it'd be different if we ask from there, but I guess it's the same thing. How about her? Have you met the prosecutor, Mr. Redmond? I am already well acquainted with her, and he doesn't like her, I guess. She was once a student here.
All right, she is a noble. It makes sense that she'd go to school here.
Well, I guess we will move on. Maybe back to the kitchen. Maybe we'll try our luck here again. I will first get myself something to drink real quick. So, see you in like less than 2 minutes, probably. Let's check the kitchen first, I guess.
Hello? Is anyone here there?
Be right there. Super cute.
Sorry, but the cafeteria is closed right now.
Actually, we're here to investigate the murder. We heard that 2 members of the kitchen staff had discovered the body.
Oh, that would be me. I'm Valentina Yanis.
Valentina Yanis, kitchen staff. How about the other person? Do you know where they are right now? She doesn't have any magic either, as 19 years old.
Oh, that would be my sister, Valerie. But I think she's somewhere else on campus right now. If you're with those knights, we've already told them everything we know.
Actually, we're investigating separately from them. I wanted to ask you some questions about what you saw.
Sure. I'm going to have to remember those details again.
She, I guess, didn't enjoy seeing that body. Probably. We already investigated, so... What did you see? To start, can you tell us how you and your sister discovered the body?
Right. My sister and I were walking in the hallway from the kitchen to the west exit. We spotted the professor in a nearby classroom. She was lying on the floor and bleeding. I used an emergency communication service to call for help. While I was doing that, my sister tried to wake her up.
Something stressful, surprising about that, I guess. That would imply that Valerie thought that she could be resuscitated. Did she know if the professor was still alive or not?
We're not sure, but she wasn't responding at all. She wasn't breathing, and she didn't have a pulse.
What can you tell me about Catherine Bellwether? Yet another set of complicated emotions.
Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it anymore. She was a horrible person. She was really terrible to all of us.
By all of us, do you mean the academy staff?
Yeah, she always treated us like her personal servants. Sometimes she'd make messes on purpose just so she could order us to clean it up.
That's stupid.
This probably sounds terrible, but I'm sure a lot of people are glad that she's gone. I just hope we can still keep our jobs.
Interesting. Now, why would she be worried about that? Keeping your jobs. Did you ever feel like your job was at risk because of Bellwether?
Yes, actually. She was actually planning to fire all of the staff.
All of the staff? That can't be true, can it? The academy needs the staff to function. Well, not if you have those robot things, those artificery bots, to replace everybody. I can't believe Bellwether was all about that AI shit.
I'm not sure about the details. That's just what Jan told us.
Who's Jan?
He's one of the Academy's custodians. You can probably find him cleaning the halls if you look around.
What do you know about the suspect in this case? His name is Wallace Nightgrave. He's a student here.
He's that scary kid, right?
Oh no.
The one that raises undead.
Those are just rumors. He would never do something like that.
But he studies necromancy, right?
Have you ever actually met him?
No, but I've heard of the rumors. He's always hanging around the cemetery. I'm sure he's just biding his time, waiting for his chance to raise an army.
It can't be helped that people think of him that way. But you can't help but be a little annoyed on his behalf, yeah.
Those are some minus points for you, my girl.
What can you tell me about this, Miss Yanis?
Sorry, I don't have much to say about that.
Okay. I guess she doesn't have any interest in that stench. How about the blood? Okay. Know her? Do you know Eris Ilmater?
She's even scarier than that necromancer.
What?
I've heard rumors about her, you know? There's just something about her that fills me with dread every time I see her.
So this knows that feeling, I guess. Have you actually spoken to her before? She's a nice person.
Is she though?
I mean, yes, of course, she's my wife, one of my wives. But I think she's evil, or something. At least a psycho, I hope.
No, thanks. I'm good.
What can you tell me about this, Miss Yanis? Nothing about yourself, huh? Okay.
How about the headmaster? Oh, he's a really nice person. We would have never gotten a job here if it weren't for him.
Really?
Yeah, he has connections with the local community center. He hires people from the common folk there to work at the academy.
What kind of town, huh?
Well, we can try meeting that cleaning person.
Maybe they're gonna be here. Jan, whatever. It's the entrance to the lecture hall. The doors say that it's lecture hall 2H. 2F. 2D. 2B. This is the lecture hall where Bellwether's body was found. Some kind of storage closet. There doesn't appear to be anything of note inside. That's what you think. But you're wrong. Wait, there was something? Oh, I guess it was just this again.
Repario Arcanum.
No magic here.
Maybe they're here.
Repario Arcanum.
No magic here. How do you feel about her? Poor Eris, her friend was falsely accused of murder and arrested.
I hope she's doing okay. Yeah, me too.
You're detecting fear from her again.
Well.
Somebody here has to agree with me that the blood is out of place. What do you think about this? Alright. Let's see if maybe we can finally talk to our client. You look around the barracks dungeon cells, but you don't see Wallace anywhere.
The Inquisition is probably still questioning him. We should come back later.
Let me just see if there's magic around.
Repario Arcanum.
No. I don't think we have anything new to show her. But I guess we can talk about his testimony. Here. Okay. How about her? As a mate from a noble house, you must have gone to school here. Did you know Catherine Bellwether while you were there? Wait, yeah, we already heard about this. What the hell? We already checked for magic, we already examined everything here. I don't know what to do or where to go.
Repario Arcanum.
What the hell? Also, why can't I go back to the library? Maybe there's something. Wait, Celeste, this room was close to the crime scene. Could you cast detect magic and scan for magical traces?
Sure. Did she just say scan for magical traces? Oh, I'll just get out of your way then.
Are you an illusion? Are you changing the way you look?
Well, she just bolted out of the room.
What was that about?
But yeah, nothing still. Very interesting ones. I keep accidentally switching to the wrong option because I still don't find it very clear what is selected. Are you here? Yes, you are. You spot Valentina again? She's speaking to someone in a blue color uniform. Oh. Could he be the custodian that she mentioned? Okay, so it was as easy as just picking Examine again. Fucking jeez. Jan, where have you been? You still haven't fixed the plumbing in the kitchen sinks.
Someone just died. Can't we take the day off for once?
You're causing trouble for me and Valentina. Please be reasonable. Wait, why is Valentina suddenly speaking in the third person? I guess they're twins and you are too stupid to realize. Or maybe, she's... Maybe, who knows? Ah, it's saying Valentina Janus question mark. And, occupation, age, and art are all question marked out. Oh, hello. Valentina? Oh, my apologies. I can see why you're confused. I'm not Valentina. I'm her sister, Valerie. Valerie! Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Beep, beep, beep. Are you trying to trick us or something? You look exactly the same. I mean, have you never heard of twins? You remember reading about something like this before? What the fuck? Like, is the concept of twins just crazy in this world? You two are identical twins, aren't you? You're both genetically identical to each other. Yes, we are. Wait, this means that she was the one who discovered the body alongside Valentina. Since we have you here, do you mind if I ask you some questions about what happened? I'm terribly sorry. But I've already spent a lot of time looking for Jan here. She looks like she's not exactly being truthful. I'm really behind on my work. But Jan was also nearby when we discovered the body. I'm sure he can answer your questions. Before you have a chance to object, Valerie quickly walks away. Well, geez. Wait! Do you want me to go after her? I'm pretty sure I can catch up to her. No, we don't want to scare both those two more than we already have. He's 36, a custodian, and does no magic. Anyways, Valeria said that Jan was around when the murder happened. Maybe he saw something. I think she said he was around when the body was discovered, but I guess that puts him pretty close to the crime scene too, when it happened, probably. Jan, was it? Do you mind if we ask you some questions about what happened?
Really? Well, whatever. At least I have an excuse to take a break now.
If you want to call it that, sure.
Repario Arcanum.
Just had to make sure. How about you? So, Jan, are you a part of the staff here? God damn it!
Yes, I'm a janitor. I clean and I do odd jobs here and there.
Well, apparently that's all he has to say about that. The murder? Valerie mentioned that you were close to the lecture hall 2B before they found the bellwether. What were you doing when the twins discovered the body?
I was cleaning the halls. Bellwether knocked over a vase and there were shards and dirt everywhere.
Wait, you saw the professor before the twins arrived?
Yeah, like I said, she broke the vase right in this hallway. It was probably 20 to 30 minutes before the twins found the body.
You might have been the last person to see her alive. Did you see where she went after breaking the vase?
Yeah, I think she went into that room over there.
Jan points to the lecture hall that Bellwether was found in. Wow, who would have thought? Did you see anyone else enter the lecture hall?
I'm honestly not sure. I was more worried about cleaning the mess she made.
Well, did you notice anything off about her?
She was in a pretty bad mood. But honestly, that's pretty normal for her. She was walking real slow. I didn't notice her at first, and she basically shoved me out of the way. After that, she knocked over that vase. I didn't even say anything after that, but she still yelled at me to be quiet.
Did you see where she went after that? What if she is actually still alive? And the twins are actually dead. And the reason we only ever see one of them at the same time is because Bellwether is disguising it as both of them. And that seems a little crazy, but I just said it, so maybe it's true. Did you see where she went, huh?
Not really, but the only thing that in that direction is Lecture Hall 2B. I can't imagine her going anywhere else.
30 minutes before the Yanis twins found the body, Bellwether walked past Jan in the West Wing quarter. He was in her path, so she shoved him out of her way. After that, she knocked over a vase and shattered it. Even though Jan didn't say anything to her, she yelled at him to be quiet. After this interaction, she walked into the lecture hall to. Okay, actually, like actual theory though, that isn't total crack. I think maybe she used illusion to turn one of those suits of armor, to make one of them look like her. She had Be Quiet pre-recorded, and, had it walk in there to create the illusion that she walked in there. What happened after that, and whether or not she's actually dead, I don't know, but that seems kind of like... Doesn't it? Catherine Bellwether. What can you tell me about her? I've heard that she had a pretty bad relationship with the staff.
She had a bad relationship with just about everyone. Students, the other teachers. I can't think of many people who actually did get along with her.
Can you think of at least one person? I'm sure you had your own share of bad experiences with her.
Yeah, she'd always yell at me when I was taking too long to get a job done. I hate to say it, but things are a lot more peaceful around here without her.
That's blunt, to say the least. But you don't exactly blame him for thinking that. Valentina mentioned something interesting. Did you tell her that Bellwether was... Did you tell her that Bellwether was going to fire the academy staff?
Yeah, I remember that.
What made you think that she was going to do something like that?
You know those arcane constructs in the library? They steal our jobs. Bellwether was the one that ordered them.
Oh yeah, they are so cool.
Well, a few weeks ago I overheard a meeting she was having with the headmaster. From what I heard, she was planning to order more constructs and entirely replace the staff.
Oh. They took our jobs.
Well,
I'm sure the headmaster rejected her proposal.
I don't know. From the way she was talking, it sounded like he didn't have any say in the matter.
But only the headmaster would have the authority to fire the staff. Why would she be that confident?
Don't know. All I know is that she hated having common folk in the schools, even among the staff.
Actually, from what we know, only the headmaster can order those constructs around, right? So maybe he actually sent the illusion of her going in there, making it seem like she couldn't have been in there for longer than when, she was found, much longer at least. But she was actually dead longer. I'm just saying the headmaster still says. And the recording of Be Quiet could have been on there for a while because, she was known to be a bit of a jerk. Look, man, I'm just throwing theories against the wall, and that one doesn't seem too unlikely.
All I know is that she hated having common folk in the schools, even among the staff. She was really miffed that he was hiring common folk from the community center.
Supposedly, Bellwether told the headmaster that she was planning to fire all of the academy staff and replace them with arcane constructs. This plan was overheard by Jan Hughes a few weeks ago. Are you aware of the foul smell in Lecture Hall 2B?
Yeah. Luckily, Arya isn't letting anyone into the lecture hall till the investigation's over. But I'll probably have to go to get to it eventually. Alchemical messes are always a pain to clean up. I'm not looking forward to that. I wonder if Arya can help me out like she used to.
Wait, do you personally know the prosecutor Sirwind?
She studied here a few years ago. She'd always help me out using her magic. I miss that.
Oh, she's so nice. That's my wife for you.
How is it work? How is working under Headmaster Edmund? It's great. I owe a lot to him for getting me this job. But I suppose these things never last. You must be talking about Bellwether's plan to fire the staff. I just really hope we don't lose our jobs to these gunthroats. Well, if there's any silver lining to Bellwether's death, it's that she can't carry out her plan. Damn, that's kind of heartless, man. While I do want to catch the real murderer, I don't have much pity for the people who abuse positions of power. Well, I can't blame you. I'm sure many people feel the same way. Are you friends with the Yana sisters? I wouldn't say we're friends exactly, but we do work together a lot. There was a lot of give and take among our co-workers. Us commoners got to stick together after all. After a while, we even made a system to warn each other about where Bellwether was. Bellwether was kind of a menace here, wasn't she? I think that detail about the system could have been important, but I guess it's not. At least not yet. How about her? What can you tell me about this? Oh, I was kind of hoping that everyone had at least something to say about her. That's not my department. He's not overly helpful. You know her? Oh wait. No, yes. No. But you might actually wait. Okay. You might have something to say about her, don't you? Have you met Prosecutor Sealwind? Not recently, but she used to go to school here a few years ago.
What was she like back then?
Oh, she was great. She'd always reprimand Bellwether when she'd pick on the students and staff. She was probably the only person in the school that would stand up to her. That's my wife for you. The students elected her as the student body president, and she took that job pretty seriously.
Wow, I never expected that.
Things were a lot better when she was here. I wonder if they are hiding bunny ears beyond those caps or something. Or some other kind of animal ears. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just dreaming. Maybe I'm just hoping. Hey friends, okay. I thought that would just bring up the same thing again. But I wanted to try it. We talked about him. What can you tell me about this? Okay. Alright. Oops. Wait, there's new info here. It's the entrance to the lecture hall. Or there isn't. I guess when a new scene begins, sometimes it counts as a new room, basically. What? I guess we're gonna move. Well, let's try the other rooms again before we go to the ones that might have actually changed in some interesting way. I guess maybe we can talk about this with him. That actually makes some sense. I guess not. Okay. I guess maybe if we bring up Jen, or these two specifically, or not. Mr. Hughes doesn't seem like the most reliable employee. It may appear as that, but he is actually quite reliable when a job needs to be completed. Really. When one wants to avoid work, they learn to perform as efficiently as possible. Yeah. I suppose laziness can be a virtue in that regard. Yeah, it's called being efficient. Yeah. One of the first times that I guess, found out or learned about myself that I'm lazy was when my parents came back from like a parent-teacher meeting. Those things happen. And my teacher apparently called me a minimalist. And I think my father was like, that she meant you were lazy. And I was like, yeah, I guess. And you know, that's just being efficient. It's a smart way to live. Totally. Never caused me any problems. Well, let's see if we can finally get this guy on board. Oh, hey.
It's over. My life is over.
Wallace?
Hey, who are you? What do you want?
No need to fight. I have a bodyguard. Yeah, I'm not gonna fight myself.
Wallace, it's Celeste and Tyrion. From the library, remember? Oh, right. How are you doing?
Apparently not well.
Please tell me you're going to get me out of here. I keep wanting to, telling them that I didn't do it. But they still won't let me go.
I'm sorry, Wallace, but we think you did it too, and we just wanted to poke fun at you. But they found traces of necromancy magic on the body. And because of that, they are going to push your case to trial.
What? Are they going to execute me? This can't be happening. I can feel these walls closing in. I can't breathe.
Calm down, my bro. Please calm down. We know that you're innocent. That said, would you let me represent you in court?
Oh, right. You said you were a lawyer. But I don't really have any money to pay you with.
Don't worry about that. For now, let's just focus on getting you acquitted.
What? Do they seriously want to help me? No, they want something from me, but... Well, I guess it doesn't matter anyways. It's not like I have anything else to lose.
That's not exactly the reaction you were expecting. But at least he's cooperating. We want blood for the blood god, and you have blood. Like most people do, but nobody would miss your blood, I guess. So, alibi?
I don't understand. I was with you in the library the entire time. Why do they still think I'm the murderer? It makes no sense,
Unless what?
You told the Inquisition, right? Did you tell them that I'm innocent? Did they frame me?
We did, but as we said before, there are traces of necromancy on the body. And with the state of the body, they believe that she was murdered with a necromancy spell. Apparently that makes you their prime suspect.
I see.
Wallace, you heard about the type of magic that you're studying?
Don't worry. The headmaster explained it to us already. I just want to use my necromancy to become a doctor, right?
I understand that you have reservations about talking about your magic, but in order to build a case for you, I need your spell compendium.
I don't have one.
I know, Eris already told us about that. That's why she gave us a blank one for you to attune to.
Do I have to?
It's your life on the line, and we need all the information we can get to help you.
Sorry, you're right. I'll attune to it.
What is the spell compendium? Wallace Nightgate's spell compendium. It contains the formulas for the following spells: Prestidigitation, Mend Wounds, Illusory Disguise, that's incriminating, Revive, Animate Corpse, also kind of incriminating maybe, actually, no, not really, not in this case, but maybe, who knows, and Necrotic Blight, well, that one could be a little incriminating. Prestidigitation, caster creates a simple and harmless visual effect around the hand. This effect will last for as long as they maintain concentration on the spell. That was also a spell in the last case that wasn't relevant, but it was there. Mend Wounds. Menace. 1 minute, no concentration. Heals the wounds of the target over the casting time. The wounds of the target are magically healed without leaving any scars or bruises. This spell can't restore missing limbs, nor can it revive someone who already died. Maybe Mend Wounds could explain the blood with a lack of, cutting wounds and such. Which might be incriminating once again. Illusory Disguise. Illusio. 1 hour, no concentration. Places an illusion on the target to completely change their visual appearance. The disguise moves with the target for the duration.
The disguise can make the target look 1 foot larger or smaller. Elements hidden by the spell are made invisible, and elements created by the spell are purely visual. You cannot make physical contact with it. Revive. Vivify. No, vivify. Just vivify. Yeah. Instant duration. No concentration, no gesture. Wow, that seems extremely good. Floods the target with life energy in an attempt to resuscitate them. It does not heal wounds sustained. Results may vary, but it cannot resuscitate someone who has been dead for more than a minute. Maybe what happened was... I don't know who, but somebody was maybe trying to heal the target by first closing their wounds, or maybe at first trying to revive, then close the wounds, then revive again. Who knows what the order was, doesn't matter. But it didn't work. And, well, you know, that might explain some of the parts that we know about the body. Animate corpse, neck crossed, 8 hours. Reanimates the target using life energy, creating an undead minion for the duration. The minion follows the caster's orders, but its intelligence is limited and it cannot speak. So that person that Jan saw could not have been an animated corpse. The minion can end the spell... What? The minion can end the spell prematurely, but will only do so if ordered to by the caster. Okay. Once the spell has ended, the undead will return to being a dead body. Necrotic Blight. Blighto. Point index finger. Instant. Pulls all of the life energy from the target, resulting in instant death. The spell does not wound the target, nor does it leave any physical evidence, but it still leaves a magical trace. You understand the reason why he's studying this type of magic, but the spells in this compendium are still pretty gruesome. It's a little terrifying that spells like this even exist. Sorry, I know I was being difficult. A long time ago I showed my compendium to someone I trusted. After she saw my necromancy spells, she told everyone in the academy.
Damn.
It's also when Professor Bellwether started coming after me.
I'm sorry, that must have been hard for you. But at least you had Eris.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. I was like almost under the impression that they actually weren't friends, and we were just making assumptions based on that one time that we saw them together. I just have a lot of suspicions about Eris, you know? Wallace and Eris. Not sitting in a tree because Eris is mine.
How did you and Eris become friends anyway?
She really is afraid / worried or something about Eris. Another hint of fear from her. Are her fears related to Eris? What? Why would you think that? That's crazy. Just because every time she brings her up or is brought up around her, that happens? That's crazy, bro. What are you talking about?
Oh, it's a bit of a strange story. Sometimes the other students would steal the ID number of my locker. Then they'd switch it with the one on another locker. They thought it was funny whenever the owner got angry with me. Eris had a bit of a reputation around our school. I'm not sure why, but everyone was scared of her, even the students from the nobility.
It was probably due to some baseless rumors.
One day, someone switched my nameplate with hers. I was so scared when she approached me, I couldn't even say anything. But she didn't get angry like the others. She just apologized and gave me back my nameplate. After that, she randomly started talking to me whenever she saw me.
A Gyaru who's nice to Otaku?
We became friends after that.
That's nice. It's a good thing he was able to find a friend in a place like this. I think I can already guess the answer to this question, but how was your relationship with Catherine Bellwether?
It's exactly what you'd expect. After word got out about what I was studying, Professor Bellwether would always target me. She'd start yelling at me for the smallest mistakes. She'd do that to some of the other students too, and she'd focus on the ones that were poor like me. That's terrible. I'd wake up each day dreading the possibility that she'd notice me in the hallways. I knew how to avoid her and stay out of the way. But sometimes she'd just come looking for me. I can't believe that after everything that she did, she's just gone.
You must have mixed emotions about what happened.
I honestly don't know how to feel about it. To be honest, I always wished she would just disappear. But now that it's finally happened, I just feel even more afraid. It feels like she's going to come back from the grave to haunt me.
Well, you're the necromancer here. Even with Bellwether gone, his trauma still will still probably linger. So I have to ask, if it's caused you so much trouble, why are you still studying necromancy?
I want to use it to become a doctor.
That master told us the same thing. But you could have just stopped after learning the healing spells. Why are you learning spells that can still steal people's life force and raise undead?
Life and death are two sides of the same coin. That's the key principle behind necromancy. The first undead was actually a failed attempt to resurrect a human being using magic.
Yeah, obviously. Probably, yeah.
Wow, I never knew that. Right now, basic necromancy can only heal injuries and wounds, but it can't do anything for diseases or deformities.
Huh.
If I could just keep studying, I know that I can create a new type of necromancy. One that can cure diseases and save lives.
He specifically wants to cure diseases. Did something happen to him to motivate him that much? I think I'm starting to put things together now.
Have you figured something out?
Yeah, I just need to take some time to think through everything. The prosecution wants to implicate Wallace despite his alibi. They wouldn't have a reason to do this unless the evidence heavily implicated him. How does the evidence implicate Wallace? We've learned that Wallace is a necromancer, and he's the only person at the academy that's capable of high-level necromancy. Or is he? A magical trace of necromancy was found on the body. There's a trace of necromancy on the body.
This means that they think that Wallace used one of his necromancy spells. Even without seeing the traces, it's pretty obvious that magic was used on the body.
Right, because there aren't any wounds on it. And the autopsy report found no signs of poison or disease. Which spell did they think Wallace used? If I know Prosecutor Searwind, she probably already has a theory on which spell that he might have used. The prosecution will probably argue that Wallace used one of his spells to kill Bellwether. Necrotic Blight. I mean, I guess it's part of, like, you know, what I said earlier about how somebody used necromancy to try to heal and revive a dead body. Maybe that was Wallace. That's his name, right? But maybe the body was disguised, or maybe, you know, maybe Bellwether really isn't dead and it was somebody else, and I don't know. Many possibilities. But, you know, there is no proof that blight was used to kill it, right? It's very possible that it was indeed a cut or something that killed the person, and the necromancy was the attempt at healing. They'll probably say that he used necrotic blight.
That makes sense. Necrotic blight would have drained the life force from her body.
Pool of blood, yeah. Bloodstain under the body has been updated in your notes. This is strange because she wouldn't have been wounded by necrotic blight. That's what I've been saying the entire time! But that's where the contradiction lies. Let's suppose that Wallace did kill Bellwether using necrotic blight. There's something at the crime scene that wouldn't be there if that were true. What is wrong with the crime scene? We just had it updated in the fucking thing. Why are you asking me? Bellwether's body was found in blood. What? There's something on the body that shouldn't be there. Yeah. Bellwether's body was found, was covered, was destroyed, was missing, was found. Was covered in blood? Come on, dog! They really should have made it so that multiple answers can be counted as correct, because what I just said was, like, also true. Same in the first case, there were some cases. where I was right, but the game wanted something specific, different. Necrotic Blight is a spell that doesn't inflict any visible wounds. There shouldn't have been any blood on the body.
But then what really happened?
That's the last piece. And if I had to guess, the information we need is being hidden by one of the witnesses who discovered the body.
Valentina?
She's definitely hiding something. Did you notice how she reacted when I asked you to scan the room?
Yeah, she ran away. She didn't even try to be subtle about it.
With the way she reacted, I think she may have been trying to hide herself from your detect magic. Which can only mean that there's a magical trace on her.
I wonder what she's trying to hide.
There's only one way to find out. The next time you see her, could you subtly cast detect magic and scan her?
Alright. It's been a while since we talked to her. Valerie also mentioned that they still had work to do there today. She might be back in the Academy's kitchen now.
You seem to be good friends with Eris, despite your reputation.
Yeah, I have no idea why she spends time with me.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to imply.
No, I get it. But it looks like everyone at the Academy is scared of her. Maybe she likes spending time with you because she understands your situation? Maybe.
What can you tell me about this?
Sorry, I can't tell you much about that.
You know anything about these? I guess you were there when we encountered them, weren't you? Or was he? Maybe not. Alright, let's move.
Those two are finally gone.
Or are we?
I can finally get some cleaning done.
Or I guess maybe she wasn't talking about us. Okay, there she is. Use detect magic to scan her from here.
Right.
Just don't shout the incantation while like you always do.
I know that. Alright, here goes. Prepare your Arcane. What the?
What is it?
There's a trace of magic on her.
I knew it. Which school of magic is it?
It's necromancy.
Oh.
There's a trace of necromancy on her.
What? Maybe she's the first case of a real resuscitated person, zombie. Who knows? Could just be that she got healed. Valentina's magical trace is found. No, wait. Valentina has a magical trace of necromancy on her. Someone cast a necromancy spell on her within the last 48 hours. What do we know?
What do we do now?
You're still not sure how this fits in with everything. For now, let's talk to her and see if we can get more information out of her. If all else fails, we can confront her with the evidence we have.
Oh, it's you two again. They're back. Okay, just relax. All I have to do is repeat what I told them last time.
Unfortunately for her, that won't work this time. Well, let me drink some of my drink real quick. Miss Yanis, did you know that there's a trace of necromancy on Bellwether's body?
That's what he used to kill the professor, right? The necromancy spell?
That's the thing. If that were true, a lot of the evidence we found doesn't make sense. I think someone else cast a spell on the body. Is it possible that you saw someone use magic on Bellwether?
No, definitely not. Calm down, there's no way they know.
Her thoughts are an open book now. If you beat her in an argument, her thoughts might show you what she's hiding. Well, Valentina Yanis' psychological profile is complete. Well, that was easy. We haven't saved. Like ever. Well, let's get arguing. Valentina clearly knows more than she's letting on. She found the body alongside her sister and reacted strangely when you mentioned someone may have used magic on the body. What is she hiding? start an argument with that. Yes. Argument. Let's read that profile first, I guess. Valentina is more concerned with protecting herself than doing the right thing. She will continue to hide her secrets unless she thinks that doing so is dangerous for her. She sees Wallace as a villainous necromancer and will not feel pity for him. Damn. So I guess we can... I'm looking for a specific word. Let's just say we can deduce that she did not get healed by him, at least, you know, because the trace is on her. So whatever necromancy is on her is not a positive thing that he did to her. Messianus, from the very beginning, I felt like you've been hiding something from us. There's something that you're not telling us about.
What are you talking about?
My conscience is clear. Hey, we saw that in the tutorial for this mechanic, didn't we?
I told you and the knights everything I know. I've got nothing to hide.
Okay. My conscience is clear. Claims that contradict a piece of evidence. Need to stay calm. My conscience is clear. Use this against claims that contradict thoughts. Claims that contradict displayed emotion. So her conscience is clear, but she's stressed out. But wait, contradict thoughts. No. Well, both of them, I guess, kind of, but I guess mostly the emotion seems off, right? If her conscience is so clear, why is she so afraid and or stressed? Right? Claims that contradict the displayed emotion. Messianus, it's clear to anyone how nervous you are. I can practically see the fear you're emanating right now. Yeah, I can literally see it, not just practically. Just tell us the truth. It'll be a lot easier for the both of us.
Let's say I were hiding something. Which I'm not, by the way. I don't have to tell you anything. Why should I tell you anything? I know my rights.
Oh. My client is innocent. By withholding your testimony, you're condemning him to a wrongful conviction. She doesn't care. Rationalize. You have nothing to lose by telling us what happened. I know that you're not the murderer. I'll make sure you're protected. Threaten. You've already given your statement to the Inquisition. If the truth comes out, what do you think they'll do when they realize you lied to them? I feel like threatening would be more effective on her, specifically. But I'm not sure how I feel about this specific threat. Like, you've already given your statement to the Inquisition. If the truth comes out, what do you think then? I don't know. But you have nothing to lose, I don't know. Let's say we know she's not the murderer and we'll protect her. You have nothing to lose by telling us what happened. I know that you're not the murderer, and I'll make sure you're protected.
Why would I ever trust you?
I just met you today. Oh shit. She's right. He has very little reason to trust you. Okay. Well, I guess you're just being sent right back here, huh? Alright, I guess we'll threaten her. I didn't want to do it, but I guess we'll do it. You've already given your statement to the Inquisition. If the truth comes out, what do you think they'll do when they realize you lied to them? Who are you protecting, Messianus?
You talk a big game, but I bet you can't actually prove anything, can you? You think I'm lying to protect someone? I don't know anyone who can use magic. I don't even know any mages. And I definitely didn't see anyone use magic on the body.
Valentina has a magical trace of necromancy on her. We could say that. I mean, obviously she knows people who can do magic, you know, all of the students here and the teachers and shit, but I don't think that's the point. I don't know, I guess we're going with the traces on her. You can't hide the truth from us, Messianus.
What?
You said that you've never even seen a necromancy spell before? If that were true, then why is there a trace of necromancy on you?
Wait, what? There's a trace of necromancy on me?
I guess she wasn't aware of that. Argument 1. What? Did she not know about the spell that was cast on her? No, that doesn't make any sense.
If she didn't know about the trace, she wouldn't have avoided Celeste back then, yeah. I guess she just didn't know it was necromancy. She thought it was some other kind of magic. There must be an explanation for this. You successfully argued against Valentina Janus. This is crazy. Why is there a trace of necromancy on me? Am I going to die? Am I going to become a zombie? That's strange. Is she really unaware that a spell was cast on her? Or is she playing dumb? Why doesn't Valentina know that the spell was necromancy? She knows that someone used magic on her, but she doesn't know that spell was necromancy. The spell cast on Valentina healed her. So I was right about that. I guess she just didn't know, like many apparently didn't, that necromancy can be used to heal. Calm down, Mrs. Janus. Not all necromancy spells relate to the undead. Healing spells are also from the school of necromancy. Healing spells? Oh, just from that time she healed that cut. That implies that she knows a mage who studies healing magic. Could it be her sister? Could that person be a student here? Sorry, I just remembered that there's something else I have to do. I'll be right back. Hey, come back here. She ran away again. I can catch her. There's no way she can outrun me. No, the Inquisition is still stationed around the surrounding areas. They'd probably intervene if we started harassing one of the witnesses. Yeah, that's true. But we weren't able to learn anything. Actually, I did learn one thing. She has a friend who cast a healing spell on her. Yeah, that means more than one person knows necromancy around here. Because it certainly wasn't our friend. She didn't like him. Really? How did you figure that out? Good deductive reasoning. Wow. Well, healing magic is also a form of necromancy, right? I guess that explains the trace on her. It's a good thing we know Wallace. Otherwise, we might have also thought that the necromancer was trying to kill her. Wait a minute. That's it. What? Did you figure something out? This whole time we've been wondering why there's a trace of necromancy on the body. It isn't because someone attacked Bellwether with a necromancy spell, yeah. It's because someone used necromancy in an attempt to heal her, yeah, and it was probably her sister. That explains, how that happened. Because there was talk of them trying to resuscitate her, and failing. Oh, I see. It doesn't matter what type of necromancy spell someone uses. Spells from the same school of magic leave the same type of trace. It's not just that, the body clearly has blood on it. What would happen if someone used a healing spell on a wounded body? It would close all the body's wounds. In other words, it would remove any cuts or bruises. While interrogating Valentina may have been a dead end, but it still gave us just what we needed to win this case. I'm not so sure that was the dead end. It was a dead end. What do you mean? It's not that suspicious that she asked someone to heal her if she injured herself. But if it's only that, why would she go to so much trouble to hide it? It's too coincidental. The wounds on the body were healed by an unknown person, and the person who found the body is hiding the identity of the healer. They have to be the same person. I guess that makes sense. So, what do we do now? Valentina is definitely onto us. I doubt we'll get a third chance to speak with her. Hopefully, what we have now is enough to acquit Wallace. You've done everything you can. Use what you've learned to poke holes in the prosecution's case. I guess we're not talking to my wife again. And if that doesn't work, you can drag Valentina onto the witness stand and pull the truth out of her. You just hope that what she's hiding is enough to acquit Wallace. I don't think the chance is high, because that'll just be the first day of the case. Spoiled de novo. She's cute. I demand to know why you're holding onto my rapier. It's a precious family heirloom, and I want it back. It's evidence in the current case. Evidence the professor was killed with necromancy. Was she, though? Why are you asking me? You're the one who's investigating this. I suppose it doesn't matter. Just know that I will bring her murder to justice. Murderer. No matter who it may be.
Save the game. Yes.
Yeah. Alright, it's time for the trial. Just take deep breaths and relax. Hi, Tyrion. Celeste. Don't sneak up on me like that. Why are you so nervous? It's not as if this is your first time defending someone. I can't help it. There's something about this building that just fills me with anxiety. Anxiety, the source of magic, maybe. Yeah, it's too bad Ruby couldn't make it. I'd say that you should calm down for Wallace's sake, but... There are so many people here. And they're all staring at me. Their eyes are prying into me like a pack of flesh-eating maggots. Gross. Don't worry, Wallace. Our investigation revealed a lot of weaknesses in the prosecution's case. We have a strong case for your acquittal. Okay. See, you can be confident when you want to be. It's strange. Something is calming about Wallace's anxiety. Huh. It's like he just absorbs the tension out of you and into himself. Like some kind of drain life spell. But good. Drain death.
Court is now in session for the trial of Wallace Nightgrave.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is also ready. Very well, let's begin the proceedings. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges?
The defendant is a student at the Wyvernguard Imperial Academy. Mr. Nightgrave is charged with first-degree murder, negligent misuse of the arcane arts, and illegal practice of advanced necromancy.
Necromancy? Do you mean to tell me that the defendant is a necromancer? I can't believe it! The necromancer? In this day and age? How could the kingdom let this happen?
Your Honor, I would like to remind the court they should view my client objectively.
Of course, but one can easily see it from the list of charges. Necromancy plays a large role in the charges.
Indeed, the crime occurred within the academy this morning. The victim is Catherine Bellwether, a professor at the school. Although there were no witnesses, traces of necromancy were detected on the body. Furthermore, the autopsy report shows that the body has no physical wounds.
I see.
Necromancy is the only type of magic that can harm an individual without physically wounding them. And additionally, the alchemist report shows no signs of poison or disease. Therefore, one can only conclude that the necromancer had committed the crime. As many of you know, necromancy is held under high scrutiny by the Crown. Aside from the defendant, no other students were permitted to learn advanced necrotic magic. As such, the defendant was the only mage in that building capable of committing the murder.
Well.
You say that, but I think you already know better. To some degree.
I see, that is certainly compelling evidence.
To properly present our case, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orem White to the stand.
It's my good friend Orem.
Commander White, please testify to the court about the Inquisition's findings.
Oh, yeah.
Boom. I kind of like that sound.
It started when the City Watch got a call from the Imperial Academy. Someone was attacked and the whole building was put on lockdown. We set up a perimeter around the area and waited for the lockdown system to deactivate. When we finally got into the building, the prosecutor personally inspected the body and detected traces of necromancy on it. There were no cuts or bruises on the body either. The entire body was clean. With those two pieces of evidence, we concluded that it could only be the necromancer kid that did it.
Oh. The Inquisition's testimony is just as you expected. You've already found and identified the holes in Steelwind's case. All you have to do is find that hole in the commander's testimony.
Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination.
Ding.
Started.
What time did this call come in?
A little after 3 p.m.
It was a few minutes after the murder was discovered. Right, you remember that that was around the time the lockdown occurred. Perimeter. Right, the lockdown can't be ended manually. So they must have been forced to wait for the 1 hour duration to elapse. How secure was this perimeter? Is it possible that someone slipped past you? The Inquisition was working in conjunction with the City Watch and the Kingsguard. With that many people at the scene, it's very unlikely that anyone escaped unnoticed. True, for better or worse, the kingdom will act quickly to protect a building filled with nobles. Personally, blah, trace of necromancy. Why did the prosecutor inspect the body instead of the Inquisition? Or rather, why did the prosecutor? Well, how I conducted the investigation is irrelevant to the proceedings. Or would you like to insinuate that I'm not as competent as Commander White? You don't question her competency, but it's still a bizarre decision on her part. While the court admits that the prosecutor's actions are unorthodox, we see no reason to question the prosecutor's abilities. Thank you, Your Honor. No cuts or bruises, the entire body was clean. How carefully was the body checked? Perhaps the prosecution missed something? The coroner couldn't find even the smallest cut, bruise, or fracture on the body. Furthermore, the alchemist's report showed no signs of poison or disease. The coroner was actually astounded at how unscathed the body was. That makes sense. If someone had used mend wounds on the body, it would have healed even the most minor of injuries. The question is, how do you prove that? With those two pieces of evidence, we concluded that it can only be the necromancer. So yeah, how do we present something here? Here or here? Or here? I guess maybe here we present the blood. I think this is what we do, right? Objection! Commander White, it appears that you've neglected to mention one key detail of the crime scene. Yeah, what was that? During your testimony, you said the entire body was clean. I will admit that there weren't any wounds on the body. However, the body was certainly not clean. At the scene of the crime, there was a large pool of blood located where the body was. This blood came from the victim's body, and it was definitely not clean like the commander testified. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I fail to see the significance of this. How? Are you blind, Mr. Judge? I'd like to remind the court of the prosecution's case against my client. They are accusing him of murdering the victim using necrotic blight, a spell which would not have physically wounded the victim. So why was there any blood at all? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The fact still stands. There were no wounds on the body, nor were there any reports of poison or disease on the autopsy. Why do you keep bringing up poison or disease? I mean, I guess like it's a detail that needs mentioning once, but not every time. There are clearly magical elements in this case. But Catherine Bellwether was bleeding profusely at some point. How else would there be a blood stain on the body? Do you have an explanation for that, Miss Steelwind? No, I'll admit that the prosecution doesn't have an explanation for that. And while I do find the circumstances questionable, all other evidence clearly points to the defendant. Which spell would leave a trace of necromancy? If the victim wasn't killed with necromancy, why was there a trace of it on the body? I'm glad you asked. I'd like to present a spell that could have left a trace of necromancy on the body. It's mend wounds. Mend wounds. Mend wounds. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that a healing spell? That's correct, Your Honor. Spells from the School of Necromancy can control the forces of death and life. Mend wounds is in fact a necromancy spell. Really now? I wasn't aware of this. Boom. Now I'd like the court to consider the following. What would happen if Bellwether was wounded and someone attempted to heal her using mend wounds? All of her wounds would disappear from her body. I see.
Objection!
Do you honestly think I'm that incompetent, Mr. Cuthbert? Frankly, I'm a little insulted. Well, you did act like you didn't know anything. What? The Inquisition is well aware of what happens when a mage attempts to save a victim using mend wounds. The healers that arrived at the scene already confirmed that the victim was long dead. None of them attempted to heal her.
Well, what if someone tried to heal her and didn't report it?
Please, none of the healers would have anything to gain by doing so. In fact, as a necromancer, the defendant could have easily carried out the described scenario. He could have cast mend wounds on the victim after murdering her to confound the investigation.
At the end of the day, the burden of proof is on you. But if you could just find out who healed the body, this case is yours. And whoever this healer is, Valentina definitely knows her. Well, yeah. Your Honor, I will admit that I don't have any evidence to support my theory. However, I do believe that we can bring it to light. There may have been 2 people that witnessed someone cast magic on the body. Valentina and Valerie Yanis, the sisters who discovered the body.
This is nonsense. We've already questioned those 2 witnesses extensively. If they had witnessed something like that, it would have come up in their testimony.
If that's true, then you have nothing to lose by hearing the testimonies.
Very well, if you're so confident, let's hear the witness's testimony.
You know, this pose makes me wonder about that cane that she's always using to stomp the ground and quiet down the place, I guess. Is it flat at the bottom so that it can just stand there while she's crossing her arms like that? Or does she have like a stand for it next to her that she puts it on when she's not slamming into the ground? Very, very important questions that will definitely come up at some point. It seems the prosecution has no objections. However, if this line of questioning leads nowhere, I will see no reason to further prolong this trial. Do you understand, Mr. Cuthbert? Of course, Your Honor. Why are we always on the back foot?
Oh crap, it's that guy from before. Is he the necromancer's lawyer?
She just got on the stand and she's already stressed out. This could work in your favor.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. My name? Witness, there's no need to be so nervous. We merely want to hear about what you saw on the day of the murder. Right, it's just that guy over there, You mean Mr. Cuthbert? Did this man harass you, witness?
Wait a minute.
Yeah. He, super harassed me.
How shameful. Well, I would expect a member of our justice system to behave more professionally.
Oh, shut up. Anyway, please state your name and occupation for the court, Miss Yanis. Just calm down, he can't prove anything. My name is Valentina Yanis. I'm a member of the kitchen staff at the Wyverngard Imperial Academy. As I recall, you were one of the witnesses who discovered the body. Apparently, the defense finds your involvement suspect. Rest assured, Miss Yanis. In this courtroom, you will be protected from Mr. Cuthbert's harassment. Ugh. Now please testify to the court on what happened that day. Yeah. I was walking with my sister in the West Wing when we noticed something in a nearby classroom. We looked over to see what it was, and that's when we saw Miss Bellwether bleeding on the ground. My sister tried her best to help her, but the professor had already lost a lot of blood. While my sister did that, I used an emergency communication device to call for help.
The fact that you're just talking about how she was bleeding when you found her already kind of incriminates you, doesn't it? Not of the crime, but of what I'm about to reveal.
But it was too late. By the time her bleeding stopped, she'd already lost too much blood. If your theory is true, that means she just lied in her testimony. She's definitely holding something back.
She definitely saw more than she's letting on. You just need to prove that somehow. I don't think she lied. I think she just wasn't specific about how they tried to stop the bleeding, right? Or I guess maybe there was a third person, but I think why would she try to hide somebody's necromantic arts if it wasn't her own sister? Unless maybe the other person was also a friend of them. It wouldn't be Jan, would it? Also, I guess I just realized Jan the janitor. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination, but keep the harassment to a minimum. So, I mean, I guess press everything, huh? I don't think I have anything to prove here yet, so... Dressing time. Where were you two coming from?
We came from the kitchen. We were taking a break after the lunch rush.
The cafeteria is on the west side of the academy.
It's believable that they'd be on that side of the building. What did you see in the classroom, Miss Yanis?
Did you notice anything else strange in the lecture hall?
Well, there was that terrible smell. It was awful. I almost couldn't see because of how much I was tearing up. But other than that, I was mostly focused on the professor.
It makes sense. It would be hard to notice anything else.
Yeah, how did she do that?
She tried to help her. Miss Yanis, how exactly did your sister try to help Miss Bellwether? Yeah, that's the important part.
What? Yeah, I slipped up. Oh, my sister used first aid to try to stop the bleeding.
I see. Could you please add that detail to your testimony?
Yeah, sure.
She used first aid and applied pressure to her wound to stop the bleeding. Your sister knows how to use a first aid kit.
Yeah, it was covered in our training when we first started working. With all the nobles around, I guess the headmaster wanted to make sure we were prepared.
Let's just press the rest, even though what we just got is probably where we want to say something. A device.
It's an artificery device that allows for long-range communication. Some of those devices are placed around the school for use during emergency.
I see. So, who did you contact?
I wasn't sure, honestly. I could hear a lot of people talking on the other end.
Huh.
That particular device broadcasts to the headmaster's office and the City Watch barracks. I imagine that's why the headmaster was able to activate the lockdown so quickly.
I see. But it was too late. I guess let's just press everything, and maybe get some more info. I see, that must have been a difficult experience for both of you.
Yeah, it was especially hard on my sister. I think she blames herself for not being able to save her. We didn't like Professor Bellwether, but we still didn't want her to die.
She seems sincere when she says that. Yeah, as I said, I don't think she's lying here.
She's just, being not specific.
And you don't see any dissonant thoughts through the eye either.
Honestly, her testimony makes a lot of sense. It's hard to figure out which parts she might be lying about.
There has to be a contradiction here somewhere.
Your theory is that Valentina saw someone use mend wounds on Bellwether. You should focus on the statements that describe how they both interacted with her.
Yeah, obviously. She used first aid and applied pressure onto her wound to stop the bleeding. Wow. That would leave traces of a wound, though, wouldn't it? Bellwether told the no. Autopsy died. No signs of cuts or bruising. I guess that's the one, right?
Objection!
Witness, what is the meaning of this? What? Why are you looking at me like that?
I guess she... Okay, no, it is us who's doing it. Maybe I can elaborate, Miss Yanis. You weren't present in the gallery earlier, were you?
No, I was waiting in the lobby. Lady Steelwind told me to wait there.
Well, I suppose I should consider myself lucky. You see, Miss Yanis, one key element of the case is that the body didn't have any wounds on it.
Yeah, so?
So please explain to the court, Miss Yanis. How did Valerie apply first aid when there shouldn't have been any wounds on the body?
What? No, I screwed up. But I saw that wound on her. What happened?
Wait, so she doesn't even know that her sister used heal wounds, whatever? There's certainly something in this here, but I'm afraid I don't fully understand the implications of this. Are you accusing the witness of committing perjury, Mr. Cuthbert? When someone lies, they stay as close to the truth as possible while changing minute details. In her thoughts, Valentina said that she was sure that she saw a wound on Bellwether, and she also mentioned that Valerie was the one who tried to save the professor. If
If she didn't try to save Bellwether with first aid, could she have used magic instead? Her sister could be the one mage that you're looking for. Yeah. The witness was lying, Your Honor, but not about everything. Valerie Yanis did try to save the victim's life by dressing her wounds, but she didn't use first aid. She used magic. No, he found us out. Okay, so she didn't.
Objection!
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but your theory is completely flawed. How so, Miss Deerwind? Well, it's quite simple. Do you, like, for some reason I just got this longing for some coconut chocolate stuff, but I don't have anything like that. Life is suffering, never-ending torture. Well, it's quite simple. We've already verified that neither of the sisters are mages. Have you made absolutely sure, though? What? Wait, how can you be so sure? During the investigation, we had both the Yanis sisters attuned to a spell compendium, It's standard procedure for the Inquisition when interviewing witnesses. Did you have them both do it at the same time whilst watching both of them? Because if not, then they could have done a little switcheroo. And or used illusion magic or something. Then that means... That's correct. Neither of the Yanis sisters could attune to a compendium. Haha, that's right. The Inquisition checked us both. Neither of us are mages. Yeah, that was close. Damn it, were you wrong about Valerie being a mage then? After reading her thoughts, clearly not. No, that can't be right. Yeah, you found us out. Her thoughts said you found us out. That means that you were on the right track. Valerie has to be the mage you're looking for. Celeste, is it possible for a mage to hold a spell compendium and avoid tuning to it? No, it just needs to be on the person. When I was arrested, the Inquisition also made me attune to one of their spell compendiums. They were really careful to make sure that I did the attunement correctly. There's no way a mage could avoid tuning to a compendium with them watching you. Right, Commander White may be negligent sometimes, but even he isn't that careless. Now, if you're done, I do believe that you've exhausted all your options. Wait, I'm still not done cross-examining the witness. What could you possibly hope to glean from her testimony? Valentina should be stressed out enough to see more of her thoughts. But you can't exactly say that you're planning to read her mind. There's one key element of her testimony that the court is overlooking. I have a right as an attorney to complete my cross-examination. Your Honor, the defense is clearly trying to buy time. I might be compelled to agree with you. However, I'll also admit that some elements of the witness's testimony are quite peculiar. I will allow the defense to perform one more cross-examination. That was close. But know that this is your last chance, Mr. Cuthbert. If you produce nothing substantial, I will pass my verdict. Of course, Your Honor. Alright, it's all or nothing. If you can't find anything by reading her mind, this whole case is finished. Witness, please give your testimony once more. Okay. Damn it, how long does he plan to keep me up here? The how long question. Makes me once again think about the time limit on illusion spells or something. Also, let me drink some water, okay? Like I said, my sister and I saw Miss Bellwether bleeding on the ground. We rushed over to her. I was definitely surprised when I saw her like that. Now that you mention it, I don't know if I saw any wounds on her, but I definitely saw blood. I can't go back on that now. I just need to play dumb. My sister tried to save her, but she didn't use any magic. Valerie, you're too kind-hearted for your own good. Neither of us is a mage. Both of us had that book the knights gave us. I was caught off guard when they asked us. They almost found us out. The commander was watching us the whole time. He can confirm it. It's a good thing that we're twins, or else that trick wouldn't have worked. Ah, see, I was right. What are we going to do? They have pretty hard proof that Valerie isn't a mage. Valerie is the mage we're looking for, I'm sure of it. I'm just not sure why they felt the need to lie to the Inquisition. And more importantly, how did they trick the Inquisition? Press! That matches the details of her previous testimony. You have no reason to doubt this. Okay. It sounds like you're just backtracking on your previous testimony. I'm not. I just assumed she was wounded because of all the blood. How was I supposed to know that someone closed her wounds? Her thoughts imply that she's lying, but her logic is sound. You need to look at her other statements and the thoughts that accompany them. Wait, I just noticed that the prompt for the evidence thing looks different. Valerie wasn't the one who closed her wounds. How did she try to help her? I don't know. She might have been looking for an open wound to apply first aid to. But if we assume that you're telling the truth, there wouldn't have been wounds to find. My client would have already closed them to confound the investigation. I'm telling you, I don't know. It's hard to work with her pleading ignorance of what happened. Maybe you should try to... So what's this about? Interpret. Ah, okay. So I don't need to present evidence. I just need to, do this. But we might as well press the rest. Or this at least. They almost found them out? Can I assume that this book was an unattuned spell compendium? Yes, the Inquisition has a myriad of them. It's standard procedure to have witnesses attuned to them. But doesn't the kingdom require the Magus Register? That Magus Register? Why don't you just cross-reference those records with witnesses' names? For whatever reason, many mages among the common folk dislike the concept of registering. As a result, many of them choose to hide their powers illegally. That's why she doesn't, want to be found out, because that's not legal and they have some reason to hide it. Well, let's interpret, I guess.
Objection!
Messianus, your thoughts betray you. What? Found the thought. They must have done something, but what? It must have happened when Commander White was interrogating them. Orim was the one who collected their statements. Did you notice? Alright, they were dancing around him, right? Right? Yeah, that must have been the trick, the setup. Did you notice anything off about their behavior? From what he said, they had a few quirks, but nothing too suspicious. Quirks? He told me that they were running and spinning around him during questioning. What does that mean? I have no idea. Perhaps they were still on edge after finding their co-worker murdered. Running and spinning. Her thoughts also said it's a good thing that we're twins. How did the twins trick the Inquisition? This means that their so-called trick would have worked wouldn't have worked if they weren't twins. Valentina... Oh wait, I guess Orin incorrectly, or maybe it switched. Okay, no. Valentina switched places with Valerie. Of course, they switched places. Valentina attuned to the first spell compendium. Then she pretended to be Valerie to attune to the second one. That's exactly what I was saying. Commander White couldn't tell the difference between them. Messianus, there's something I want to confirm. During the investigation, both you and Valerie attuned to the spell compendium. Am I correct? Yeah, that night watched us do it. And how did he have you do this? Did you both attune to those compendiums at the same time? Or did you attune one after the other? What? No way, does he know what we did? I fail to see how that makes any difference, Mr. Cuthbert.
Yes, I agree. The spell compendiums would work regardless of what order they went in.
You may not be aware of this, Your Honor, but Valentina and Valerie Ianus are identical twins, which means that their physical appearances are nearly identical to each other. If Commander White didn't have them attuned at the same time, what would stop the twins from switching places with each other?
Objection!
This is clearly nothing but a baseless conjecture. Well, then why don't we have them reattune at the same time right now? Orim wouldn't fail at such a basic task. Are you sure? Really, Prosecutor Searwind? Do you find it hard to believe that Commander White would fail at a task like that? Wait a minute, this is crazy. We didn't trick the Inquisition. My sister and I are not mages. Then prove it, Messianus. Bring in your sister and we'll have you attuned to 2 spell compendiums at the same time. No, wait.
Order in the court. It's clear that we won't get anywhere unless we test the defense's theory. Bailiff, escort Valerie and Giannis to the stand and bring 2 unattuned spell compendiums.
They both had their hands on those compendiums for the last 10 minutes. There's no way they can fake it in front of this many people.
All right, that's the moment of truth. You can only hope that your theory is correct.
No. Did she seriously?
What is it, Prosecutor Searwind? What do you see?
What I see is Commander White seeking new employment in the near future. It appears that the defense was correct. Valentina Giannis isn't a mage, but Valerie Giannis is.
Bada bing.
What's more, Valerie Giannis' compendium contains the Mendoon spell, which makes the defense's theory entirely plausible. Please, just allow me to explain. We should allow you to explain what exactly? You're an unregistered mage, and you and your sister have made fools out of all of us with your perjury, and
potentially caused the potential execution of an innocent guy. I mean, obviously that won't happen, but that blood would have been on your hands.
How would you know what it's like, Lady Steelwind? What? Did you think we didn't notice your name? You're not like us. You don't have to hide. Whatever, this whole situation has gotten out of hand. I didn't think hiding it would cause so much trouble. And I won't let someone go to prison because of me, even if he is a necromancer. Okay, now you're being honest finally. Please let me testify about what I saw. I'll tell you what really happened that day.
Very well, but understand that there will be repercussions for your actions, witness.
Yes, I know. My sister and I were walking in the hallway from the kitchen to the foyer. Then I suddenly spotted the professor lying in a pool of blood in a nearby classroom. Valentina used the communication device to call for help while I tried to save her. I saw that she was bleeding, so I cast Mend Wounds on her to close the wounds. But it was too late. I closed the hole in her stomach, but she was already dead.
There was a hole in her stomach. Your Honor, as you can clearly see from the witness testimony, the trace of necromancy was left by the witness, not my client. What's more, it's clear that there was a physical wound on the body. I see. Well, his words trail off. He clearly doesn't want to pass a verdict when there's no clear culprit. But he has no choice. The case against Wallace is predicated on Bellwether being killed by necromancy. With Valerie's testimony, the prosecution doesn't have a shred of evidence implicating him. And that's when she says... Well, in a second. So, well, very well, the court sees no reason to prolong this trial. With these new developments, the court has no choice but to find Wallace Knight the grave not...
Objection!
There we go.
I believe the court is ignoring one key detail of the witness's testimony.
And what would that be, Miss Steelwind?
Let's re-examine the witness's testimony.
I'm curious how she's gonna spin that.
Valentina used a communication device to call for help while I tried to save her. I saw that she was bleeding, so I cast Mend Wounds on her to close the wounds. But it was too late. I closed the hole in her stomach, but she was already dead. The communication device that Valentina Giannis used logs the time of day during each use. From this log, we know that Valentina used this device at 3:04 p.m. This was an hour after the time of death.
Where are you going with this? What, are you going to say that she was killed by a necromancy and we can't prove that she wasn't, and then she also got a hole in her stomach from somewhere else?
Mr. Cuthbert, there was a witness who saw the victim before the body was found, Jan Hughes. He, along with another witness, spotted Bellwether walking in the hallways before the body was found. Another witness.
I was cleaning in the halls. Bellwether knocked over a vase. There were shards and dirt everywhere. It was probably 20 to 30 minutes before the twins found the body.
20 to 30 minutes before the body was found? Do you see the discrepancy, Mr. Cuthbert?
Wait, that can't be right.
Bellwether died more than an hour before the body was found. So how did Jan see her half an hour after her death? I already covered that in some way, with one or two theories. I wonder, Mr. Cuthbert, how could one make a dead body move and walk around? We can disprove that, though. No, you can't mean... There was more than one piece of evidence that pointed to a necromancer committing the crime. The defendant murdered the victim and used necromancy to animate the corpse.
An undead created within the Imperial Army? How reprehensible.
That's ridiculous. She had a hole in her stomach when the twins found her. Jan Hughes would have noticed that. Animate corpse stops the flow of blood, so she wouldn't have tracked blood anywhere. She wouldn't have tracked blood anywhere? Wouldn't have tracked blood anywhere? That sounds weird. The defendant is also proficient with illusion magic. He could have easily used an illusion spell to hide the undead Bellwether's wounds. But he doesn't have any of those illusion spells, does he? Right. That one is not good. Is not good enough. Oh wait, no, he does have illusory disguise. Okay. No. But another party could have easily used illusion magic to disguise themselves as the victim. If that were true, how did they move the body to the classroom?
Miss Steelwind, if your theory is true, it would mean that the murder occurred elsewhere. But the Inquisition happened to know where.
Regrettably, we do not.
So you're just making baseless assumptions here. That is definitely not enough to go for a murder case, man.
Then the prosecution's case against my client is still faulty. You can't convict my client without more evidence.
I agree with Mr. Cuthbert. With these new developments, the court sees it fit to suspend the trial for the time being. We will give the law enforcement time to investigate these unknowns. Court proceedings for this case will resume tomorrow morning. Court is adjourned. Bonk. Okay.
Well, we could have just called Jan and he would have been like, she told me to shut the fuck up, and then we would have been like, zombies can't talk. And then the case would have been blown wide open. Once again. But I guess we'll have to do that tomorrow. Hey, are you feeling okay? The body is seen moving around an hour after death. It clearly wasn't Bellwether, or at the very least she wasn't alive when this happened. So what was it? It was an illusion on top of one of those armors. Tyrion? There's illusion magic involved. There has to be. But which spell was it? Could it have been illusory disguise? Tyrion! Ah, what? You've been quiet since the trial ended. You were making me worried. Sorry, I was just thinking about what Steelwind said. You mean that about her theory? It's a little creepy when you think about it. Do you really think someone turned the professor into an undead? I don't think so. The prosecution's case is hinged on one clear fact. That Wallace was the only high-level necromancer nearby. We have to assume that he's the only person capable of using that type of magic. But then how was she walking around? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. It's a given that Wallace didn't touch the body, so we can discount here the use of high-level necromancy. No matter what, someone used an illusion. But aren't there special spells that can create freestanding illusions, not just disguises? I honestly don't know. But that wouldn't be able to knock over a vase, would it? We'd need to talk to someone who knows about that type of magic. Wait, didn't Eris say that she was studying illusion magic? She might be able to tell us if something like that is possible. You know, if she didn't seem like an important character, she might be a suspect here, but I think she will play a much larger role at some point. So her being the murderer here would be... I mean, I guess she could be the murderer, but, like, not be found out because she's just that fucking good. And we get the headmaster instead or something, and he doesn't even realize that he didn't do it because fucking Eris is that fucking crazy good. But I don't think that's where this is going. At least not right now. Is that really a good idea? What do you mean? What if she's the one who created the illusion? What? You're detecting fear from her again. Celeste, are you scared of Eris? What? No. I saw it this morning too. You always get really scared when she's around. Oh, I thought I was doing a better job of hiding it. Sorry, it's not based on anything real, but for years I've been working as a mercenary. When you do that kind of work, you build up an instinct to sense danger. You kind of have to if you want to stay alive.
Sorry, I never knew.
Tyrion, I've fought literal monsters and barely escaped with my life. But when I'm near Eris, none of those creatures come even close. I get this feeling. It's like I'm in front of a predator that I couldn't ever hope to beat. Every instinct I have tells me to run whenever she's close by.
Really? But she doesn't seem that dangerous.
I know, but maybe I'm just anxious or something. I should know better than anyone not to judge people by their appearance. Sorry, I forget I said anything. If you think we should talk to her, then we should do that.
You're not one to discount Celeste's instincts. She's always been reliable, and if Eris is making her scared, that must mean something. But if Eris really is that dangerous, then that's all the more reason to talk to her. But aside from that, there was also something else that the prosecutor said.
Mr. Cuthbert, there was a witness who saw the victim before the body was found, Jennings. He, along with another witness, spotted Bellwether walking in the hallways before the body was found here.
She said, along with another witness. That means that there was another witness that saw Bellwether walking around.
Jan probably isn't the most reliable witness, so talking to that other person might help us figure out what happened. But do you think Steelwind will tell us who that witness was?
At this point, we won't lose anything by trying. In any case, it looks like you have your work cut out for you. So, where should you start first? By saving. Obviously. Oops. Graveyard.
Tyrion, what are we doing here?
I'm not sure. For some reason, you felt drawn to this place.
Wait, is that Eris?
Celeste points further into the cemetery, where we called here by her. There you see Eris standing in front of a gravestone. She's placing flowers on it and appears to be chanting a short prayer.
Well, we found her.
We should probably talk to her later. It would be rude to disturb her now. As you're about to leave, Eris suddenly turns to face you. She's far away, but you can see her beckoning you over.
Oh, hello there. Were you looking for me?
Sorry, we were looking for you. But we understand if you would rather talk later.
No, I was just finishing up here. Did you have something you wanted to talk to me about?
Well, we wanted to ask you some questions about the case.
Oh?
A grave for an individual that you don't know. It'd be best to leave it undisturbed. Any Easter eggs hidden here? It's the grave that Eris was at earlier. The name of the stone says Emily Grant, and her lifetime appears to be awfully short. She must have only been 12 years old when she died. That's sad.
Repario Arcanum!
Okay, no magic here. Sorry, wrong button.
That was my first time watching a court trial. You were truly remarkable.
Thank you. Were you in the gallery?
I've always enjoyed watching physical battles in the theater. But I see now that battles of wits can be just as entertaining to watch.
Entertaining?
Yeah, I know what you mean. You see the odds are stacked against him. But then he suddenly pulls out this crazy deduction and steers the trial in his favor.
I've never really thought of it like that.
But I'm sure it's far more entertaining to be the one making the deductions.
I'm not really sure what you mean. I practice law so that I can help those persecuted by the justice system. I don't really do it to entertain myself.
But is that really true?
Oh.
Don't you find the experience even the least bit entertaining, Tyrion?
Well. At least the text stayed the same, I think. I wouldn't really put it that way.
You're far too modest. You gotta save people from the clutches of death. To your clients, you might as well be a knight in shiny armor.
She's my wife. Illusion magic. Earlier you said that you were studying illusion magic.
I am, to Did you want to talk to me about the prosecution's theory? Prosecution? Yes, actually. How did you know? It was easy to guess after seeing you in the courthouse. Anyways, disguising an undead with an illusion is definitely possible. And as Lady Steuben said, illusory disguise would be the best spell to use for that. What if someone created a freestanding illusion? A freestanding illusion? Yeah, we know that Wallace didn't animate and disguise the professor's corpse. So what if the illusion wasn't disguising anything? Maybe someone created a freestanding illusion of Bellwether walking around. For something like that, one would probably use a major illusion. Major illusion. Meluso. Until dispelled, needs concentration. Creates a three-dimensional illusion. The illusion can take the form of any object or creature that can be contained in a 10-foot cube. While concentrating, the caster can animate and move the image to a different location within range. The illusion is purely visual and can't be physically touched. What is it? I don't think major illusion is what we're looking for. Do you remember what Jan said? Okay, so we're just going to clear that up here. Screaming must always, Bellwether vase. The Bellwether that Jan saw was a major... If the Bellwether that Jan saw was a major illusion, then she couldn't have knocked over the vase. Illusions created by that spell don't have any mass. I see, how perceptive of you. Are there any other illusion spells that do have mass? No, illusions can only create visual and auditory sensations. But there isn't a single illusion spell that someone can touch. So that means that someone disguised something to make it look like Bellwether? Why the look of suspicion, Celeste? Sorry, I wasn't... Calm down, I'm only joking. I don't blame you for considering every possibility. In fact, I'm flattered you think I'm capable of pulling off such an elaborate ruse. Anyways, this does tell us one... this does tell us one important thing. What's that? The Bellwether that Jan saw had a physical master. It wasn't a freestanding illusion, it was someone or something disguised as Bellwether. Jan's statement. 30 minutes before the Janus twins found the body, Bellwether walked past Jan in the West Wing hallway. He was in her path, so she shoved him out of the way. After that, she knocked over a vase and shattered it. Even though Jan didn't say anything to her, she yelled, even though Jan didn't say anything to her, she yelled at him to be quiet. The phrasing there is a little weird, I'd say, but whatever. After this interaction, she walked into Lecture Hall 2B. The Bellwether witnessed by Jan Hughes must have been disguised with an illusion. In addition to that, whoever he saw that day was physically there. Who or whatever. It's quite a shame, isn't it? Eris looks pensively at the gravestone. The name of the graves of the stone says Emily Grant, and her lifetime appears to be awfully short. 912. Sorry for interrupting you. Was she someone you knew? Not personally. I'm actually here on Wallace's behalf. Ah, that's why you want to be a doctor, huh? Because maybe she died of an illness that you want to now cure, or maybe you just want to revive her, but I don't think it's that. Wallace knew her? Wallace joined the academy as a part of a program run by Headmaster Redmond. At the time, the headmaster was reaching out to mages among the common folk. He had started a program to admit these mages to the academy without having to pay tuition. Both Emily and Wallace were among those mages. You know, this paints the headmaster in a good light. Maybe he wasn't the murderer, but I'm still sussing him. Wow, that must have been an amazing opportunity for them. The truth is, neither of them actually cared about learning magic. The real problem was that Emily had a terminal illness. She and Wallace were poor orphans, and they obviously didn't have the resources to treat it. But if they enrolled in the academy would be obligated to give her medical treatment. The Imperial Academy teaches the best mages in the kingdom. They thought that curing her illness would be an easy task for the Academy's healers. But they were mistaken, I'm afraid. I'm sure you know this by now, but healing spells can only treat wounds, they can't cure illnesses. Emily's condition only got worse over the years, and eventually she succumbed to her illness. Wallace was furious. He didn't understand why the kingdom was outlawing magic that could save lives. And that's why he decided to learn it himself. Yes, the headmaster was inspired by Wallace's resolve. He gave him access to the Academy's forbidden tomes of necromancy. And Wallace taught himself the spells that he knows today. So that's why it was supposed that to stay a secret between him and the headmaster. But I'm sure you know how that turned out. Present. I want to give you a present. How about some stinky classroom smell? What do you think about this, Eris? Really now? I can't tell you everything you need to get through this case. What would be the fun in that? Okay. Sure. Okay. What do you know about them? What do you know about this guy? Okay. How about yourself? We know that Wallace was accepted through Redmond's program. But what about you, Eris? Are you trying to ask me if I'm a noble? Sorry if I didn't mean. No need to apologize. Although the answer to that question is a bit complicated. My family is quite wealthy, but I'm not sure if I'd consider them part of the nobility. Her family must own a merchant's guild or something. Yes, something like that. She was responding to the fourth wall just now, I think. No, definitely nothing weird about her. Do you know about this? You probably do, but you're not going to tell us. What if I show you this? Okay. Here. Alright, maybe there's nothing more to show her. But what about my other wife? How do you two get along? Lady Steelwind is really something. Yeah, I feel like she's always one step ahead of me. But she does have a habit of relenting when she realizes she's wrong. I think you deserve a worthier adversary. Oh. I mean, she can be a pain sometimes. But I'm glad that she pursues justice even if it means she loses. It's strange. You would have never seen yourself holding such high respect for a noble. Anyways, I wonder what would drive a noble like her into becoming a lowly prosecutor. Lowly, huh? I'd love to know the story behind that. Well, clearly they get along, and thus we can be together for... Oh, it's you, Mr. Cuthbert. See, from one wife to the other, and it's all good. Steelwind, what are you doing here? After what happened at the trial yesterday, I decided it would be best to start my investigation here. Right, Wallace was in the library for the entire morning. So it would make sense that she'd start her research here. Actually, since I have you here, have you seen Eris Matt around anywhere? Well, I was just talking to her. It's my understanding that you're both acquainted with each other. Eris, what do you want with her? It's not anything serious, mind you. It's just that Oath of a Commander lost her spell compendium. Oh. Now we need her to produce another one for our records. If you see her, please let her know that we'd like to speak to her. We saw her earlier in the cemetery nearby, but I had no idea where she is now. Have no idea. Once again, I have to compensate for that idiot's mistakes. Anyways, I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about the case. Very well, I suppose I still need to honor your deal from earlier. Yippee. How about we save? I'm guessing these will just be the same, things again. Any leads? Oops, fucking goddammit! Have you had any luck finding the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, I haven't. Is See, what's weird though is if I be here to get back out of this, then it doesn't resume the auto skip. It's so weird and inconsistent and stupid. Unfortunately, I haven't. From the witnesses' testimonies, we have a rough idea of the route Bellwether took. But none of the rooms we've checked have any sign of a struggle. Why are you so sure that a struggle happened? I'm mainly basing that off the Yana sisters' testimonies. Valerie, in particular, noticed that the bleeding came from a wound in her stomach. Regrettably, the body's wounds were mended, so we can't determine what kind of weapon the murderer used. During the trial, you mentioned that another witness saw Bellwether walking around yesterday. Would you be willing to tell us who that person is? I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that. You're caught a little off guard. You've been pretty transparent with the investigation so far. What's changed? I have no obligation to justify myself to you. Nor do I have an obligation to hurt the opposition. Didn't we have a deal? Hiding information doesn't exactly seem fair to us. I believe I've given you plenty of information already. So, regardless of what I said before, the answer is still no. Her family is dangerous. Could it have been Eris? The Eye of Horus catches a stray thought from her. Her family is dangerous. What does that mean? Or it's, somebody else, the real culprit. Is there something about this witness family that you're worried about? I feel like we're being a little too direct sometimes with our thought reading, but I guess whatever. No, this could be a feint. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try harder than that if you want to bluff me. She referred to the witness as her. Furthermore, she said that her family is dangerous. Why would she go to such lengths to hide the witness's identity? In any case, it looks like she's not willing to share more at the moment. I guess, Eris mentioned that she has a wealthy family, but maybe not nobility. That could very well be some kind of mafia crime syndicate shit. Maybe you should try looking at somewhere else. You won't get it that easily, huh? Alright. I guess we'll move. She's not here anymore, I'm guessing. Oh no, she is. Hey. We were supposed to tell you that somebody wants to talk to you. Probably won't work here, huh? Nope, okay. Guess we can't tell you that. Oh hey, the locker room. That wasn't available before, but let's go here first. And there's nothing here. I guess we can examine for magic. Okay. Let's check the library for magic as well.
Repario Arcanum.
Okay. Is this new book there new? I guess we can't examine it, so... Wait, okay, here. No. Near the locker. You spent some time wandering through the academy when you overhear a conversation from a nearby room. From what I understand, Miss Steelwind has already moved the investigation elsewhere. How long must I wait before I can retrieve my things? Sorry, old-timer. Orders are orders. Nothing comes in or out of this till this case is over and done with. Commander White and the headmaster too. Oh, hello, Mr. Cuthbert. Hey, kid. In any case, there are other matters I must attend to. Please inform me when I can reclaim my things. Sure. Looks like Commander White is sending a guard in from this, in front of this locker room. And it doesn't look like he's conducting any sort of investigation. Is he here on Steelwind's orders? He might be able to tell you who this secret witness is. Maybe. But first, wait. There are several lockers in this room. It would be impossible to search through them all. You should speak with Commander White before trying to search through them. Alright. What was the headmaster talking to you about? Supposedly he has some items stored in one of the faculty lockers. The problem is Steelwind said no one gets in or out of this room. Except for her and you two, apparently.
She won't even let the other knights in here. Really? Is that normal? Nope, but things really are rarely are when she's calling the shots. Why would she give you access to the crime scene if she wasn't even letting the knights in? Because he's trustworthy and the knights aren't. He might be somewhat incompetent, maybe, but he is fighting for good, I think. With the exception of you and Celeste McCoy, Prosecutor Tyrion isn't allowing anyone inside the key areas of the Academy. She isn't even allowing the Knights of the Inquisition within these areas. She appears to be conducting the investigation single-handedly. I don't know what her deal is, but she's been acting strange lately. She's been real paranoid, that girl. Frankly, I can't tell you what's going through her head.
Well,
you mentioned that the prosecutor has been paranoid lately. Do you think it has something to do with this case? Nah, it started way before that. Lately, she's been using the Inquisition to investigate a lot of non-magical homicides. What? Wouldn't it be easier to work with the relevant law enforcement for that? I don't know why, but she's convinced that these cases have magic involved. But we scanned each and every one of those crime scenes, nothing turned up. I got to say though, if it weren't for the scans, I might actually agree with her. Why do you say that? Those homicides, I haven't ever seen anything like them. They're probably some of the most screwed up cases I've ever handled. Maybe it's the type of magic that our Eye of Horus is also on, you know. Won't be detected by Detect Magic or anything because it's outside of the realm of magic for now. For one of those cases, we had ourselves a disgruntled spouse. She found out that her man was going around with a barkeep. Okay. And do you know what the spouse does? She talks to the poor woman. She stalks the poor woman. She starts leaving threatening notes all around where she's worked. The barkeep told the city watch all about what was happening. But no matter how much they staked out the tavern, they could never catch the perp. Then one day, the barkeep arrived home. But little did she know, the spouse was waiting for her there. For her. The poor lady never had a chance. Then to tie the whole thing together, the spouse waits for her husband to get home. She cooks him a big roast, oh no, using the barkeep's remains. Shush! Shush!
wow, that story is pretty...
I know. Steelwind thinks someone's developing a new type of magic that can control people's minds. And those homicides were some kind of sick test run. Magic that can control people's minds.
But wouldn't Mage Blight make more sense?
Mage Blight?
When a mage overuses their magic, it can have pretty bad consequences on their mind. They temporarily use grip of reality and begin seeing things that aren't there. When a mage becomes like that, it almost never ends well. They enter a frenzy and begin firing spells randomly, which only makes it worse.
But then those cases would have had magic found, wouldn't they? I've seen my fair share of Mage Blight cases, and this isn't like that. Not all of the perps were mages, and the ones that were didn't even use their magic. One thing was that each of the perps almost seemed to wake up after we arrested them. All of them said things like, "It wasn't me," or "I didn't have a choice." They didn't have a choice? What could that mean? Mind control! I doubt it means anything. Sometimes people just can't face the things they've done. It's easier to say that you had no control than to take responsibility. I mean, yeah. But it's a little too coincidental then, isn't it? You wonder if you can mislead the commander into revealing who the secret witness is? During the trial, Mr. Irwin mentioned there was someone other than Jan Hughes, someone other than Jan Hughes saw Bellwether walking around. Have you seen them around lately? We wanted to speak with them. Ha! Nice try, kid. Well, it was worth a shot. Honestly, I couldn't tell you if I wanted to. I don't think anyone other than Steelwind knows who this witness is. I sure as hell don't. What? She's even hiding it from the Inquisition commander? Why is she being so secretive? It looks like the commander doesn't know who the secret witness is either.
Nah, this doesn't give us. This isn't getting us anywhere.
Steelwind's behavior is strange, though. Perhaps you could try analyzing her behavior. If you do that, you might be able to find a way to convince her to help you.
Okay, Steelwind's behavior has been strange this time around. She's hiding elements of the case, even from the commander. Anyone can tell that she doesn't have much faith in him. I'm standing right here. But this is the first time I've seen her hide key details of a case from him. I mean, we've only seen one case with her before, but sure. What is motivating Steelwind to keep secrets? There has to be a reason why she's being so secretive. Logic. I don't think it's arrogance. Could be paranoia, but I'm going to say logic. No, the Academy is a large building. No matter how competent she is, she can't possibly carry out a search of the scale by herself. I mean, I guess... Okay, I was seeing Ao Musient. I guess I'm still not sure how to pronounce her name. But that's not too far off. Yeah, I'm guessing her... Like, when I read paranoia, I was thinking, like, unreasonable, like, irrational paranoia, but I guess her paranoia stems from logic, you know, that's... I guess. You know, she has reason to be paranoid. Is what I'm thinking. So, you know, logic leading to paranoia in a way. But we'll see, I guess. Her actions must be driven by paranoia. She's been hoarding information about the case. There's only one reason why she wouldn't utilize the Inquisition like she usually does. Yeah, she doesn't... Like, I guess, like what I said earlier, she doesn't trust most of the people on the Knights and stuff, the Inquisition. It's because she doesn't trust them. That's what I said. I hate to say it, but that doesn't really surprise me. She's always been standoffish with us. Huh. Yeah. But there is one exception. Who has Steelwind trusted for this case? Well, me, I guess, but also you, my good friend White. There are individuals who she's trusted more than the Inquisition during this case. Commander White, Tyrion and Celeste. Well, yeah, both of them. Not the Headmaster, not Wallace. Definitely not Wallace. Commander White. I mean, us, I guess. I guess us more than him? I don't know, both. I guess I'm gonna say us. Yeah. She let us investigate the crime scene without any restrictions. I mean, she is trusting him enough to let him in here and keep the others out, you know. So I think she trusts him more than the rest of the Inquisition. But not as much as she trusts us, I guess. Yeah. She let us invest with him. Yeah, I never really thought about that. Does she trust us that much? I don't think personal trust is the reason. It's more like she can't trust us more because we're not part of the Inquisition. Why does Tyrion trust us this time? This time? We don't usually interact with her. And she's worked with the Inquisition on plenty of cases that we weren't even involved in. Steelwind is capable of the nobility. Yep, that makes sense. No. I guess Tyrion isn't a member of the nobility. Ah. There's a key difference between us and the Inquisition. We don't answer to anyone. I mean, that's what I just said, but I guess it wants something specific again, even though my answer is also technically correct. Just like every other time one of these screens has popped up. Well, not every time, but a lot of the time. We're subject to corruption. So why would that make Steelwind trust us this time around? Controlled by the nobility, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, once again, like, I think my answer should have worked. But it's fine. Everything in every case. Okay, I mean, yeah, that's, you know, it's best when the cases, like, kind of build on top of each other, right? Like, there are good individual cases, but also then there's, you know, always more being added to the overall picture. And then it all, you know, peaks at the finale. Steelwind doesn't know much about us, but she does know that we aren't prone to noble corruption. Right, you indicted indicted a noble during the last case. Meanwhile, the Inquisition usually bends to the nobility's whims. Yeah, I'm using a controller. But I'm using an Xbox One controller, so the buttons don't exactly line up. But, you know, I know how the PlayStation controller looks, so it's easy enough to know what I'm supposed to hit. Well, I can't argue with you there. What can you infer about the secret witness? Using my insight, I could tell that she's worried about the witness's family. And if she's worried about corruption from the nobility, that can only mean one thing. The witness is a noble. So I guess maybe it's not Alice after all. The witness has to belong to a noble family. Nice how the violin just kind of jumped in there. I guess maybe more instruments have been jumping in at every extra deduction we've been making. That's why she's so wary of interference. But we're obviously not going to do anything for that. Why is she hiding the witness's identity from us? We recall seeing a thought through the eye. Yeah, the music is really good. Like, it just, you know, the first time I booted up the game and the title screen music played, I was like, yes. Her family is dangerous. I think she's worried about our safety. Yeah, I guess harassing a noble could put you in danger. But I'm the protege of the infamous Ruby Tamura. Yeah, it's not as if we aren't already on the nobility's bad side. I'm sure the Pierce family still has it out for us. This can only mean that the family we're dealing with is even more powerful than House Pierce. If the prosecutor is wary of them, they could even be as powerful as the Steelwinds. Wait, don't tell me you think we're dealing with one of the 4 pillars. 4 pillars? It's a name people use for the top 4 noble houses. These families stand at the top of the kingdom's aristocracy. If I could recall correctly, the 4 pillars of the house are House Freyja, House Von Sanctus, House Sybil, and House Steelwind. Freyja we saw in one of those paintings that we looked at. And Steelwind, obviously, we are familiar with. Steelwind is a part of as part of one of them? Yeah, which makes it so much weirder that she's serving as a prosecutor. 4 pillars of the 4 pillar families. The 4 pillars refer to the 4 most powerful noble houses. These houses are House Steelwind, Freyja, Von Sanctus, and House Sybil. What is it? Steelwind's weird behavior all started after she investigated this room. We were at the crime scene and she left to follow a lead. But an hour later she came back to be lectured to the lecture hall and booted everyone out. Her behavior changed after investigating this room. That means that she found something here. And that something must point to a family from the 4 pillars. Maybe that's why the headmaster came here to mess with the evidence a bit. Because he can't afford to, not listen to them or something. Alright, yeah, we saw that white-haired noble that, she didn't want to give the rapier back to. I have to, so that was Von, I guess we can check the text. What were the names? Von something and Steelwind and Sybil. I guess I'll just say Von Sanctus, because that sounds the most fancy schmancy. I guess it could be blue, yeah. Bluish, whitish, yeah. I guess, Celeste's hair is more white than hers was. I mean, yeah, but I thought scrolling through the text also would be fast enough. And it was. Didn't take long. The commander looks a bit anxious. Steelwind's orders say I can't snoop around here. But you two, on the other hand, don't worry, just leave it to us. I have some school records that say which locker belongs to which student. You can use it to tell whose locker you're looking at. Cool. I guess I would save again just because. Oh, there's an arcane construct in the back there. It's probably there. It's probably there to aid the students. Anyways, I don't think it's relevant to our investigation. Are you sure? But perhaps you should make a small note of it anyway. Yeah. Construct in the locker room. There appears to be an inactive arcane construct in the academy locker room. Huh. How's that? You use the legend that the commander gave you. You look carefully across the list and find some notable student names. Nightgrave, we know that guy. Freyga, okay. I guess. Oh wait, there's also Fonsanctus and Sybil, okay. Well, I guess it would be Miriam then. I think Jaden and Warren are both male names. So Miriam, I guess, would be the one. So let's do that one last and start with our friend, who's definitely innocent. You open Wallace's locker. Inside, you find a bottle of fragrant liquid and something that looks like a makeup kit. And also lots of porn. Huh? I didn't expect Wallace to use stuff like this. Maybe they're reminders of his sister. It does seem strange, but it's not your place to judge. Anyways, you should try looking through the other lockers. You look carefully across the list and find some noble, right? Warren? I don't know why that name alone would be weird for a noble. No, for a noble. Oh. Yeah, I'm not playing those ads of my own volition, I guess. Because I'm not even sure you can hear me. Okay, yeah, I'm not playing those ads, obviously. They just happen, I guess. But, yeah, I don't know why Warren would be a weird name for a noble. But let's look at their locker next. You open Warren Sybil's locker. Inside you find some textbooks and a neatly stacked deck of tarot cards. Okay. Oh, it's like those cards that fortune tellers use. I wonder if the student studied divination magic. But anyways, I don't think this is related to the case. Use the legend and Jaden Fonsanctus. You open Jaden Fonsanctus' locker. Inside you find several bottles of some kind of transparent lotion. Lotion play. A fiasco? Oh. I guess I don't know how open the ending is for this game, so I wouldn't have known that there might be a sequel. But so far I wouldn't mind playing another one. But of course first up I have to finish this here. There's nothing but lotion in here. Maybe this guy is just a workout buff who likes being all lotioned up when working out. Oh. I wonder why a student would need this much lotion. You take one of the bottles to inspect it more closely. Wait, Tyrion, don't touch those with your hands. It's some kind of sanitizing liquid. It's a little strange, but it doesn't seem to be related to the case. You use the legend, okay. Well, not sure what Celeste was thinking there, but my mind is clear. Getting made, okay. Okay, cool. Well, Miriam Freyga. You open the locker with Miriam Freyga's ID. Inside, you find a stack of worn-out textbooks and notebooks. Wait a minute. These notebooks all have Wallace's name on them. Wallace's name, huh? You open the notebook and look through its pages. It appears to be research on the art of necromancy. These are Wallace's notebooks. Oh, wait, we heard about nameplates being switched around because of bullying. Maybe that happened here, but maybe not because of bullying. So what we looked at earlier was actually Freyga's and not Wallace's, and this is Wallace's. But who knows, maybe she stole Wallace's stuff. But why are they in Miriam Freyga's locker? Why are they... Did Miriam steal his things? What's going on here? Yet, let's check the locker more thoroughly. Wait a minute. Tyrion, take a look at this. That's blood. Uh-oh. Evidence in the locker. There's a stain of blood inside the locker with Miriam Frega's ID number. Use the legend. Back. We found a few things, but I can't really make a sense of any of it. We should look at this from the prosecutor's perspective. Steelwind found something in one of the lockers. Whose locker had the most suspicious evidence? And whatever that was, it made her extremely paranoid. Well, thanks for pre-selecting it, I guess. No matter how we look at it, we found some insanely suspicious things in Frega's locker. It had Wallace's notebooks and even some blood. But that blood is certainly strange. It implies that something bloody was stored there. Do you think someone stole it? No, actually. I think it was Steelwind who took it. Oh right, Aaron mentioned that she investigated this room. She must have taken the bloody item as evidence. But with that said, there's something else that's strange about Miriam Frega's locker. It had a lot of Wallace's possessions. It's possible that she really did steal those items from him. But it's more likely that this locker isn't actually hers. Remember what Wallace told us before? Sometimes the other students switched. So someone switched the nameplates? This means that this isn't Miriam Frega's locker, it's Wallace's. But that would mean that the bloody object came from Wallace's locker, or Miriam switched things out and put the weapon there. Or rather, it would have been noticeable that she couldn't remove the blood stain, and I don't know, man. We'll see. Oops, it appears so. There's a stain of blood inside the locker with Miriam Frega's ID number. This locker all actually belongs to Wallace Nightgrave. Someone must have switched the ID numbers with Miriam's locker. But if that's true, why didn't Steelwind present the bloody item during the trial? I proved that Bellwether was wounded before Valerie healed her. Wouldn't that have been the perfect time to present what she found? It was a bloody item found in the defendant's locker, after all. She could have easily proved that the nameplates were switched too. Right, that is weird. There's something more to this that you aren't seeing, but what? I think we'll just have to ask Steelwind ourselves. Can we finally get a chance to just... No! I just want to use Detect Magic! Why won't you let me use Detect Magic? Can you tell us anything? I guess you probably can't tell us anything about that. What do you... how do you feel about her, by the way? By the way, have you two seen Eris Elmata around? Right, Steelwind mentioned what happened. Yeah, she has really been on my case about that. I can't believe I lost her compendium. But I guess it's mostly my fault. I feel like it might not have been your fault, and that Eris just did some weird fuckery. We saw her at the cemetery earlier, but I have no idea where she is now. Damn it. Last time we said that we don't know where she is, I went back to the cemetery and she was still there, but we couldn't talk to her about the things. So I don't know, man. I feel like we have nothing more to talk to him about. Is she still there? Yep. And we still can't call her out to the place. You know anything about these families? I guess not. Or, I mean, she knows something probably, but she won't tell us. Oh, you're back. We've uncovered a few things during our investigation. Miss Steelwind, are you acquainted with a student named Miriam Frege? I underestimated him. I said it before, Mr. Cuthbert. I won't fall for such an obvious bluff. It's not a bluff, Miss Steelwind. And I'll prove it using the evidence we've gathered. Psychological profile is already full. Arya Steelwind's psychological profile. Alright, let's save. Not exactly. Talk. The secret witness argument. Let me drink some water real quick. Steelwind is paranoid, and for whatever reason, it's due to the involvement of Miriam Frege. If you could convince her to reveal why she's being so secretive, she might give you more information. Start an argument with your wife? Yes. You've been behaving strangely, Miss Steelwind. We kind of switch between Miss Steelwind and Steelwind. Let's read her psychological profile, actually. Steelwind is extremely logical and won't accept arguments that aren't supported by evidence. However, she has become secretive lately, and her actions seem to stem from paranoia. She's uneasy about case elements that relate to Miriam Frege, and she's very inclined to hide Frege's involvement from the court at all costs. Even the Knights of the Inquisition have noticed. Please just tell me, why are you being so paranoid? I'm not sure what you're trying to imply, Mr. Cuthbert. Nothing about my behavior has changed. I've approached this case objectively, just like I have with every other case. I mean, this is kind of weird. I feel like this might also be applicable, but I guess it's probably this. Isn't even allowing the knights and stuff. That's weird, right? You've ordered the knights to stay away from the crime scene. And you've even taken it upon yourself to conduct the investigation yourself. That is not normal behavior for a prosecutor. I took those actions because the Inquisition is incompetent. How could I possibly trust them with anything? The knights are incompetent, but even you have seen the value of a delegation. During Celeste's case, you still delegated tasks to the Inquisition, and you could have easily investigated the McCoy Tavern yourself. This academy is huge. You wouldn't conduct your investigation this way unless you had a good reason. No facial expression change. Then why don't you enlighten me? Why would I act in such a way? What caused me to behave so strangely? This, or do I present? Well, I guess I don't have her profile. Do I do this one? Or this one? I guess this one? Yeah, I guess this one's more pointed towards her than this. This points to two people, one of which is this guy. And the other one is the one we want to talk about, and this has 4 people in it. One of them being herself, I guess. So I guess this one makes more sense. No, maybe not. This is the reason why you've been acting so strangely, Steelwind. And what kind of weak-willed person do you think I am? Okay. Something strange like that. Something like that would hardly cause me to change my behavior. Okay. I guess I go with the 4 pillars then? You know, okay, well, okay. I think both of those should have been okay. Whatever, it's fine. You know that the Inquisition is corrupt and will bend to the nobility. So, what would happen if a powerful noble were publicly involved in this case? With that noble's influence, they'd probably order the Inquisition to conceal their involvement. A high-profile noble is involved in this case, Steelwind, and I believe that noble is Miriam Frege. Again with this, do you think you can bluff me by throwing out names of random nobles? Not every noble is a malevolent criminal like Garrick Pierce. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Why? My investigation doesn't involve the Freges. Nothing about this case has anything to do with House Frege. Well, okay, now I show you this though. Then how do you explain this, Steelwind? The commander told us that you were following a lead in the locker room yesterday. We investigated the lockers of students from the Four Pillar families, and we found stains of blood in the locker with Miriam Frager's ID number, and it was presumably left by a bloody object. The bloody object was taken by someone, and we heard that you became extremely paranoid after you found something in the locker room. If I had to guess, I'd say that you took the bloody object as evidence. It's kind of hard not to see bloody as, like, you know, the British, like, oh, bloody object. But that's not what's going on here. And what evidence do you have to support these outrageous claims? But the only thing you have evidence of is a bloodstain. There's a myriad of explanations for that. Everything else you mentioned is pure speculation. You can't prove that piece of evidence exists. I could have found any number of things in that room, or possibly nothing at all. You're hiding evidence, Miss Steelwind. Do you not see how wrong that is? Let's not be coy, Miss Steelwind. Anyone can tell that the bloodstain is the most notable thing in that room. Or threaten. If you don't present what you found to the court, I'll have no choice but to pull the owner of that locker into the stand. Ooh, onto the stand. Yeah, that's probably what she wants the least, huh? Because, paranoia and stuff. And I don't think these are that strong. You found an object in the locker with Miriam Frager's nameplate on it. If you don't present what you found to the court, I'll have no choice but to pull the owner of that locker onto the stand. That's ridiculous. We both know that the locker in question belongs to Wallace Nightgrave. Can you unequivocally prove that, Miss Steelwind? Because the way I see it, there's a lot of room for doubt there. Enough doubt for me to pull Miss Frager onto the witness stand. But if I had more context, maybe I wouldn't have to resort to that. Argument 1. Well played, Mr. Cuthbert. I suppose I don't have a choice, do I? You've successfully persuaded Arya Steelwind. Yippee! The truth. Just so we're clear, I wasn't acting to protect the nobility. I would never assume such. But I'll admit that Miriam Frager was the other witness that saw Bellwether that day. I see. I had some suspicions, but... There's also another matter. Steelwind looks uneasy. When I was investigating the body, I found this. Evidence of academic dishonesty. Uh-oh! A tightly packed folder containing several documents. The documents contain evidence detailing multiple instances of plagiarism, fraud, bribery of school officials, and various other offenses committed by Miriam Frager. What the? It looks like Miriam's been cheating at school. But why would Bellwether have something like this? From the way it's arranged, I think it might have been blackmail. Miriam Frager is considered a prodigy in the practice of conjuration magic. She won a litany of awards, and she will most definitely graduate with honors. If these files were to reach the public, it would absolutely ruin her reputation. Do you think that professor was trying to threaten her? It appears so. As much as we know about her personality, it definitely seems possible. When I discovered this, several elements of the case were still unknown. I decided to look through her belongings, and I mistakenly looked through the locker with her ID. I found this in that locker. The bloody rapier. That doesn't look much like a rapier, that just looks like a regular sword. But whatever. A rapier covered in blood. It was found in Wallace Nightgrave's locker. Apparently it's a valuable family heirloom to House Frager. It was reported stolen by Miriam Frager weeks before the murder. A likely story. This is a story of a girl. Anyway. It's very likely that this is the murder weapon. This rapier is a valuable family heirloom for House Frager. And a few weeks ago, Miriam reported that the rapier was stolen from her room. And then it was found in Wallace's locker. Not that I'm complaining, but why didn't you present it at court? To be honest, I'd like to avoid involving House Frega by any means necessary. I knew it. You're just protecting her, aren't you? Hey. Don't talk to my wife like that. Miss McCoy, do you really know, do you recall how Wyverngard's justice system works? To acquit a defendant, you need to unequivocally prove that they didn't commit the crime. To do that, they either need a solid alibi, or we need to prove that someone else committed the crime. What do you suppose will happen if you bring Miriam Frega onto the stand? House Frega won't allow one of its members to be indicted in a court of law. They plant and forge evidence to implicate your defendant. And they'll use the Inquisition to do so. So that's why you've been keeping them away from the investigation. Can't you do anything? The Seawinds are powerful too, aren't they? She probably doesn't have the greatest relationship with her family, huh? I don't have the support of my house. Right now, I'm just a prosecutor, nothing more. Seawin, you know that this isn't fair for us. Just do nothing. Do nothing and let us win. That doesn't sound great either. Celeste. If we can't go after Miriam, then you can at least help us save Wallace. I'm not going to do that. Why? What if Miriam Frega is the real killer? Her sword's the murder weapon and Bellwether was trying to blackmail her. I seem to recall another case where an innocent person's sword was used to frame them. That's... As prosecutor, it is not my place to decide who's guilty and who's not. I won't engage in corruption, even if it's to counter corruption from another noble house. Good girl. I'm sorry. Do you know where Miriam is right now? Didn't you hear what I just said? You can't let her think that there's even the slightest possibility you will indict her. She'll bring the entire wrath of House Frega down on you. Regardless, I can't do anything for Wallace unless I know everything that happened. Frega has the last piece I need to put everything together. Well, I suppose I don't have much choice, do I? Her dormitory is room 107. I imagine that she'll be there considering the classes are suspended. That classes are suspended. Thank you, Steelwind. If I don't tell you, I'm sure you'll probably just find out using some other means. But please, Mr. Cuthbert, be careful. Thank you, my love. Hey. What do you think about this, Mr. Wind? Confirm to us that he's the murderer. I guess he might not be. Alright, maybe we don't have anything more to present. Alright. Dorm room 107. Ooh, that's very black. You follow Miss Steelwind's directions and find Miriam Frega's dorm room. The door leading inside seems a lot more ornately decorated than the other dorms. You go to knock on the door, but you don't realize that it's only partially closed. As your fist comes into contact with the wood, you accidentally push the door wide open, and she's currently undressing. Oh no! And that's how our love story started. Excuse me, how dare you barge into my room? These insects have no respect. Sorry, I meant to knock, but... Construct, remove these hoodlums from my room. Acknowledged. From the corner of the room, an arcane construct stands up and starts making its way toward you. Before you can protest, it raises its fist to hit you. Holy shit. Hey, look at her badass face and stance. You only have enough time to raise your arms and brace yourself for the impact. Close your eyes and wait for the blow. But instead, you hear the clang of steel against steel. There goes that face again. Confused, you open your eyes and see Celeste standing between you and the construct. Her sword is drawn and she's using it to block the construct's fist. Upon taking a closer look at Celeste, the student stares curiously at her. Yeah, I guess her hair is more blue than white. I just didn't remember it that way. Construct, stand down. Acknowledged. Or rather, acknowledged. I'm terribly sorry for that. I wasn't aware that this was your servant.
I guess she thinks that Celeste is the leader or something. Celeste looks angry, but puts away her sword without a word.
I haven't noticed you around campus. Are you a new student?
If she has a personal attendant,
She must be important. What?
is he an opportunity? Yes, my master just enrolled here recently.
What?
Celeste gives you a puzzled look, but you make a silent gesture back. After a moment, she seems to realize that what you're doing, but we know that Celeste is terrible at lying, so I'm sure this will go great.
Yes, I just started here. I take it you're Miss Miriam Frigga? Yes, I'm honored that you recognize me.
Student. She knows conjuration and is 17 years old.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss... I'm Celeste Mc...
She catches herself and pauses for an awkward moment.
Steelwind. I'm Celeste Steelwind.
Great, yep. You can't believe her. There's no way she's going to believe...
Steelwind? It's a pleasure to meet another member of such an esteemed house. She must be from a branch family. Maybe I can use her.
Wait, she's actually buying this? Maybe she's not smart enough to have done this murder.
I just moved in, and I thought that I should introduce myself. Seeing as you're a top student in the field of conjuration.
What did you say? Conjugation. Ha. Yeah, no, I'm a top student in the field of conjugation, though. Conjuration?
Yes.
Well, there's no backing out now. Well, let me just casually examine your entire room.
Repario Arcanum.
No magic. It's a table for guests. But it doesn't look like it's seen much use until now. It's a dresser. It probably contains Miriam's clothes. It would probably be a bad idea to take a closer look with Miriam here. What? Why? I don't understand. It's an extravagant bed. It looks like Miriam lives pretty well here. Okay. Talk. Questions. Miss Frigga, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions about...
Excuse me, I don't believe anyone has permitted you to speak.
Oh, here we go. Celeste is still smiling, but you can faintly hear her grinding her teeth together.
So, we heard about what happened to Professor Bellwether. I can't believe it. Yes, it's quite tragic what happened to her. She has always been an acquaintance of House Frigga.
She appears to be more receptive to Celeste. It might be better to let her take the lead on the questioning. Sure.
We heard that you saw her on the day of the murder. Could you tell us more about what happened? You heard about that from your relative, did you? If you don't mind me asking, why are you so interested? She's not like Arya, is she? Oh, I'm just curious, that's all. You know how uneventful life can be sometimes? Being a noble and all.
Alright, tone it down.
Oh, is that all? I was worried you were going down the same path as that poor, confused Arya.
What does she mean by that? Well, becoming a prosecutor rather than reveling in nobility, probably.
But I'm in the middle of a study break anyways. I suppose I have time to sate your curiosity. Construct, please prepare some tea. Use that lotus tea, that we imported from the Eastern Kingdoms. She could be useful if I can win her favor.
Acknowledged.
Lotus tea? You have lotus juice?
You feel like you're slowly losing control of the situation. I'd say rapidly. What did you see?
I heard that you saw the professor on the day of the murder. Where did this happen? I was in the hallways when I saw her coming out of the headmaster's office. She was heading towards the library. Do you remember which time this happened? I'm not really sure, honestly. It's a little embarrassing, but I have a bad habit of getting too absorbed in my work. Sometimes I'll let entire hours pass by without noticing.
Do you have a rough idea, at least?
I think it was in the morning. Also, how dare you speak to me?
She thinks it was in the morning?
But anyways, did anything seem off about her? No, it was a short encounter.
Something scary happened.
I merely greeted her, and she responded in kind. Or at least, that's what should have happened.
That thought just now, what does it mean? You slowly glance at Celeste and catch her attention. But importantly, she supposedly came from the headmaster's office. That, once again lends credence to my earliest theory that he might be the baddie. But, so far not too much to support that. Other than, I guess, if my main theory of, the illusion being one of those constructs stands, and then, the most incriminated person would be the headmaster because he's the only one who can change their, let's say, programming. So I guess there is solid reason to suspect him, even though he has seemed like he is nice to the common folk. But who knows, he could be doing that for bad reasons too. We'll just have to wait and see. You slowly glance at Celeste and catch her attention. In small motions, you shake your head and to indicate that Miriam is holding something back.
Were you and the professor really on good terms? I heard she was pretty mean towards the other students. Towards the riffraff, maybe, but not to students like us. She was a great ally to House Frege, or at least she used to be. That's why we were planning on appointing her as the new headmaster.
Oh, really? That gives motivation, or rather a motive, to the headmaster, maybe.
Wait, what did you just say?
Replacing the headmaster?
Did you just say that your family was going to appoint Bellwether as the new headmaster?
So they were going to replace all of the employees with robots, and the headmaster with the robot leader. Sounds great.
Oh, I'm surprised you didn't know. House Frege holds several seats on the Academy's board. We were making plans to have her replace that lout, Redmond.
They were going to sack the headmaster? I guess then, he tried to solve that problem, and sacrificing just one poor innocent fella is better than sacrificing everyone else working there and the good of the students, the common students. That might have been it.
Did Headmaster Redmond know about this? Oh, of course not. This was part of a large-scale plan. Along with Redmond, we were also going to replace all of the staff members with arcane constructs. We had to keep everything under wraps, so, or else we, the help, would have left prematurely.
Well, they found out somehow. About the latter part, at least.
And where would that leave us?
But Jan supposedly overheard Bellwether talking about the constructs. Did Bellwether prematurely reveal the plan, or was Jan lying about how he found out?
But alas, with Bellwether gone, we'll have to delay our plans.
Bellwether's plan. House Frege was planning to fire Headmaster Theodore Redmond and replace him with Catherine Bellwether.
They were also planning to fire all of the Academy staff and replace them with arcane constructs.
This was supposed to be kept a secret, but according to Jan, Bellwether revealed this plan to the headmaster during a meeting a few weeks ago. Gonna drink some water real quick.
I've heard that you're one of the Academy's top students. Your grades must be amazing. Of course, as an inheritor of House Frege, my grades are impeccable. It feels good to have my greatness recognized.
Okay, so she, her grades really were good, question mark? So what about that blackmail then? That's strange. You don't see anything contradictory in through the eye at this time. You make a gesture towards Celeste to continue pressing her.
Oh, what kind of magic do you study here? Oh, you must be joking. I study magic from the School of Conjuration.
We already brought that up, actually.
Just like most members of my house. The School of Conjuration? Does the type of magic that specializes in spatial manipulation and that's the type of and teleportation, right? Yes, I consider myself quite the expert in that field. Why, the Crown Prince himself has asked for my assistance in a research study. It's nice to work with someone of my caliber.
Again, you don't see any thoughts that contradict with what she's saying. Does that mean she's not lying? If she's smart enough to go to get the Crown Prince's attention, why would she be cheating? Maybe she doesn't know that she's not as good as she thinks. And, her family is actually the one that's, cheating in her favor, and her family is the one that's getting blackmailed. Or was.
How about that weapon of yours? So, we heard that Arya took your rapier as evidence for the case? Can you believe her? She still won't give it back to me. My father will have my head if I can't get it back soon. How did it even become a part of the investigation anyways? I don't know. Arya won't tell me anything. I swear if that necromancer was the one who stole it, I'd execute him myself. So someone did steal it from you? Yes, from right out of my room. When did this happen? About a few weeks ago. I noticed when I came back from one of my classes. Someone removed the rapier from its display case in my room.
How did they get into your room in the first place?
Do you think someone used magic to teleport past the door? Please, I'm a master of conjuration magic. If someone attempted that, my enchantments would have shunted them out.
This means the thief came through one of the doors or windows.
I bet it was that necromancer. I'm sure a street child like him just knows how to pick a lock.
Smiles that can kill. But yeah, I definitely feel like she's too dumb to be our culprit here. Could be, misdirection or something, but she does not seem like she's the culprit here.
You said something about my wayward relative before. Were you talking about Arya? Oh, I'm terribly sorry if I offended you. But I'm sure it must pain you to see the way that she's been acting lately. Yes, it's been extremely hard.
Hang in there, Celeste.
Did you know that she even interrogated me about the murder yesterday? Can you believe it? A Steelwind running around a crime scene like a common knight. Why, if I tried something like that, my father would disown me.
Maybe jealous, angry because she's jealous of the freedom that my wife has. Does the nobility not approve of Steelwinds becoming prosecuted? You always thought that it is strange. What is motivating her to do this?
Honestly, she probably thinks she can do anything just because of her betrothed.
Oh, Asta deserves better. Asta, huh? Is Asta the Crown Prince that she was talking of earlier? Celeste's eyes perk up upon hearing this. You'd be lying if you weren't also curious about who this Asta is. I guess if it was the Crown Prince, we surely would know his name, right? Right? But I guess we also didn't know the 4 Great Pillars or whatever. Or no, Tyrion did. Just Celeste didn't. Oh well. But you shot her a stern look that tells her to stay focused. You can't risk blowing your cover for some gossip. But it could be important. Arcane construct.
You have an arcane construct in your room? I thought they only had them in the library and the locker room. This construct was a gift from House Font Sanctus.
Oh.
I have to say, they're quite convenient to have around. They look really cool. Maybe I should get one. You should. A construct would be far more useful than this attendant of yours.
Probably true.
Unfortunately, there are still some issues with their intelligence. Their intelligence? There are issues when you give them complex commands. It might be easier to show you.
Miriam turns to the construct and begins gesturing towards it.
Construct, please retrieve my textbooks and bring them here. Then cast Steelwind Strike at this location. After that, retrieve some plates and set them out at this table.
Acknowledged.
What? construct stands up and retrieves Miriam's textbooks from the shelves in the room. It brings them to the table you're sitting at, just like she ordered. But then it suddenly stops moving. Wait, what happened? The construct obviously can't cast Steel Wind Strike, so my second command was impossible to carry out. But did you notice something else? Well, it didn't just skip the command, it stopped. It ignored your third command too. Correct. My third command was possible to carry out. So why did it ignore that command? Constructs execute a series of commands in the order that they are given. But let's say one of those tasks is impossible to complete. Then the construct gets to task. When the construct gets to that task, it will deem the entire series impossible to complete. As a result, it will stop executing the series altogether. So if a task in the series of commands is impossible, then that command will interrupt the sequence of commands. Exactly. Construct's logic limitation. Arcane construct processor room ABC. Lady Steelwind? Lady Steelwind, I'm afraid we must leave now if we want to make our next engagement. Oh, right. Let's go, servant. Oh, leaving already? It was a pleasure talking to you. Yeah, sure. I hope to see you around. You make your way back to the foyer with Celeste. With all the time you spent, you only have a brief moment of time before night falls. Oh. Are you sure you didn't want to talk to her more? We were getting a lot out of her. We already got a lot of useful information out of her. The more we spend with her, the more time we spend with her, the more likely she is to see through our ruse. Right. So why Steelwind? I don't know, I panicked. Arya is like the only noble I know. What about Pierce? I'm not using that creep's name. Fair, very fair. Also, using the name of a noble who just got busted would maybe not garner her the best type of attention. Well, hopefully Steelwind doesn't mind us borrowing her name. And we got her statement on what she saw that day. And there's also that what she saw about that what she said about her rapier. I bet she was lying when she said it was stolen. I don't think so. She was probably trying to establish an alibi. I'm not so sure. Why do you say that? Doesn't it feel too obvious? If she was lying about the rapier being stolen, that would imply that she planned all of this in advance. But if she had to choose a murder weapon, why would she choose something that literally has her name on it? I'd understand if the murder was a spur-of-the-moment decision. She might have just used something nearby in this case. But if this was a premeditated murder committed by Miriam, that rapier would be the last weapon she would choose. Right, I guess that makes sense. There's also the evidence of academic dishonesty. It doesn't match up with what we heard from Miriam. You mean all that stuff about working with the Crown Prince? She was probably just making things up to look good for in front of me. I have an insight when it comes to things like this. Under normal circumstances, I can actually tell when someone is lying. And a lie as grandiose as that would be something I would definitely see through. People can subconsciously shield themselves from the eye for us, even if they don't know about it. But when they do that, you usually can't see any thoughts from them. You also saw that she was lying about her encounter with Bellwether. You would have seen dishonest thoughts if she was lying about her grades. Well, I guess I'll just trust your insight. But what does this mean? I don't know. Even with everything we found, I'm still not sure who the real culprit is. At the very least, I think we should still try to pull Miriam onto the stand. If she testifies in court, I might be able to find something I can use. But that's a big maybe. If you don't play your cards right, you might spook the Frigas out enough for them to pay off the judge. Either way, it's getting late. We'll probably have to turn in soon. Yeah, you just hope you did enough to acquit Wallace. Let's hope so. I'm assuming / hoping that this will be the last day of trial for this case, I guess. Because if there's more, then it's probably only one day, and then it'd be weird. Like, I did, like, you know, just time-wise, I guess. Stream length-wise. But whatever. For now, we're gonna at least do this trial.
Court is now resumed for the trial of Wallace Nightgrave. Let us review the proceedings from yesterday. It was revealed that the trace of necromancy may have not been left by the defendant. It may have been left by a witness who used necromancy to attempt to heal the victim. However, the victim was seen by witnesses well after her time of death. This could only be explained by the defendant using necromancy to animate the victim's body. This leaves the question, where did the murder take place? Does the prosecution have an answer for this?
Based on the testimonies of several witnesses, it is very likely that the murder took place in the library.
Interesting. What led you to this deduction, Miss Steelwind? Conclusion?
First, I'd like to remind the court where the victim was sighted before the body was found. It began when the victim had a meeting with the headmaster near the center of the building.
Our meeting was scheduled for 12 p.m. According to my schedule for that day, our meeting lasted for an hour.
This brings us to the statement of the next witness, a student at the academy. The student saw the victim walking in the hallways. I saw her coming out of the headmaster's office. She was heading towards the library. Which means that our first witness saw Bellwether leave the headmaster's office. Presumably, this would have happened after her meeting there. That would time this encounter at around 1 p.m. The other event is the discovery of the body, which was when Valentina Janus contacted security. Suddenly, I spotted the professor lying in a pool of blood in the classroom. Valentina used the communication device to call for help while I tried to save her. As we've already established, this event occurred at 3:04 p.m. But the significance of this time is in what occurred. The significance of this time is in what occurred before the body was discovered. The second witness, a member of the cleaning staff, spotted the victim in the West Wing hallway.
Bellwether knocked over a vase, and there were shards of dirt everywhere. It was probably 20 to 30 minutes before the twins found the body.
This means that this encounter must have happened no later than 2:30 p.m. And this implies that the victim was near the library between 1 p.m. and 2:30 p.m. According to the defendant's statements, he was in the library during this time period. Furthermore, the time of death was at 2:07 p.m. This means that Mr. Hughes saw the victim's animated body.
Damn. That's quite a long statement.
The prosecution's theory lays out the following timeline for Catherine Bellwether's movements on the day of the murder. 12 to 1 p.m., Theodore Redmond has a meeting with Bellwether. 1 p.m., Miriam Frigga saw Bellwether walking in the hallways. 1 to 2 p.m., Bellwether spent time in the library. 2 to 2:30, Wallace Nightgrave murdered Bellwether. 2:30, Jan Hughes witnessed Bellwether walking towards the lecture hall 2B. 3 p.m., the Janus sisters discovered Bellwether's body.
I see. Your deduction certainly tracks, Miss Steelwind. What do you have to say in your defense, Mr. Cuthbert?
In my defense? It's not me. It's not my defense.
The prosecution's argument is definitely well thought out, Your Honor. However, it is entirely predicated on the testimonies of all the witnesses involved.
Steelwind's deduction has to have a hold somewhere. And since your conversation yesterday, you've had a feeling that Miriam is hiding something. If you want to get to the truth, you'll need to drag that out of her through a cross-examination.
Your Honor, to test the validity of these claims, the defense would like both of these witnesses to testify. The defense calls Miriam Frigga to the stand. Frigga? At the mention of her name, the judge's face turns a bit pale.
I had a feeling it would come to this.
Do you have any objections, Miss Earwind?
I do, Your Honor.
Very well. Bailiff, wait, huh? I do not. Okay, I was like, wait, what? How does that make sense? But she said, do not. Please escort Lady Frigga to the stand. She doesn't seem too happy about this.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for I guess she will be mad that we lied to her. You little snakes! How dare you deceive me? Oh, it looks like she found out. I had the opportunity to debrief the witness beforehand. Miss McCoy, for the record, I told you to exercise discretion. I did not mean that you should impersonate a member of my family. Yeah, sorry about that. I gave you all of the tea that I had ported from the Eastern Kingdoms. I demand that you return it to me. No, you gave them to me. They're legally mine now.
Damn. Damn. Keep that between you two, I guess. Ahem. I'm not sure what your business with the witnesses, Miss McCoy, but I'd ask that you please handle your personal disputes outside the courtroom.
Anyways, Miriam, could you please testify to the court about your encounter with the victim? Very well.
Sorry, girl.
I was working on a research project in my dorm room when I decided to take a break. I left my room and went on a walk. That's when I saw Professor Berwether exiting the headmaster's office. She was walking in my direction, so I greeted her and she responded in kind. Did she really? After that, she headed towards the library. A short time after that, I went back to my room and continued my work.
I see. So it was only a brief encounter.
However brief it was, the witness's testimony verifies two things. One is that Miss Frigga saw the professor exiting the headmaster's office. The other is that she witnessed the victim head toward the library. This gives us a rough timeline of where the victim was before her death.
That does seem consistent.
Did Bellwether really enter the library that day? You feel like you would have seen her there if she did.
Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination.
Let me have some more water.
Alright, I was working in my dorm room. I guess let's do the pressing thing as usual. Was this research project a part of your schoolwork?
It was an independent study to develop a new conjuration spell formula. The project is being sponsored by the Crown Prince himself.
Oh, sad and surprised, scared, something.
I wasn't aware that he was involved in such a study. Of course you didn't. You wouldn't. Did you expect to know every aspect of his life, dear Arya?
Oh, so he is the one that she is betrothed to. Or he is the one that she is betrothed, or whatever.
You sense a bit of aggression. If you don't keep an eye on him, House Frigga might just steal him back from you. Huh, as if His Highness would align himself with your rapacious family. Our banking houses from the economic infrastructure. Our banking houses form
form as in the verb.
The economic infrastructure of Arcane. But perhaps he'll come to the Steel Wind if he needs to clear a den of goblins.
With all due respect, may we please focus on the matter at hand?
Of course, Your Honor.
Vipers. I left my room and went to walk. Saw Professor Berwether exiting the house. And you're sure that you saw her exit the headmaster's office?
Yes, I remember it clearly. I was surprised that she was still meeting with the headmaster at all.
She must be talking about how they were plotting to replace him.
Did you interact with the professor at all, Miriam? She was walking in my direction, so I greeted her, and she responded in kind.
Supposedly this is not entirely true, so press. Did anything seem off about her?
No, but it was a very short encounter. It's not as if we stopped to have a conversation.
You said that you greeted her, and she responded. What words did she use?
Why is that important? Miss Frege, it's possible that someone used illusion magic that day. Every detail about the victim's interactions could be important. Well, I bid her a good morning, and she said good morning in response. After that, she headed towards the library. No extra. Oh wait, yeah, no. I did bid her a good morning, and she replied, yeah, okay. I think that was changed. I'm not sure. So we'll probably want to do something about that. After that, she headed towards the library. Did you see her enter the library? I didn't, but there's not much else in that direction. From the testimony of Jan Hughes, we know that she later came from the library. Even if she didn't enter the library, she was still in that area for more than an hour. I went back. I guess let's press everything, because it seemed like from the first thing we pressed, even though we didn't get any info or anything, I feel like this might be one of those cases where you're just supposed to press everything before you do anything else. How long did you leave your dorm room? Only for a few minutes. I try not to let my breaks go for too long. And you didn't see the professor again after your first encounter? No, I did not. Her testimony seems pretty straightforward, but she could still be lying. I'm honestly not sure. We'll just have to focus on her statements about how Bellwether acted. Good morning. So, 1 p.m. That wouldn't really be morning, would it now? Objection! Miss Frege, if I recall correctly, you have a habit of getting absorbed in your work. So much so that you will even lose track of time, of the time of day. Yes, but what does that have to do with my testimony? Earlier in today's proceedings, the prosecutor made the following argument. Our first witness saw 1 p.m. Miss Frege, if you had said good morning to the professor, you would have been mistaken. Because that encounter could have only happened during the afternoon. And your point is? You said it yourself, Cuthbert. The witness, Mr. Cuthbert, sorry. The witness simply lost track of time. What the witness said isn't what's important here. The significance is what the professor said in response. She had just come out of a meeting that was scheduled for noon. She would be well aware that it was no longer morning. This seems a little petty, but I guess it's all we got. So why would she respond good morning? Wouldn't she have corrected the witness? The encounter was extremely short, and the victim's mind may have been pretty preoccupied. She could have easily responded to the witness without thinking. Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I kind of agree with her. Yeah. It's not hard to believe that they were both confused about the time. It's definitely a stretch, but you still can't shake the feeling that she's hiding something. Every time you ask her about how Bellwether acted that day, the eye picks up something up. There has to be something there. Miss Frege, you haven't been entirely truthful in testimony, have you? That's absurd. What reason would I have to lie? It's such a small detail, why does he even care? Every detail about how she acted is important, Miss Frege. What aren't you telling us? Mr. Cuthbert, you have no basis to accuse the witness of perjury. Yes, you will stop this at once. Miss Frege, you're lying about how Bellwether responded to your greeting, aren't you? Aye. It doesn't make a difference. All she did was yell at me. All she did was yell. Miss Frege, is it possible that Bellwether's response was less than friendly? What do you care? What difference does it make? Why is he being so persistent? My job is to make sure every part of your testimony is truthful. Every detail matters, no matter how seemingly insignificant. Mr. Cuthbert, you will stop this or I will find you in contempt. Uh-oh. The professor yelled at you, didn't she, Miss Frege? So what if she did? I mean... I'm sorry, but there's no going back on what you just said. So, you do admit that she yelled at you? You impertinent little... Yes, I admit it. The professor didn't greet me back that day. Oh, good morning, Professor. Be quiet. What a coincidence that she said that exact thing. She yelled at me to be quiet. But until then, we had always been nothing but courteous with each other. I don't know what got into her that day, but something put her in a foul mood. So yeah, she really doesn't know about the blackmail or anything. But that's it. Everything else I said was the truth. They'll believe me, right? I did see her come out of the headmaster's office and walk towards the library. That part is true.
So she wasn't lying about that.
So is that all, Mr. Cuthbert?
What do you mean, is that all?
You badgered the witness, all so you could prove what exactly?
The witness committed perjury.
The witness changed a small detail of her testimony. A detail that is inconsequential to the case. In that it was clearly an act with no malicious intent.
After seeing her thoughts, it's hard to disagree with that. You were so sure that the eye would lead you somewhere. But Frege was only lying to save face.
The witness saw the victim leave the headmaster's office and head toward the library. Do you have any concrete evidence to refute that, Mr. Cuthbert?
No, I suppose I don't. But we might have grounds to believe that that wasn't really her.
Wait, is this really okay? At this rate, this will be the only chance you have to cross-examine her.
I don't think she's lying anymore. And I was really pushing my luck there earlier. If I continue pressing her, the judge might actually charge me with contempt. But if Miriam isn't the one that's lying, then... The defense has no further questions for the witness, Miss Steelwind. The prosecutor stays silent for a while. She almost looks disappointed.
Very well, Miriam. You are dismissed. Huh.
Miriam still looks like she's fuming, but she leaves the room without protest. The judge breathes a sigh of relief as the young noble is escorted out of the room. Didn't exactly score any points with a lot of people here, I think.
Now, with that out of the way, what else do you have, Mr. Cuthbert?
The other witness. The only way to refute the prosecutor's theory is to cast doubt on one of the witnesses. If it wasn't Miriam, then... Steelwind, to test your theory, we must question every witness that saw the victim that day. So, with that said, the defense would like to call Jan Hughes to the stand.
I hope you understand, Mr. Cuthbert. Your entire case rests on the assumption that one of the witness accounts is incorrect. If your cross-examination of Mr. Hughes leads nowhere, then I hope you're ready to concede.
You don't like the sound of it, but she's right. Unless you can find something in Jan's testimony, you won't really have anything to disprove her theory.
Bailiff, please bring Mr. Hughes. Bring in Mr. Hughes.
He is stoked to be here.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the courtroom. Witness, name and occupation.
Ah, right. My name's Jan Hughes. I'm on the cleaning staff of the academy.
Mr. Hughes, please testify to the court about your encounter with the professor that day.
Sure. I saw the professor when I was cleaning the West Wing hallways. It was about 20-30 minutes before the body was discovered. She walked by me, but she looked pretty out of it. I heard she was undead when this happened. Pretty creepy if you ask me. After that, she went into the empty classroom. You're leaving out an important detail or two. Well, that was straightforward.
Come on, Jan. What are we supposed to do with that?
I don't know. You guys are the lawyers. He's so real for that. I'm just telling you what I saw. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. Well, yeah, we definitely have to press because he's leaving out things. Very important details. How are you so sure that it was 30 minutes before? I always check the time to make sure I'm on schedule. I was supposed to finish cleaning the halls by 3 p.m. Right, the body was discovered at 3 or 4 p.m.
What was the professor like, Mr. Hughes?
Did anything else look off about her? I mean, yeah, she was an undead after all.
That remains to be proven.
If you say so.
Anyways, what was her demeanor like?
She looked like she was in a bad mood. Either that or she was tired. But I guess she was just dead inside, literally. Haha.
I believe you forgot a few details about what the professor did.
Yeah? Sorry, it's hard to remember these things sometimes.
Do I have to bring your own statement into your statement, you idiot? Which details should I ask him for?
Did she touch anything? Oh, yeah. She knocked over a vase and shattered it. It might have been an accident, but she's done stuff like that on purpose before.
This detail could be extremely important. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Hughes.
Whatever you say, man.
Well, I guess we should, I guess it's more important what sound she made, huh?
Sounds is more likely to have to be what he said, right? What she said, rather than do anything, because yelling at him could also be construed as doing something to you, but let's go with it.
Did you hear her make any sounds?
Oh, yeah. After she knocked over the vase, she yelled at me to be quiet. But I didn't even say anything.
This detail could be extremely important, please.
Whatever you say, man.
Yeah, that is important. Oops. I'm so used still, even though I've played one case of this already. I'm so used to hitting like back on these statements twice to first go to the full previous statement and then immediately, you know, have it fully on screen. But that's not what you do here. It's just full already. It's just already printed all the way.
Well, do we show that somebody else was also yelled at to be quiet?
Do we even have that as a statement?
I guess we don't.
Well... I guess we'll just press the last statement then. Did you see anyone else enter the classroom?
I'm honestly not sure. I wasn't paying much attention to her. I did think it was weird that she went in there. With the funky smell, I can't think of any of why anyone would go there willingly.
Right, the headmaster's mistake put a rancid smell in that room. And it surely wasn't on purpose or anything. He's not giving us a lot to work with. He tends to leave out details unless we directly ask him about it. I just need to ask him the right questions. Maybe we can pull more information out of him. I guess maybe the yelling at him thing isn't gonna be what we pressed yet. Just let me look at this again, I guess. But where they're walking in the hallways, but nothing about what she said. Wait, the bellwether witnessed by now. Do we just do one of these? No. Oh wait, no, yeah, no, right. At this statement is where we present, right, why did I, this is what I wanted the entire time. We present the friggin' raise dead spell, animate corpse, here. Once the spell has ended, no, wait. Minion can enter, but its intelligence is limited and it cannot speak. There we go. Why didn't I, whatever. I got it. Objection! Mr. Hughes, you said that Bellwether yelled at you. What were her exact words? I was so hung up on her saying the same thing to Miriam that I forgot the point I was trying to make originally.
I think she yelled at me to be quiet.
What?
I thought it was weird. I didn't even say anything. But I know better than to talk back to her.
That's the thing, Hughes. The prosecution's theory is as such. The professor was murdered in the library and was reanimated using animate corpse. With a quick illusion spell, no one would notice that she was undead. However, if what you saw was truly the undead Bellwether, how did she speak to you?
Huh?
This doesn't make any sense. Mr. Hughes, undead can't follow simple orders, but they don't have the intelligence to speak. Perhaps the witness was mistaken.
No, I'm sure I heard her yell at me. I remember because what she said didn't make any sense.
Exactly. He didn't say anything, but she still yelled at him to be quiet. Wait a minute.
I'm afraid I don't understand. We've already established that the victim was dead long before the encounter with Mr. Hughes. But if what he saw wasn't an undead, what was it? Well, I know exactly what it was.
It had to be an undead. What other explanation is there?
Well, I have an explanation right here. It couldn't have been a major illusion. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to shove Jan out of the way or knock over the vase. Well, whatever it was, someone probably used illusory disguise to make it look like Bellwether.
Does that mean it was a person?
No. If it was a person, how did Bellwether's body end up in the lecture hall?
Bellwether wouldn't have been able to turn herself invisible if she was dead.
And whatever Jan saw, it needs to be something that could have transported Bellwether's body unseen. It would have also needed to have a mass and the ability to speak. What created Bellwether's voice? Or at the very least, it needs to be something that can recreate Bellwether's voice. What could have done that? It's very easy. That's it.
Huh?
Do you have an answer for us, Mr. Cuthbert? What did the witness actually see? Man, I caught on to that so early in the case. Finally, we get to call it out. But I guess, previously it was all conjecture. Now we have a better idea for it, I guess. Your Honor, the witness didn't actually hear the dead victim speaking. What he actually heard was her voice being recreated using magic.
Are you trying to say that her voice was recreated using a spell?
Not a spell, Steelwind. It was artificery. And whoever the murderer is, they had the perfect piece of artificery available to them. One programmed with Catherine Bellwether's voice.
Huh. You can't possibly mean...
That's right, Steelwind. What Mr. Hughes saw was an arcane construct. An arcane construct? Think of it as a magically animated suit of armor, Your Honor. But we ruled out such a possibility, hadn't we? Construct or not, no one could disguise themselves and carry the body to the classroom. A person wouldn't have been able to do it. But arcane constructs are a different thing entirely. Those suits of armor are extremely large, but more importantly, they're hollow. I see. That means that, theoretically, someone could have placed the victim's body inside it. The arcane construct wouldn't just transport the body. With an illusory disguise, it could also confuse and mislead anyone who saw it.
Objection!
I commend your deduction, Mr. Cuthbert. I would have never considered that possibility. It's certainly plausible, but what does this prove exactly?
It proves that the body wasn't animated using necromancy. My client isn't the murderer.
The defendant is still capable of performing all the acts that you described,
and so are many other people, so now he isn't the only one suspect anymore.
His compendium contains illusory disguise, after all.
There were several students in the library that day. Any of them could have committed the murder.
One might come to that conclusion if they didn't have one crucial piece of evidence. I'd like to present a new piece of evidence to the court.
Oh. From under her table, you see Miss Steelwind pull out a bloody rapier. Blood, is that?
Yes, Your Honor. This is the murder weapon.
Very sure of that.
She was saving that for the perfect moment, wasn't she? This rapier was reported stolen by Miriam Frege weeks before the murder. And during the investigation, it was finally found. In the defendant's locker.
Wait.
He was clearly trying to use one of her possessions in a paltry attempt to frame her. Why, he even stole her locker's nameplate and placed it over his.
Damn it, that's not what happened. But honestly, it sounds more plausible than what really took place.
We're basically back to square one, aren't we? Anyone could have told that construct to do all those things.
Wait, anyone? Is that really true? The construct transported the professor's body, and someone used an illusion to make it look like her. They even used the pre-recorded voice to make the illusion more convincing. Who ordered the construct to hide the body? Could anyone have done that? Well, these voice lines can only be changed or adjusted by the Academy headmaster. So I guess I'm not presenting this again, but the headmaster? Because it's specifically asking me. I'm hoping,
You know, because it's gonna be fine. Several memories flood back to you. Mr. Hughes, you said that Bellwether yelled at you. What were her exact words?
I think she yelled at me to be quiet.
She yelled at me to be quiet. But until then, we had always been nothing but courteous with each other. I don't know what's got into her that day, but something put her in a foul mood.
Be quiet.
Sorry. Be quiet. Eris begins giggling. She seems amused by what's happening. The construct's voice is just a series of pre-recorded messages. I'm not sure if you noticed, but it uses the voice of Professor Bellwether. Unfortunately, you can't make them say anything other than what's recorded. Only the headmaster can change those settings. Did she really make that face at the time? No, it can't be him. What is it, Tyrion? Did you figure something out? I did. But is he seriously the one behind all of this? Miss Steelwind, earlier you said that my client could have orchestrated this entire ruse. But that's simply not true. How so? Anyone could have ordered the construct to carry out the victim's body. Yes, but not everyone can change what the constructs are able to say. Only one individual has the credentials for that. Theodore Redmond, headmaster of the Imperial Academy. Wait, you're not serious, are you? You think the headmaster did all this? I don't want to believe it, but he's the only person who could have done it. That's completely ridiculous. Headmaster Redmond would never do something like this. Well, given proper motivation. Or motivation in quotation marks, like blackmail or whatever. Maybe. Miss Steelwind, there's one common element between each of the witnesses' encounters with Bellwether. It's what Bellwether said to them. She yelled at both of them to be quiet. Miriam Frege was particularly surprised. She had a good relationship with the professor, but when greeted by the professor, Bellwether just shouted at her. Almost as if the professor was responding indiscriminately. And recall her encounter with Dan Hughes? The professor knocked over a vase and shouted at him to be quiet immediately after, even though he hadn't said anything. She was responding to the sound of the vase breaking. And let me ask you this, Steelwind. Where did Bellwether come from before she encountered Mr. Frege and Mr. Hughes? Miss Frege and Mr. Hughes? Her meeting? With the headmaster. Rabba.
It appears that the defense truly means to indict Theodore Redmond. If so, we have no choice but to take a brief recess until he can be brought here. There's no need. Fortunately for you, I'm already in the gallery.
The headmaster stood up from the gallery seat behind you and slowly walked onto the witness stand. Has he been here the entire time?
Now, please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Cuthbert, but do you think I am the one who committed this crime?
I'm sorry, Redmond. But no matter how I look at it, everything I found points to you. I feel it seems like Tyrion has a habit of just calling people by their last name indiscriminately.
No, there's no need to apologize. In fact, I should commend you on the lengths that you are going to defend your dear Wallace.
The court appreciates your understanding, Mr. Redmond.
Or is he? Now then, to clear the air, I suppose I should give my testimony on what happened that day. I didn't do it. The end. That day, I had a meeting scheduled with the professor at noon. She showed up at the expected time and we discussed various administrative matters. Our meeting went on for an hour, after which she left to prepare for her next class. Despite our many disagreements, we still knew how to be civil and with one another. After all, I had no reason to bear a personal grudge against her.
I just can't see it. She seems like such a nice person. Is he really the person who we're looking for? He has to be. No one else could have orchestrated this entire plot. We just need to find out how and why.
Cross-examination.
Well, I guess we're gonna press again.
What was this meeting for? Oh, nothing of note. We were merely discussing her daily operations and duties with the Academy. Definitely nothing about replacing him or blackmail or anything. In an academy such as ours, it is beneficial to regularly communicate with the staff.
So she showed up at exactly 12 p.m.?
More or less. Catherine Bellwether was many things, but she was never tardy.
There aren't any witnesses who saw her before the meeting, so you don't have a way to prove what he's saying. It'd be best to look elsewhere in this testimony. How long did this meeting last, Headmaster? So that means the professor left your office at 1 p.m.?
Yes, she was quite adamant about taking time to prepare her lesson plans.
Now that you think about it, Frigga had no idea what the time was when she saw Bellwether. If the headmaster is lying about when the meeting ended, there'd be no way to verify it. Which would account for the hour gap that Steelwind mentioned. Damn it, did the headmaster really do this? After hearing so much about her, I find that a little hard to believe.
I can see why you'd say that, but despite everything, I was still her superior. She always remained professional when speaking with me.
I'm sure. Is that really true, though? Yeah, I don't think so.
No reason.
I guess I could just present something right here. Not this. No, wait, not this. No, wait. No, wait. Where is it? Oh, wait, I think it was like, here? Bellwether's plan, yeah. Yep. I guess let's just present that right here.
Objection!
Redmond, did you really hold no animosity towards Professor Bellwether?
Of course not. I did have a strong opinion about her methods of teaching, but I always remained a professional. We both did.
Frankly, I find that hard to believe. In fact, I think you might have had a very good reason to murder the professor. Considering that she was going to take your job.
Take your job!
What?
So you knew about that?
I'm sorry, but I don't follow. Just how was the professor going to take the headmaster's job? According to Miriam Frigga, Catherine Bellwether was carrying favor with the noble families. In fact, there was a plan to oust Mr. Redmond and appoint Bellwether as the new headmaster of the academy. What? But in any case, I doubt that the headmaster had any idea of this until now. I'd like to remind the court of the witness's reaction just now. He said, "So you knew about that." His reaction was one of surprise. But he wasn't surprised by this information. He was surprised that I knew this information. That's...
Please, dear Aria. I may be old, I may be a frail old man, but I'm perfectly capable of defending myself.
If you have an explanation, Mr. Redmond, then by all means, I'd love to hear it.
Gladly.
His expression changed, right? I don't think his eyes opened that wide before.
It is true that I knew about the Frigga's plot beforehand, but I had only just learned about it. On the day of the murder, the professor told me about her plan. She was going to replace me as headmaster and replace the staff with her arcane constructs. Now you might say that this would have given me the perfect motive to murder the professor, and it's true. I did it. However, the supposed murder weapon was stolen from Miss Frigga. This happened weeks before the murder and my discovery of the professor's treachery. I had no knowledge of their plan before she told me, and therefore I wouldn't have known to steal Miss Frigga's weapon in an attempt to frame her.
Are you satisfied now, Mr. Cuthbert? There's no way that the headmaster could have come up with this plan. If he really did do this, then that means he stole the rapier too, right? Most likely. This alibi makes sense. He couldn't have planned this whole thing unless he knew about Bellwether's plans. That would mean he knew about this weeks ago. But how did he even find out?
Well, we know something.
The best way to tell a convincing lie is to have a lot of truths and only change one detail.
Maybe Bellwether did tell him, but she actually told him weeks ago.
The question is, how do you prove that?
Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination.
What if I don't want to? You just learned about it.
So you only learned about it recently?
Doesn't that seem a bit too convenient for you?
It may appear that way, yes. But on the day of the murder, the professor told me about her plan.
Wait, no. That must have infuriated you. Your colleague betrayed you and attempted to steal your job.
I'm only human, of course I was taken aback. I've been a headmaster of the Imperial Academy for decades. To think that the professor and the board would go around my back like that.
With the professor dead, you won't have to worry about losing a job unless they find somebody else to replace him. At least not for a while.
I suppose you're correct, but there are others who benefit too. The faculty staff is now aware of Frega's plot. With her plot delayed, they won't need to worry about abruptly losing their jobs either.
But what happens if you prove that Redmond is the killer? He loses his job and House Frega will just appoint someone else. No, you can't think about that now. If you don't prove Redmond's guilt, the court will convict Wallace. Yeah, that's a nasty situation. As the headmaster, you would probably have the tools available to get it into her room.
Yes, I will admit that. The Academy has a master key that can be used to enter each of the students' dorms.
That's kinda gross. I mean, it might be... I don't know. I don't know how actual dorms handle that shit. I guess there has to be a master key.
And yes, as headmaster, I would have access to that key.
Then you had the perfect way to get into her room and steal the rapier undetected.
I suppose I did. However, there's one flaw with your logic. I had no knowledge of the plan.
You wouldn't have known. I mean, I guess I'll just press this too, and then we'll get to more business. It was my understanding that the Fregas wanted to keep this secret until the very end. Why would Bellwether, of all people, tell you about her betrayal?
I imagine she wanted to taunt me with that information. We've long had our disagreements, and looking back, she may have resented me for that. And at that point, there wasn't anything I could do to stop her.
Really? Oops. I thought you and the professor were on good terms.
I thought so too, but I suppose it was all a facade. She was just biding her time until she could take my position as headmaster.
She had to have known about Bellwether's betrayal weeks ago.
Right.
The question is, how do we prove? Do we have something that proves he knew about it before the day of the murder?
Not necessarily, but we have like...
Where is it? Wait, Jan's statement. Bellwether witness? No, that's not it. Is it? No, that's not the one. Autopsy? No. What's the... No. They were also planning fire. This was supposed to be kept a secret, but according to Jan, Bellwether revealed this plan to the headmaster during a meeting a few weeks ago. Only just learned about it. I guess we'll present that right here then.
Objection!
Oh wait, the music didn't stop.
Oh no, it's clear that the witness testimony is contradictory.
I guess we'll finally see what happens when we present a wrong thing. Like, I don't know how you fail in this game, I guess, other than losing your life or your health in those specific instances, but we don't even have health here, as far as I know.
And this piece of evidence proves it. I fail to see how that proves anything, Mr. Cuthbert.
Oh, I guess you're right. So nothing happens, okay. She was going to replace weeks before the murder. I had no knowledge. I guess you can also present that here. Though I feel like presenting it at the start also makes sense. But
Objection!
what? Really? Huh? Maybe here.
Objection!
Nope. Okay, what the hell? Maybe I'm not supposed to present that here? I mean, I guess I can present it here also, if I'm gonna be trying it everywhere. It makes some sense, but... Okay, come on, man. It made sense and for the first and last statement too. Just come on, man. Redmond, you keep saying that you didn't know about Bellwether's plot before yesterday. Do you still plan on standing behind that claim? At least I guess you in this game you don't lose health for being wrong there, so it's not that big of a deal.
Of course I am, because it's the truth.
I'm sorry, Redmond, but you should really close up your doors during your meetings.
What? Did someone see?
It is true that Bellwether revealed her plan to you during one of your meetings. In fact, Jen Hughes happened to overhear that same meeting. But he only overheard the part where the staff would be replaced. And that's the strangest part, Redmond. According to Mr. Hughes, this meeting occurred weeks ago. You can't accuse the headmaster of perjury based on a rumor. Everything you just said is based on second-hand information. Yeah, I agree. Mr. Hughes distinctly overheard that the staff would be replaced with arcane constructs. That is too specific and too accurate to assume that he misheard a different conversation, I guess. The professor probably only revealed her plan for the arcane constructs. That still doesn't prove that he knew about her treachery beforehand. Professor Bellwether had no authority over the cleaning staff's employment. It wouldn't make sense for her to just reveal her plan for the arcane constructs. That would only make sense if he knew that Bellwether would be taking his job. So tell me one thing, Redmond. Why did you find the need to lie about this? Is it because you saw a need to protect yourself from my accusations? Redmond, I asked you a question. Did you murder Catherine Bellwether?
Oh. What a fine mess this is. I'm not done. Not yet.
Headmaster?
So you truly plan on pushing this, are you? Well, your thesis sounded promising, Mr. Cuthbert. But I believe your arguments could use a little work.
Wow. Are we using the super eye again? No, it's just an argument.
You think I killed Catherine Bellwether? Me? I am an elderly man in his late 80s. I was alone and had nothing to overpower Bellwether with. I can barely walk, much less wield a rapier.
You could have used one of these. There's magic, I guess. In the academy locker room. Wait, let me check the statement here. Had nothing to overpower Bellwether with. I'm thinking it's an arcane construct, but what else could it have been? I mean, the rapier, I guess, but would that be what? I feel like it's more likely the construct. But was there one in his room? I guess I'm not sure. I guess that would have had to have been because... Yeah, no, there wasn't one anymore because he sent it out. You know, because he had to carry the body out with it. So I think this is the one. But you and Bellwether weren't the only people in that room, were you? You needed the arcane construct to carry Bellwether's body. That means that the construct would have already been in your office. And with your privileges, you could have easily programmed the construct to stab Bellwether for you.
Even so, I think about what would have transpired afterward. Recall Miss Steelwind's timeline and Bellwether's witnesses. With your theory, the construct would have spent more than an hour in the library. Having it in there would have risked my so-called ruse from being discovered. Luckily, Lady Frigga can't tell night from day. I wouldn't have the construct linger around the library.
Logic. Use this against Laser, huh? Contradict thoughts. Seen through the eye. Contradict the displayed emotion. Well, I feel like that works here. Maybe not. Like, why would he be angry and afraid about not having stuff lie around? But I don't know, that doesn't seem very strong. Contradict thoughts, seen through the eye. Luckily, no, that doesn't... I mean, I guess it doesn't contradict it, but it, like... That statement, we could use that in some way. I don't think we have anything to present. This specifically says contradict, but I wonder if it's just weird wording. Luckily, Lady Frigga can't tell night from day. I think I want to go with this, because the emotions are a little unclear. But I don't know. I'm gonna go with this and hope I don't die. The timing deduced from Miss Frigga's testimony is predicated on one thing. She saw Miss Bellwether exit your office after your meeting. However, if we assume that you're lying about when this meeting ended, your entire argument falls apart. Miss Frigga would have encountered Bellwether after her death at 2:01 p.m.
Miss Frigga wouldn't have made a mistake like that.
Miss Frigga thought it was morning when she saw Bellwether. She can't reliably tell the time. Okay, because the other point was too weak to really do anything with, I feel like.
Then what about where the rapier was placed? If I really was the murderer, then then that would mean I planted the weapon in young Wallace's locker. Several of the students had their lockers there, and I had access to. Well, that's probably an accident. You probably wanted to put it back into the girly girl's locker, but the names were switched. I wouldn't have placed incriminating evidence in that locker. Wallace is one of my prized students. If I had to frame anyone, he would be the last person I choose. So, present something. Where's the... Wallace 9... No. Where is the statement that tells us about the name swapping? The stain on the blah blah. The locker actually belongs to Wallace Knight. Okay, someone must have switched here. That's probably. You're right, Mr. Redmond. You wouldn't try to frame Wallace, but you would try to frame Miriam Frigga. It would have been the perfect act of revenge, wouldn't it? You murder your treacherous co-worker and frame the daughter of the family that helped her. But something went wrong, didn't it, Redmond? The labels on Wallace's locker and Miriam's locker were switched. Anyone who saw that would have easily mixed them up. I am the headmaster of the Imperial Academy. I have records of all the students' lockers and where they are located. There's no reason I would make a mistake like that. If I truly planned this, I would have known where Wallace's locker was. A simple change in labels wouldn't have led me to make a careless mistake like that. Not you, maybe. But maybe the construct. Wait. I guess, incorrect. It doesn't say here that he did that because he misread it or something, even though that's what he said. But this could also be a hint, I guess, that, hey man, I wouldn't do that. Oh yeah, you wouldn't make mistakes? What exactly is it saying? There's no reason I would make a mistake like that. I still think it's more likely that
Well, maybe not, but it's likely that he let the construct do it, and that's why that happened. But I'm not sure, honestly. Command log. Maybe that would help, but I guess maybe he wouldn't leave that log. It doesn't matter though, I guess, whether their log is there, but just the possibility. Do I present this? Headmaster activated the Academy's lockdown system. No reason I would make a mistake like that. I still, like, my assumption was that this foul stench is still part of the setup somehow. And not that it was an actual mistake that he made because he's old and can't read anymore or something. And it doesn't say here that it was because he misread stuff, so I don't feel good about using this. I guess I'd go with this thing, and I don't know. I don't feel good about any of these, honestly. Extra magic? No. But it wasn't you, was it? Okay. I was kind of worried because using that piece again seemed kind of off, but okay. Your Arcane construct was the one who planted the rapier in the locker. I bet you commanded it to place this rapier in the locker of Miriam Frege. But it saw the ID number of Wallace's locker and assumed that it was Miriam's.
This is I.
Redmond begins to desperately stammering, looking for something to say. Teddy ready. But yeah, hey, welcome back.
Miss Steelwind, say something.
Oh, she's on the side of justice, dog. What? Mr. Cuthbert, your theory may be plausible, but there's no evidence to support it.
That's right. You don't have any proof, do you? There's no evidence of my orders.
Oh, isn't there? Isn't there? I mean, I guess he might have been the one to clear the log.
Saying that I could have committed the murder isn't the same as proving I did it.
Yeah. Theodore Redmond, so Integrity does kind of work. Well, I guess we'll just go for this again. No, that's not right. Why not? Wasn't there some sort of evidence that would track the orders given to him?
But yeah, that's what... Dude, it says right here! Every command given to Construct is stored in the command log. I don't have the command log, I think. I don't have the log. What do you want me to present if not this? What the hell?
There's no evidence of my orders. Every command given to the construct is stored in its command log. However, the command log must be cleared regularly. Am I supposed to have the command log as an item? Giant statement. Compendium. Construct in the locker room. Doesn't say anything about the log there. Evidence in the locker. Don't see anything about the log there. Logic limitation doesn't say anything about the log, does it? I tried the construct itself and it said, "No, that's wrong, you idiot. Talk about the log." Even though this is the only mention of the log that I can see. Order blah blah blah, do it blah blah blah, possible and stop what is not even know now. That doesn't make sense here. The locker room one? I mean, this one doesn't mention the log though, so that's why I went with this one. Because if but I guess I'll try this one. That makes sense. I think that's kind of dumb. Like, they should have at least mentioned the log in both, if that's what I was supposed to present here. Because I feel like in Ace Attorney games I've kind of made the experience that if something isn't specifically mentioned, then you can't, like, you have to be careful about presenting it. So, but hey, yes, here we don't have to. It's a little less clear sometimes, I guess. Your arcane construct is still in the locker room where it planted the rapier. All we have to do is take a look inside it, and we'll see the blood inside.
Is that so, Mr. Cuthbert?
What? Why does he still look so confident? Because the log can be cleared, and the blood can also be cleaned. No, Mr. Cuthbert, I already checked the inside of that construct during my investigation. The interior was completely clean. What?
The construct...
I guess we didn't bring up the log, we just brought up the blood, so I guess maybe the log is still there.
The construct's primary function is to assist and clean, dear Tyrion. They have a function that allows them to clean themselves inside and out.
Well, we can still look at its command history, right? Yeah, okay. Think about it, Mr. Cuthbert. Do you honestly think that the murderer would leave behind evidence like that? Okay, so that is also covered now. I'm sure that whoever orchestrated this plot, they ordered the construct to wipe its logs when it was finished. Exactly, that's what I thought.
No. That's right, Mr. Cuthbert. Your case against me is theoretical at best, but I suppose I can still give you marks for trying.
Damn it, he thought of everything. Was he seriously able to get rid of all the evidence? You're running out of options, but you still have one tool left. The gun in my pocket.
Ha! It's unbecoming to glare like that, young Tyrion.
He's doing it again. Bring yourself back to that moment with Garrick Pierce. Think about what's at stake for Wallace, just like you did with Celeste. His life and his future are in your hands.
Super Eye time. Empowered Eye.
You activated the Empowered Eye again. Redmond did a good job of covering his tracks, but there has to be something that he forgot to get rid of.
Traject.
I guess I present this because I've been wondering if that is relevant.
I wonder, did I leave any other piece of evidence behind? I was far too reckless, but I need some way to keep that lecture hall empty.
Alright, he must have botched the alchemy experiment on purpose to keep the lecture hall cleared. That's what I've been saying. But that doesn't really tell you anything you can use right now. Oh, we're not even getting any points of insight, okay. I guess the lockdown system could be relevant.
I had to do everything I could to shift my guilt away from myself. But I did I leave any holes in my alibi? No, I accounted for everything. There's no way I left any evidence behind.
Okay.
The construct's orders were clear. Plant the body in Lecture Hall 2B, and then plant the evidence in Frigga's locker. It was supposed to head to the storage room afterwards. What happened?
Interesting. The construct wasn't supposed to be in the locker room. Okay, that's half. Well, I don't think he didn't know about the logic limitations, he just didn't know why the construct couldn't go any further. What else? I guess this hasn't been brought up yet.
I did everything I could to cast doubt on Frigga's brat. I can't believe Valerie placed a trace of necromancy on the body. To make matters worse, the construct placed the evidence in the wrong locker.
So he did send the construct to the locker room to plant the evidence. He must have also fabricated the documents that accused Frigga of cheating. It was all to make her look like the murderer. But this doesn't give you anything new to work with. Okay. What else? I guess maybe...
This is all the nobility's fault. This whole time they were plotting to throw me out. It's their fault that Bellwether is dead, not mine. Her blood is on the hands of the Friggas and the Steelwinds. Oh.
Getting lots of things here, but no insight. Sure is.
Why am I thinking of this now?
That piece of evidence didn't make any useful thoughts from him. Didn't evoke. Trying to remember.
I just want to see. Ah, my head. The stress from this trial must be giving me a migraine.
That's strange. Why can't you make him think about Eris? Well, I suppose that it doesn't matter. You know, there's definitely... Eris is definitely a normal girl. A normal 16-year-old student. There's nothing wrong or weird about her. What makes sense that I haven't presented yet? I don't think the reputation makes much of a difference. The system I already checked, I think. I guess we could try... Right, the illusion magic. Maybe, I don't know. No? I don't think this testimony... I mean, I might as well try.
My illusion should have been flawless. I can't believe this boy was able to deduce what happened.
Okay, well... I did the foul smell already, I think. Yeah, whether, like, you know... Like, you know, he did it to keep people out of the hall. But that doesn't tell us anything we can use right now. I guess I can just try the constructs again.
The constructs orders were clear. Wait, we
got this already. Plant the evidence in Freyga's locker. I guess that's the same reaction he had for the logic. Supposed to head to the storage room afterward. I guess I'll try this.
Did everything so I could cast out?
No, that's the same thing. We had that already. No, I did this one, and this one, but I guess I haven't done this one yet.
Why was the construct in the locker room, though? It should have been there, shouldn't have been there if it had followed my orders. No matter, it wiped its logs.
Or did it? Okay, I guess now it seems like he doesn't know how it works, okay.
They have nothing to me.
Or do we? So he did order it to wipe its logs in order to cover all of its tracks. It probably would have done this last. Wait, he ordered the construct to go to the storage room. It would have done that after it was finished planting the evidence in the locker room. Yeah, now I see what you mean. But I couldn't have known before. But we found it in the locker room.
What stopped the construct from leaving the locker room?
Well, the alarm, probably. Right, the body was probably reported earlier than Redmond expected. This means he probably started the lockdown before the construct was finished in the locker.
How did the
lockdown affect the construct's actions? Well, okay. Redmond's... wait. What are we trying to say here? The thing's logs weren't cleared, but I guess that Bellman's series of commands was interrupted by the lockdown. Right, the series of commands would have been interrupted. Yeah, I kept calling them robots. Wait a minute. Constructs execute a series of commands in the order they are given. But let's say one of those tasks is impossible to complete. Then when the construct gets to the task, it will deem the entire series impossible to complete. I guess sorry, Miriam, for believing that the thing about you cheating, like, and that I thought you were maybe stupid, and that your family was cheating on your behalf and you just didn't know about it. I'm sorry about that. As a result, it will stop executing the series altogether. She does seem a little silly, though, at least. I guess she could still be really good at her magic stuff and still be a little stupid. Yeah, I know they do. It says so, multiple times. 7. The construct's final command was to wipe its memory. But if its orders were interrupted by the lockdown, then... Miss Steelwind, I have nothing more to ask this witness. What? You're not giving up, are you? Do you even have to ask? Yeah, I thought so. But how are you going to prove he did it if he's not testifying? Don't worry, the next witness's testimony will be all I need. Next witness? That look on your face isn't one of defeat. Just what are you planning?
Ha! It's nothing but desperate bravado. Now, if you'll excuse me.
You've let your quarry get away, Mr. Cuthbert. I hope you know what you're doing. I do, Miss Steelwind. First, I'd like for the Inquisition to bring in the arcane construct in the Academy's locker room. We've already established that the murderer could have wiped its history. Please, just humor me for a second, Miss Steelwind. Very well. Bailiff, please relay Mr. Cuthbert's request to Commander White. Well, here's your construct. I hope you know what you're doing, Mr. Cuthbert.
Construct.
What are your orders? Please recite your command history. Reporting. Command 1, stand by in Headmaster's office. Command 2, await vocal signal, attack from Theodore Redmond. You hear Redmond stand up from the gallery. Seeing this, the prosecutor watches him and carefully clutches the handle of her cane. Command 3, treat Catherine Bellwether as hostile entity and neutralize.
Construct, wipe your...
Hold! Before he can finish a sentence, the prosecutor points her cane at the headmaster. Magical energy shoots from it and collides directly with him. The magic wreathes around his body and stops him from moving. He's clearly trying to struggle against it, but it looks like he can't even move his mouth.
Miss Steelwind?
Excuse the interruption, please continue. Command 4, await vocal signal, leave from Theodore Redmond. Command 5, move to classroom 2B, reply to any inquiries with voice, line number 3. Command 6, remove Catherine Bellwether from interior frame and place it on floor. Thank you, Construct. You can stop now. I think we all know the rest. But just to be clear, who gave you the series of commands? Commands were provided by Headmaster Theodore Redmond. Hey, hold person's really good. It's a basic spell, but it's a really good one.
How? I ordered the construct to wipe its command history.
Mr. Redmond, constructs don't follow the same logic that humans do. They're prone to error when their commands are impossible to execute.
Impossible? In what way were my commands impossible?
You were the one that made it impossible. You activated the lockdown system.
The lockdown?
The body was found earlier than you'd like. You had no choice but to immediately activate the lockdown system when it was reported. However, the construct was still in the locker room when you did this. Well, yeah, obviously, that's what she did. It's very clear. So that's why it was there. The construct finished its tasks in the locker room, but then it tried to follow your next command. It tried to move to the storage room, but it was prevented from doing so. Completion of that command was impossible. So, the series of commands was stopped before it wiped its history. I keep trying to say memory because that makes more sense to me, but it's history. Theodore Redmond, you ordered your construct to murder Catherine Bellwether. Then you had it place the murder weapon in a locker to frame Miriam Frege. And we have your construct's testimony to prove it. Yeah, history makes sense too, but memory just sounds better in my mind. And that's checkmate. He sure likes saying that, doesn't he? I can't believe it. How could you do something like this, Headmaster? She was going to take everything from me. My position, my academy, my students. Everything would be gone. It was going to be stolen by her and the Fregas. I mean, yeah, he's chest-brained. Why did you say anything to me? I could have... Don't you dare stand there and act ignorant, Lady Steelwind. Do you think the Fregas acted alone? Your father was a part of this plot too. Oh shit. What? I have nothing to say to you. I thought you were different. I listened to your lies about social reform. In the end, you were just like the rest of the aristocracy. That's not true, hey? Man, shut the fuck up, okay? Don't talk to my wife like that. By the Scaled Lord, what have I done? I was even willing to sacrifice poor Wallace. Yeah, man, that's fucked up. I can't believe Why did I listen? Why did I do this? Yeah, no, that's definitely unrelated to the other times we saw an effect like that. Don't cast doubt on my other wife, okay? Just because that was the same effect that my other wife has on her sometimes, okay? You have nothing, you have no evidence. It appears we have a full confession. The court sees no reason to prolong this any further. Bailiff, please escort the witness to a holding cell. Eros, see, it's no coincidence. Mr. Cuthbert, you really did it. It feels amazing, right? Like a big weight being lifted from your shoulders. It does, but I can't believe the headmaster was the one who did this.
Right, despite everything Redmond did, he was the one that allowed Wallace to pursue his dreams. I'm sorry, I'm sure this is bittersweet for you.
What am I going to do now? Headmaster Redmond was the only reason I could even attend the academy. With him gone. Come on, don't think like that. You gotta quit it. I'm sure it'll work out.
Yeah, totally, sure. She's a pretty psychopath who's yeah, that's all. I just think that's charming. You want to agree, but necromancy is basically a taboo. Without Redmond's support, there aren't many places he could learn it legitimately. And then there's the Imperial Academy.
Hey, don't you get all sad on me too?
Maybe. I never played that game because, from what I know, it kind of gets sad and fucked up. I don't want to do that. Sorry, I was just thinking. With Redmond gone, the Fregas will probably just appoint another sycophant as the headmaster. Valentina, Valerie, and Jan, they are going to lose their jobs.
Come on, you found the truth and you put a murderer behind bars. You saved Wallace. She's right.
Maybe she's been working behind the scenes to bring this case to a positive conclusion. As we start to exit the courtroom, you are greeted by Mr. Moore. At the end of the story, though, sure. Was she in the gallery this entire time?
At the end of the day, you saved Wallace from a wrongful conviction.
Yeah, I guess, at least for Wallace, being out of his educational program is better than being executed. The other employees, though, yeah.
You should be proud of yourself for that. I suppose you're right. Maybe I am just overthinking things. But the doubt still lingers in your mind. Now come on, I'm taking Wallace to the restaurant we went to last time. Infinite breadsticks. Do you remember how much that place cost? Don't worry, I have plenty of gold. Am I the only one on this team not making any gold? I mean, you did just take on a case for free, so can't blame anyone but yourself. Why don't you meet us there, Celeste? I need to talk with Tyrion for a moment. Alright. Let's go, Wallace.
Okay.
He's got such a crush. You activated the Empowered Eye again, didn't you? She doesn't appear to be praising you. I did. I didn't really have a choice. The Eye of Horus is a powerful tool, Tyrion. But that's twice now that you've used the Empowered Eye to get out of a tough spot. You can't keep relying on it if you want to grow as an attorney. I mean, to use the tools you got, right? Surely couldn't be anything bad about that. One day, we'll find a witness that the Empowered Eye won't work. It's worked for me this far, though. But I suppose you're right. I'll try to rely on it less next time. Will I, though? And that marked the end of another case in my career as a defense attorney. Another life saved, and another murderer being brought to justice. But I still couldn't shake this feeling of uneasiness. Was it guilt for what would happen to the faculty staff? Or was it something else? Episode end. The Walking Dead. Didn't actually walk. I mean, I guess if you put them in an armor, in a suit of armor, and the armor walks with them, does that count as the dead walking or not? That's a philosophical question. Man, Stewart has been talking with the perp for hours. What's there to even ask about at this point? Well, he might have been manipulated like those other cases that she was investigating, but definitely not by my wife. She's innocent. Turns out she doesn't trust his testimony. I mean, yeah, obviously it was like, at the start you don't know that there's no actual Walking Dead involved, so, it's like a bit of a tease, like, hey, maybe it's the Walking Dead, It makes sense. I'm just saying, interpretations. Something about his memories not matching up with the crime scene. You don't think he has mage blight, does he? No, it's not that. She found that damned symbol etched into his desk. Or what did she call it? The purple mark. Purple, huh? Oh, for the love of... not this again. Look, if the little lady wants to chase the boogeyman, just let her. At least this time she's doing it personally instead of dragging us into it. Cast sleep? Look, it's my wife. She's here to save the day. Hey! What's up with... But she didn't cast it herself. She told somebody to cast it for her. Who did this to your desk? What has gotten into you? I've already admitted to everything. What more could you possibly want from me? Where did this graffiti come from? What is the symbol? What is the purple mark? I don't know. A student must have done it at some point. Think very hard, Headmaster. When did you receive this purple symbol? Focus on the moment you received this. Wait a minute. I remember it now. But how? Lady Steelwind. Lady Steelwind. Arya, what happened? Are you okay? That was close. My elation over meeting him almost made me forget. Eris, what are you doing here? Why? Wait, I remember now. It was you. You put those ideas into my mind. You're the one who told me to murder Bellwether. He's lying. She would never do that. He's lying now. You don't ask me why he's lying, but he's doing that just for himself. Oh, you humans never fail to amuse me. I didn't make you do anything. Everything that you did that day, all the planning, all the preparation, that came from your own mind. And I have to say, I was quite entertained with the scheme you came up with. Why, you even broke into Miriam's room. I didn't know you had it in you, old man.
You made me forget about our conversation, but how? Illusions can't affect the mind, magic can't affect the mind.
That's a shame, though. I would have much rather turned Wallace into the antagonist of this chapter.
Oh.
Could you imagine if he turned? It would have been spectacular. The armies of the undead running rampant in the streets. But alas, even I could corrupt his pure soul.
Answer me, who are you? What are you?
Who am I? I'm the Lord of the Sixth Starker.
She's innocent. In a way of speaking, probably. No more questions about my wife. Alright, little search. I think it might not be so little. Purple mark. Huh. Must be a name. I didn't catch that, because, it kind of... I was reading and then it cut off before I could read the entire thing. I didn't notice that it was my Steam name. That's nice. That's creepy. That's cool. Heretics, huh? Yeah, no, she had other fourth wall breaking statements. Like, at one point, there's this narrator in that black box stuff. She responded to that at one point. Just more reasons to love her. Because she's my wife. Yuma shipping? Like dream shipping? I'm not sure. I'm familiar with that term. I mean, hey, she's just that good. But yeah, that's gonna be all for today. We did clear the entire case in one day after all. I'm guessing that won't be as easy going forward, but we'll see. I mean, that, sometimes you can fit them in there. That's a cool thing. Like, for my D&D campaign, my current one, I have, I kind of have this in-world recap, basically. Because, for our previous campaign, I just kind of made a recap and I went last time on D&D, and then had some clips or whatever. But this time, I made it so that all of the recaps are essentially preceded by a clip from the newspaper of the local city, basically. That I kind of speak out in an old-timey radio edited thing, something that's relevant to what happened is being spoken about in the news, and then the clip plays of what they said or did or whatever. So that's kind of similar, I guess. An in-world recap thing, kind of, almost, sort of. Anyway, I like the which is, another thing that's cool about this game. The role of narrator is up. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. I'm probably just gonna play again tomorrow. Don't think I have anything holding me back. Unless Eris doesn't want me to. I guess. We'll see what happens. If I'm dead tomorrow, then it wasn't my wife. She wouldn't do that, but she might have been, it's complicated. But my other wife would find the culprit. Yep. So anyway, yeah, that's gonna be it for today. I thank you for watching, hanging out, and, getting closer to the truth, I guess, with me. And I hope you'll join me again sometime. Probably tomorrow, for more of this. For more hot attorney action, courtroom action, mystery action. And, if that's not your style, then we'll meet again some other time. It'll be cool. And until then, I say, Otsukaresama. Bye bye.